development work is taking place. Some stability has to be brought about. This is not a permanent arrangement, namely the UT status. They envisage that it will be a movement from UT to statehood again. We can't give you a fixed point of time when we will restore statehood, but they have told us the process which they are following on the path to...
I have no objection. That statement, I have no objection.
And that's how we read it.
Yes, well, as if any other fact that you bring to your lordship's notice has no bearing, because I have to count it.
Solicitor, Mr. Attorney, we take it that what you said, Solicitor, a short while back, is along the lines what we said.
Yes, yes.
That this is
answer the election and statehood query, not as a justification.
I have no problems to that.
Mr. Sibal also fairly says that he has no difficulty about that.
During my arguments on merits, I never relied upon.
This cannot be an answer to the constitutional challenge.
But even otherwise, it should not
also
be your lordship's mind, Mullahs, that these are great things that are happening, Mullahs, because today the kind of drugs that are happening with the youth in Jammu Kashmir is unbelievable. But I don't want to enter into that conversation.
Can I put it like this?
The unemployment rate is enormous.
Mr. Sibal, these are matters on which there can be and should be in a democracy policy differences,
right.
But that can't affect the constitutional answer to a constitutional challenge.
Once you start placing these facts, and Mullahs, your lordship...
But therefore, we place those facts which he mentioned in the perspective of the roadmap to statehood, that's all. And nothing on...
This is not a justification.
This is not a justification, it cannot be, from our perspective also, to the answer to the constitutional challenge. We'll have to address the constitutional challenge.
Your lordship will allow me to place some counterfacts to that?
May I put it like this? I had intervened that stage also when you were saying, only for this reason that we wanted in a conspectus to understand when they look to a restoration of statehood.
No problem.
Which they made a statement.
That's no issue, Mullahs. They say that will take some time. Your lordships will decide on that issue, Mullahs.
That's confined to our question to Mr. Solicitor.
Bunds reduced to zero, bunds reduced to zero, all that, with respect, I say, your lordship should not even, those facts are not relevant for the purposes of your lordship's decision, is all that I say.
And therefore, we had not taken that additional affidavit which was sought to be filed at the inception of the record, and I don't think there's been any change in that position.
I think it's better understood like this. Neither are these statements nor their refutation, if need be, will enter into the question of determining the constitutional validity.
Correct.
So therefore, paraphrase it like that. You don't want to put it like
And
that.
on that aspect,
I also didn't rely.
on that, Mr. Sibal, Mr. Attorney, and
entirely
Mr.
different
Solicitor,
purpose.
I think there's a broad-based understanding on both sides that the constitutional challenge has to be answered on.
During my assistance on merits, I never relied upon this.
The problem is the following. These are televised. All this is being televised. And all of this being recorded. So, Mullahs, these facts come on the record. They are part of the public space. And people feel what a great thing has been done by the government. Mullahs, this creates a problem. Mullahs, that's why I...
What's why? Progress never creates problem.
I'm sorry.
Lack of
allow me.
offense do not
allow me. We got your point. I think we have clarified it.
Yes.
That the constitutional challenge will be dealt with by the Supreme Court on constitutional grounds.
That's right. None of this should, Mullahs, enter into the...
And they have not argued equity in defense to your constitutional challenge.
That's all, Mullahs. That's all.
Yes.
I suppose these statements are otherwise in the public domain. When elections are
lot in the public domain.
Therefore,
Attorney,
public will consume it.
Mr. Attorney General, you are meeting the constitutional challenge on constitutional argument.
Which I did.
We must address this matter like any other constitutional matter as a constitutional issue which we have to confront.
There's a lot of facts.
But when I answer the question of election and the statehood, these figures will go into our decision.
So that you made. That's not part of the public space.
And that Mr. Sibal has also clarified there can't be any such.
Internal.
We needn't labor this issue. We are all now clear on
Yes.
on conceptual grounds. Mr. Attorney, now we'll hear you.
Please, Your Lordship. And one is reminded of Dworkin's very deep engagement in the hard cases and not one single...
Only one interruption, Murad, on the lighter side. My learned friend said that there are some people who are under house arrest and therefore there is no one word. That means the right people are in the house arrest.
5,000 people. Let's not make let's make a mockery of democracy. 5,000 people were under house arrest at that time. 144 was throughout the state. This court, Manadina judgment has recognized that. Well, the internet was shut down and then they are saying there were no bunds. How can there be bunds when people can't even go to hospital? People could not go to hospital because of the budget. They died.
I wish a single.
Let's not go into all this.
Mr.
I wish we don't enter into
one
this
second.
dialogue.
Mr. Attorney, Mr. Sybil, we have, right from the inception of the hearing, we have heard this matter in a sense of dispassionateness.
Absolutely.
The sense of objectivity which must govern an answer to a constitutional challenge. We request both sides. Let's maintain it at that level.
Absolutely.
Because, yes. Yes,
I don't
Mr.
think
Attorney.
neither the solicitor nor me has entered into the domain to try to color the mind of the judges. We have not done that. I don't know about that.
All right. Yes, Mr. Attorney.
So as I say that the famous principle versus rules and the hard cases thesis to Dworkin, one wonders we are not in a situation like this. We're leaving, taking off from where I left day 4 yesterday. There's a couple of digressions I would like to probably play before a lot to be correct. Because when you talk about the intent of a law, Wittgenstein, who co-authored with Bertrand Russell, and his famous philosophical investigation, he talks about a signpost. How do we know what a signpost means? There must be a practice of using the signpost and an understanding we develop over the using of the signpost. Without that practice and understanding, the signpost means nothing. So this principle has been used in various circumstances to bring closer. If there is an understanding about a law on the basis of a practice, then interpretation follows one course, one trajectory. But if there is a lack of understanding or conflicts of understanding, interpretation heads in another trajectory. Therefore, we are trying to understand the intent and connect with the content of Article 370. You have to keep in mind what went into the original author's making of 370 and what has happened over a period of time by the practice of using Article 370. So, a text sometimes, by reason of its aging and the use of the text, may demonstrate a certain practice which may show in a slightly different direction. That's why in the context of desuetude, two important principles come. A disuse plus a contrary practice. I don't get into the desuetude doctrine, it's not necessary for a purpose. I don't want to flag that. So when you're trying to understand 370 in a perspective, we have all these complexities. It's not really a case of reading the text, looking at the text and the context, and arriving at a meaning. We are confounded by the practice of Article 370, whether in conformity with the original intent or in deviation from it. So the court is now called upon to look at the age of the text and the use of the text, and how in current times the president understands both the original text and the use of the text, and the president now understands this is what I would like to do with the text. So I left day for yesterday on this proposition when the president is not precluded for what I call the taking stock of what Article 370 has done over a period of time. This taking stock is written into Article 370. So while we do that, how the president may take stock and how the court will be called upon to have a glimpse of understanding of what the president intended to by taking stock, I just want to place 5-6 propositions in the context of construction against absurdity. These are all gathered from books on interpretation of statutes. Because the presumption against absurdity will, number one, avoid an impossible result.
Presumption.
It will also avoid an unworkable or impracticable result. I'll put them all together and hand it to your lordships now. And it will also avoid an anomalous or illogical result.
and connected to that is to avoid a futile or a pointless result.
What was the third one you said, Mr. Attorney?
First one is
No,
an impossible result.
no, third one.
Third one, an inconvenient result. An anomalous or illogical result. An anomalous or illogical result. And the final one, I said a futile or a pointless result. All these will go into courts looking again the presumption against absurdity. So court will avoid a construction that requires a person who that which is impossible. The doctrine of impossible is contracted to different, but when it comes to textual impossibility or constitutional text, it may stand on a different footing. That's why all these principles have a certain importance in construing Article 370. I referred briefly the other day about this presidential poll judgment of your lordships. That is 1974 to SCC 33. Before I take a lordship to the 1974, it is a 143 reference in the context of holding elections. Before I take a lordship to that, let me make a few observations. It's not part of the PDF because it's not part of the compilation. Right?
But there you are. Yes.
So we are trying to look at the proviso to clause 3 of Article 370.
So which is the part of this judgment you want us to see? Para?
I'll give the paragraphs, Your Lordships.
We have it opened up and you have it on the screen.
We have paragraphs. I'll just summarize the proposition was the presidential election had to be held. Yes. Gujarat Assembly was dissolved. Therefore, the electoral college was incomplete. So the argument was, without the electoral college becoming complete, you can't hold a presidential election. Court say they read Articles 55, 54, etc., and come to a conclusion. It's a mandate that you must hold the election before the president term expires. Right. Therefore, the lack of the electoral college not being complete will not come in the way. So that unless you fulfill that impossible, that the court says you must, the argument was, you must have the electoral college completed before you hold the elections. Therefore, the mandate of holding the election.
You're stretching that to our case because according to the conditions for the application of the proviso to Article 373 are absent, and therefore the substantive part cannot be rendered into disuse merely because of the absence of a Constituent Assembly.
Therefore, I come to the arguments on the other side currently. Now, there is no principle in
jurisprudence. Just give us a small para so we are then done with this judgment.
These paragraphs 4, 5, 12, 13, 15, 20, 21, 29, and 47. So there they look at the impossibility of performance.
How do they formulate it? Just let's see it in a moment.
I'll presently come to it.
It's 7 judges, so we can just look at maybe that one or two sentences and how they formulate it.
Give me paragraph. You'll also just see paragraph 4 and 5. Paragraph 4 at page 47 of the running page 47 of the judgment. So they come to a conclusion that the conclusion part of paragraph 4, it shows that the time to hold an election to fill a vacancy is also mandatory in character. Then,
actually,
paragraph 15, that's important for our purposes.
Some of this suggests.
It's better. See. So this taking some.
Right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you live from the Supreme Court. This is the hearing on the abrogation of Article 370 that is taking place in the Supreme Court. To remember that the Apex Court is hearing a clutch of petitions on this issue. Now, one of the things that was asked by the court in the last hearing was when is the government hoping to hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir? Now, that has been the focus of the conversation that is happening inside the Supreme Court right now. And a while ago, of course, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta has said that essentially, even though the government has not provided an exact date or a time frame by when complete statehood restoration will take place, the centre is ready for elections at any time now. Also going on to say that it will be dependent upon the State Election Commission as well as the Election Commission at the generally to be able to decide when elections take place. So no exact timeline being given.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news. As New Delhi gears up for the G20 summit to be held next month, street artists have been enlisted by authorities to give Delhi's walls a creative makeover ahead of the G20 summit. In a recent incident involving a road rage case, a scientist from the Indian Space Research Organization was reportedly subjected to an attack by an individual while he was driving to his workplace in Bengaluru, Karnataka. The scientist, Ashish Lamba, recounted the incident in a post shared on X, where he explained that he was en route to his office when an individual on a scooter was not wearing a helmet abruptly cut in front of his car. Ashish had to suddenly apply brakes to avoid the collision, which led to the scooter rider to stop in front of his car and unleash a barrage of verbal abuse. Farmers in Mandya have staged a protest late at night as the Kaveri Water Regulation Committee has passed an interim order asking Karnataka to release 5,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu daily for the next 15 days. Former Chief Minister and veteran Congress leader Digvijay Singh has sparked a controversy after his post on X that claimed that the Bajrang Dal workers were installing shivlings on the premises of the Sri Digambar Jain Siddha Kshetra Kundalpur in Damoh district in Madhya Pradesh was said to be misleading. A case has been registered against Digvijay Singh following a complaint lodged by the convener of the VHP in the district. October has been declared a Hindu Heritage Month in Georgia. Georgia's Republican Party leader Neeraj Antani has said designating October as the Hindu Heritage Month in Ohio will give Hindu Americans great recognition for our contribution to our state. Antani was the first Hindu and Indian American state senator in Ohio's history. Prime Minister Modi celebrated Raksha Bandhan with school students at his official residence, the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, on the 30th of August. In a series of posts on X, the Prime Minister shared several pictures of his young friends tied Rakhi to him. The border population of the Himalayan frontiers of the country residing in vibrant villages along the India-China border celebrated Raksha Bandhan with the Indo-Tibetan Border Force As per the border guarding force, thousands of border women and girls tied Rakis to personnel of the ITBP, which is mandated to guard the entire 3,488 kilometers of the India-China border. The Indian Army conducted maneuvers yesterday in Jaisalmer district on the India-Pakistan international border. The exercise was conducted by the Indian Army at Pokhran Field Firing Range and was attended by the Brazilian Army General Commander Thomas Miguel. Ferry services from Guwahati to North Guwahati have been suspended following the rise in water level in the Brahmaputra river. Over 3 lakh people have been displaced so far in various parts of Assam due to continuous heavy rainfall. You are watching Republic TV, and on the other side, biggest voices and the topmost faces on Republic as India counts down to the mega G20 summit.
The Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
From all the leaders that India has done it, but we, the leaders of Africa, of Latin America, of Asia, we also see this as something as motivating, it is your success, but we also feel somewhere it is our success. We share it, we are happy, it's like a family member doing something very well. Now, I start with this experience because especially the young people of India have to understand that everything you are doing, will do, your dreams, your aspirations, your achievements, they are no longer going to be contained within the borders of India. That we are already through, Vice Chancellor spoke today of India as almost a $3.8 trillion economy. But it is not just the statistics. It's not the prosperity. It is the sense that day in the room. And, some of the presidents said this because actually this was a big hall, the long table, there were 150 people there. And actually they all stood up and Prime Minister had to walk down the row shaking hands with people. But the one message was, what you have done is also inspiring the rest of the world. So that is the first experience I want to share with you. The second experience actually emanates with COVID. I have shared already in public many stories about the COVID. Some of you may have seen it in some reel somewhere. I think you would be familiar, for example, that experience I recounted, that my COVID certificate was on my phone. And in America, my son was pulling out something from his wallet, one parchi folded up saying, "Acha, this is mine." But I'll tell you a different story. Last year, every year the world gathers in New York for the UN General Assembly. Almost all countries of the world come, the leaders come, the ministers come, prime ministers, presidents. Normally, we go around asking people, I'm from India, so we say, okay, we want to meet our counterparts. Last year, a number of my colleagues, foreign ministers of other countries, counterparts, they actually said,
All right. S. Jaishankar speaking on India's G20 presidency. And remember, just a few days are left for that big event in the national capital where global leaders are going to descend upon India's national capital, New Delhi, for that very important G20 summit, where we'll see that many countries with India be hosting that event will deliberate on a variety of issues which is plaguing the world. There'll be talks on economy, there'll be talks on environment, among others. A very important event, and we are seeing that Jaishankar's address is happening at the Hindu College just ahead of that very big event. We are counting down to the G20 summit. Viewers, getting some breaking updates coming in right now, where reports suggest that after Russian President Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping likely to skip G20 summit. So that is what we are learning. So on Republic TV right now, where we are learning that Xi Jinping is likely to skip the G20 summit. Now, this is some information coming in. According to reports, that is what we are learning about right now on Republic TV. So, President Xi Jinping is likely to skip G20 summit. Sources have said this. These are reports coming in fact. Now, what we are seeing right now is that the summit is being viewed as a venue at which Xi might meet with US President Joe Biden, who has confirmed his attendance. And right now, we know that these are details coming in on Republic TV, but it's very, very likely, because like we just told you, that US President Joe Biden has confirmed his attendance, as we are seeing that this development taking place. After Joe Biden has confirmed his attendance at the G20 summit, we're getting reports that Xi could skip the summit in Delhi, viewers. We're getting these details coming in here on Republic TV. As we get you more details, what we can tell you, according to reports, is that Xi will not be likely to traveling to India for this summit. So many details coming in right now. Now, this is not confirmed news. This is report-based news coming in. According to reports, Xi will be skipping the summit in Delhi, viewers. Getting these details coming in for you on Republic TV as we get you top updates for the G20 summit. And like we told you, the G20 summit is going to be very important, where India will be hosting many leaders from across the world, very important leaders, especially US President Joe Biden has confirmed his attendance at the G20 summit. But the big news coming in right now that Chinese President Xi Jinping is likely to skip the G20 summit being held in India next week. Let's go straight to Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us on the phone line right now, our senior executive editor. Abhishek, if you could tell our viewers why this is a significant report coming in, because this has come in just after Joe Biden, the US president, has confirmed his attendance at the G20 summit in New Delhi.
Well, there are a couple of ways of looking at it, Shivangi. For one, that it's not just China alone. There are a couple of other nations like Mexico, for example, and Oman. They would be sending in their next in command or deputies, for example, in the case of Oman, the economy minister; in the case of Mexico, the deputy prime minister. And the fact that President Vladimir Putin, of course, is not coming, and he is sending in foreign minister Sergei Lavrov to represent Russia. So that's one way of looking at it, that China being one of the other four who are not able to send their topmost in the government, the head of state or the head of the government. Also, another way of looking at it is because there is an ongoing standoff between the West and Russia and China on the other side on the issue of Ukraine war. And maybe the Chinese, like the Russians, wanted to not get into a situation where they are cornered. Because remember, in G20 also, the G7 has a strong influence and acts as a bloc when it comes to these kind of platforms. So maybe the Chinese really wanted to avoid that, given the fact that President Putin is anyway not going to be there. Number two. Number three, that's another important way of looking at it, because Xi Jinping does not want to get into a situation where he has to have a frank and fair and honest dialogue with Prime Minister Modi on the situation in Ladakh. And remember, if G20 summit happens and the two leaders are there for 2 days together, obviously a bilateral has to happen. So to avoid that, the Chinese muddy the waters, issue a map which is an attack on India's sovereignty and territorial integrity, not just about India, but about Philippines and Malaysia as well. Remember, at least 3 countries have objected to the Chinese map. So the Chinese release the map so that they muddy the water, they ratchet up the sentiments, because India obviously had to protest and India protested. And now that becomes an excuse for the Chinese to say, okay, fine, we are not coming for G20. So there are 3 ways of looking at it, as I explained. But these are all, this is all coming in from international agencies. So it's likely that the Chinese are sort of testing the waters by planting this information to the agencies, international news agencies, and seeing how the G20 fraternity really responds. Because remember, we have seen over the last 1 year of India's presidency, China has been a little intransigent, and they have been very picky and pricky about not letting consensus prevail. In fact, they have objected to words like Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, also going into the logo of G20 saying that this is Sanskrit is not a recognized UN language, and so on and so forth. So I think all these things taken together have created a situation that the Chinese perhaps thought that Xi Jinping going to G20 might be an embarrassment for them, and perhaps they have decided not to. But as I said, this is all information coming in through international agencies, possibly from Beijing, and because the Chinese want to test the waters, final confirmation of word so far as organizers of the G20 Leaders Summit, which is India, and Ministry of External Affairs are yet to come.
Right, Abhishek, we're getting us the top details coming in right on Republic TV. As what we are seeing is that reports coming in that Xi Jinping could skip the summit. And viewers, this is a big update. Abhishek, I'm coming across to you again. Now, there is some, the report also mentions that another official could be coming. Premier Li Qiang could be coming in as a representative.
So, but what is necessary for all of us to understand is that the world matters to us. That era where the world was beyond our borders and we were safe inside our borders, that era is now over. Borders are actually, in terms of sovereignty, extremely important. But when we speak about globalization, everything that happens in the world outside will impact your life, and everything you are doing here, particularly if you're doing it on scale, in terms of a different level of achievement, that will also impact the world. And I say this to you because this is today the world in which we have assumed the G20 presidency. So why is our G20 presidency different? Because, there have been other countries who have done G20 for a variety of reasons. The first reason is actually the chair. The fact is, India has assumed the G20 presidency at a moment when India is mattering more and more to the world. It is mattering more to its world, partly because of our economic achievements, that from number 12 or number 10, we have now become the number 5 economy. It is mattering because today, whether it's technology, it could be digital, it could be our talent. I gave you Chandrayaan as an example, but you can see it in other ways as well. That we are today recognized as essential to the global workplace, to the global talent pool. It matters because we also today have demonstrated a capability. We have demonstrated a capability of helping other countries. I spoke to you about vaccine supplies, but you can see even today in, some country has an earthquake. Turkey had an earthquake earlier this year. We were among the first countries who were able to send a contingent out there to rescue people. But it's also because we look after our people. The respect that we get in the world because we look after our people, when we went into Ukraine under Operation Ganga to get our students out, or when we went to Sudan under Operation Kaveri to rescue people, 5,000 people who are working in Sudan. So in the eyes of the world today, it is our economic achievements, it's our technology capabilities, it's our talent pool, it is actually our capabilities, and it is a fact that all of this is done as a democracy. This combination puts India in a very special position, and therefore India's presidency of the G20 has expectations and responsibilities which are very exceptional. Now, one part of it is, as I say, it's about us and how we are perceived. But it's also the decisions we made about how we are going to conduct our presidency. Typically, a presidency is done in meetings. I have attended maybe more than 10 G20 meetings in my life. Mostly conference hall hota hai, log aate hain, airport se conference hall jate hain, meet, have a dinner, sign some piece of paper and you go. So if you look at the impact on the society or the input of the society, there is very little. This G20 presidency is completely different. We use the word Jan Bhagedari. and truly we mean it. This is the first G20 certainly I have seen in my long career, where the people of the country, where every region, multiple cities, different walks of life, from colleges to professional associations to the ordinary citizen, feels connected to that G20. And we are doing it because in Prime Minister Modi's view, in his vision, we want to use the G20 to prepare to make the world ready for India, that India which all of you are going to make. We also want India to be ready for the world. We want especially the younger generation, and we want the cities and towns and the states and union territories of India to actually understand fully the opportunities and the possibilities in the world out there. And in the last year, the difference we have been able to make is we have not done the G20 as an official program, we have done it as a national celebration. And that is actually a G20 with a difference. Now, what is the challenge in the G20? There are two big challenges. One is what is called the divide between the North and the South. The developed North is a term for developed countries. South is a term for developing countries. So, Viksit Desh hai, jo Vikashsheel Desh. So, their gap, their divide which has been growing. And secondly, the polarization that we see today between what you can call the East and the West, particularly as a result of the Ukraine conflict. So you have an East-West problem, you have a North-South problem. Guess who is in the middle? That's us. It is our responsibility today to find a way of bringing the world together, and we are confident of discharging this responsibility precisely because, as I said, we have today a respect in the world coming from our governance, coming from our economy, coming from our technology, coming from our independent foreign policy stance. So that sense today that this is a fair India, a generous India, a connected India, that these people will conduct their presidency responsibly, taking every view into account and find a landing ground which will be acceptable to everybody. That is today the task before the G20. Now, I had mentioned the world is a very difficult place, and it is a difficult place because, as I noted, we had a once-in-a-century pandemic, COVID, and COVID has had a terrible consequence across the world. You know, there are parts, in India at least we have recovered in many ways. I must tell you, many parts, many countries have not been able to recover the manner in which we have. Secondly, the conflict, because again, it has shown today how much the world matters to us. That a conflict is taking place in Ukraine, an entire continent away. And that conflict is today creating problems in fuel cost, in availability and prices of food grains, in the access to and the price of fertilizers. It is actually creating inflation across the global economy. So the COVID, 3 years of COVID, a year of this conflict, already large parts of the world were struggling with debt issues, trade issues. And then we are seeing more and more climate events. And climate events of a very large kind, which actually impact an entire economy, entire country, sometimes an entire continent. So how is this reflected? We are seeing this in the challenges that we have to address. The debt and inflation, I spoke to you. By the end of this decade, we are supposed, all the developing world, we should have attained what are called sustainable development goals. That means better health, better education, better literacy, better nutrition, better living, better water, better energy. The truth is, after 3 years of COVID, a year of this conflict, other problems created by globalization, the world is not going to get to its targets. This is one of our biggest worries. A second big worry, everybody says climate action, but the resources for the climate action are not there. Countries are not putting, especially the developed countries, are not putting the money which they had committed to. So how do we today address these problems? These are really the big concerns. And these concerns, it starts somewhere, it will end up somewhere else. I mean, the moment, for example, you see that there is less resource for education or for health, in almost every society, the impact is borne more by girls than by boys.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Viewers, the annual G20 summit is fast approaching and representatives from member countries will be in New Delhi in less than 2 weeks. The purpose of the yearly summit is for world leaders to discuss global concerns like the environment, trade and the economy. Here's all you need to know.
As India gears up to host the G20 summit in New Delhi, preparations are in full swing.
यहाँ पर फाउंटेन्स को लगाया गया है और ये कोणार्क का व्हील भी यहाँ पर लगाया गया है जो हमारे देश की सभ्यता को बताता है। जो फाउंटेन्स लगाए गए हैं वो राजस्थान से लाए गए हैं, वो मार्बल के हैं और जो कोणार्क व्हील लगा हुआ है ये उड़ीसा से लाया गया है। हमारे आर्टिजन्स को भी बहुत काम मिल रहा है इन कामों से और साथ साथ दिल्ली को जो एक हमारा सपना है कि हम उसे बिल्कुल क्लीन ग्रीन बनाएं, उसको भी पूरा करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
The annual G20 summit is fast approaching and representatives from member countries will be in New Delhi in less than 2 weeks. This year's summit will also be the first in India. All eyes will be on Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the nation prepares to host the world's most powerful heads of state.
G20 की मेजबानी पूरा देश मेजबान है, लेकिन ज्यादा से ज्यादा जिम्मेवारी मेरे दिल्ली के भाइयों बहनों की है, मेरे दिल्ली के नागरिकों की है। और इसलिए देश की साख पर रत्ती भर भी आंच न आए, ये हमारे दिल्ली को करके दिखाना है। देश की आन बान शान का झंडा ऊंचा करने का सौभाग्य मेरे दिल्ली के भाइयों बहनों के पास है।
The G20 summit will take place on September 9th and 10th. It will include numerous meetings between heads of states, invitees and various officials. The summit will be at the recently constructed Bharat Mandapam International Exhibition Convention Centre in New Delhi's Pragati Maidan. The theme of this year's G20 presidency is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future.
This is a year in which the world is witnessing India's G20 presidency. Our approach of One Earth, One Family, One Future is resonating across the globe. This human-centric approach that we present and that we represent has been welcomed universally.
The summit will focus on sustainability and environmental preservation. India's goal has been to emphasize the value of all human, animal and plant life. The primary objective of the G20 Summit 2023 is to enhance the country's GDP and pave the way for a robust economy.
India's theme is emerging from its civilizational saying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is one earth, one family, one future. We may have different geographical boundaries, we may have different political ideologies, but we are all from the same cosmos. And therefore, our entire presidency is broadly driven under three themes of one earth, one family and one future.
The White House meanwhile said that the socio-economic impact of the Russia-Ukraine war will figure in United States President Joe Biden's discussion with other G20 leaders in New Delhi. As India gears up to host the G20 summit in September, this is a moment for India to transition to being a rule maker. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
India is not just a happening place where these big leaps of technology are made. It is also a place, a country which is today seen as responsible, which is seen as innovative, which is seen as actually driving global progress.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. We are live and breaking. The big headline coming this hour is on the G20 summit, with President Xi Jinping likely to give the G20 summit a miss. We'll get you details of that. First up, a quick check of the top headlines. Battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for third opposition bloc meet. With Rahul, Nitish and Akhilesh in fray, a race for prime ministerial face continues in the opposition bloc. In Mumbai, BJP and allied parties to hold counter meeting, discussion on 2024 polls on the agenda. Day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in the top court. Centre says polls in J&K soon. With less than 50 hours to go, India awaits the launch of ISRO's Aditya L1 mission to the sun with bated breath. Reports suggest after Russian President Vladimir Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping likely to skip the G20 summit. And we start with a focus story coming in from the state of Maharashtra, where as many as 63 representatives from 26 opposition parties are set to attend the two-day conclave or meet of the opposition bloc in Mumbai. Now, the alliance leaders are getting together for third round of the brainstorming session after Patna and Bengaluru to chalk out their common strategy to take on the NDA in the 2024 general elections. So the opposition bloc meet would take place this evening in Mumbai. This is round 3 of that strategy meeting of the opposition leaders. Listen in to the reactions that have come in so far of the opposition leaders on the strategy for the leaders ahead.
देखिए, ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूँ, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
बोलने से हम बचते नहीं हैं, बल्कि बेंगलोर की सभा में मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने बहुत साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम प्रधानमंत्री पद की रेस में नहीं। स्वयं कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से भी, राहुल गांधी जी की तरफ से इस प्रकार की बातें आई है, क्योंकि हम इस मुद्दे पर लड़ना नहीं चाहते हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि एक योग्य व्यक्ति प्रधानमंत्री बने, लेकिन वो तब समय आएगा जब हम जीत करके सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आएंगे। अब जो छोटी छोटी पार्टियां आप जिनको कह रहे हैं, सभी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का एक स्वाभाविक उनका एक विश्वास होना चाहिए कि मेरे नेता प्रधानमंत्री बने। इसमें कुछ गलत नहीं है, यह स्वाभाविक भी नहीं है और राजनीतिक भी नहीं है, और इस प्रकार की भावना सभी पार्टियों के कार्यकर्ताओं में होना एकदम उचित है, लेकिन इस बारे में फैसला आने वाले दिनों में हो।
All right, let's go across to Priyanka, who's joining us live from the opposition meet venue. Priyanka, to begin with, have you been able to gather information regarding what is the strategy going to be like in the coming days and months? Because till now, the opposition leaders have failed to reach a consensus on who exactly is going to be leading the opposition front.
And that really is the question, isn't it, Samiksha, when it comes to this INDIA bloc alliance that we speak about, the meetings that are being carried out, the leaders that are coming in to this hotel, we can expect Mallikarjun Kharge and several other leaders as well who will be coming here, reaching here, and then of course the hectic parlays that we were expecting will take place, will as well take place, and by the end of today, the only consensus that they will be reaching on is the logo of the alliance. and the anthem of the alliance and the essential idea that the India's map will be inculcated in the logo. Now, this is the only thing that there is a consensus on with respect to this alliance and the various leaders that have gone inside. And when we have asked them the direct questions about Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party, where we see that there is a level of friction between the two parties, or for that matter, Nitish Kumar and Mamata Banerjee as well, because we remember we had seen in the run-up to this meeting, there was a lot of confusion, there was a lot of questions raised over Nitish Kumar's alliance as well, about where Nitish Kumar will be. Apart from that, we had seen how there were also public statements between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party that had transpired, then be it about several of the initiatives of the Delhi government, or then be it about the ordinance issue that the Aam Aadmi Party had put the Congress Party on a spot for, and they had stated that the Congress Party would first have to take a stand on the ordinance issue as well, and then of course the Aam Aadmi Party will come and attend the meeting. And this is, of course, I'm talking about the Bengaluru meeting that had taken place, and now we can expect that these leaders, once again for the third edition of this alliance meet that is being carried out in Mumbai, these leaders will be reaching here. And as you pointed out, that this meetings that are going to be carried out today and tomorrow, we can expect that the major faces, the major names of this alliance that include Nitish Kumar, Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee, Nitish and Lalu Prasad Yadav, all of these names, all of these leaders, we can expect will start coming in by evening today here, and they will be a part of all of these meetings that will discuss about the opposition leadership, about the leader who will be leading this alliance. Because as you pointed out, Samiksha, there is no alliance, there's no consensus on one particular leader who will be leading this alliance as well. In fact, there is a statement that has come to light from almost all of the political parties that have stated that all of them are leaders in this, that we don't need one particular leader, but that of course is also proving to be counterproductive when it comes to the alliance, since there is no consensus as such that the alliance is also being that they're reaching on. So that of course is a part of a major discussion that will be in these parleys that will be carried out, then be it with the opposition leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party and several other parties as well. All of them will be having their meetings, and by today evening we can expect that the logo that might be coming out, the anthem that might be coming out, but perhaps for that consensus on the leader of this opposition, we will have to wait perhaps by tomorrow evening, because that's when these meetings are going to be ending. Samiksha.
In fact, a lot of reactions that have been coming in from several opposition parties on the strategy for this meet that would take place in the evening. Listen into some reactions.
I must make it clear, after Karnataka elections, the opposition parties, the secular democratic parties had a meeting in Patna. In the Patna meeting, all parties have expressed their strong commitment. All parties have declared their common resolve to defeat BJP in order to save the nation, save the constitution, save democracy. So the primary objective of the secular democratic parties, including left parties, is to collectively fight together and defeat BJP. After Patna, we had a meeting in Bangalore, and Bangalore, the alliance has been formed formally, and a common statement was adopted, highlighting all the issues, starting from Manipur and to all issues concerning the issues of livelihood of the people. Now it is Mumbai meeting. It will be a step forward from those two meetings, and this will strengthen further the unity of the secular democratic parties. And one should take note why BJP is getting jittery, why BJP is getting desperate, why Mr. Modi stoops to such a low level to abuse opposition parties. That shows the desperation on the part of Mr. Modi and BJP.
नहीं, देखिए इसमें यहाँ जिस तरीके से वो सरकारें चला रही है उसको बदलना अब देश हित में बहुत ज़रूरी बात हो गई है, और इसलिए तमाम दल, उनके कभी कभी आपस में भी कुछ मतभेद होते हैं, कभी राज्यों में हम एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े होते हैं, सबने तय किया है कि एक समझ लीजिए एक केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के अंदर जिसमें 3-4 लोग हैं उसके अंदर हम लोग सब इकट्ठा हों। अब स्वाभाविक है कि कांग्रेस उसमें सबसे प्रमुख दल है और ज़्यादातर राज्यों में कांग्रेस और दलों के बीच में संबंध भी बनेंगे। अब इसमें देखते हैं कि आगे किस तरीके से हम सीटों का बंटवारा करते हैं और किन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ते हैं। अगर इसका कुछ उल्लेख होगा तो ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से हम समझ पाएंगे कि आगे 8-9 महीने में हम लोग ज़मीन पर कैसे उतरेंगे।
All right, let's go across to Priyanka again. Priyanka, talking about the kind of reactions that have been coming in from the Samajwadi Party, from the Congress and even the JDU and the RJD who've pitched their respective leaders as a prime ministerial face. Any response that's coming from the horse's mouth themselves on whether they intend to be that face of the opposition front?
Well, the intent is there, Samiksha, and the statements coming from these opposition leaders who are going inside are also stating that the intent is there for them to work out the differences of their political ideologies within these parties, at least 28 parties that are going inside and having these discussions, having these hectic parleys, and that essentially are those meetings to figure out how this alliance will actually be working, who will be leading this alliance as well. And we have seen some kind of inkling that has been given by certain leaders as well. For example, the Uddhav faction leadership in fact has come out and very strongly stated that the Congress party is the main opposition and that Rahul Gandhi is a big leader and that he can lead any alliance whatsoever without categorically stating that they are in support of Rahul Gandhi. And when asked about the Aam Aadmi Party, when asked about the other parties as well, they have just once again reiterated that Rahul Gandhi is the leader. So those are the kind of inklings that we are getting from the statements of the leaders who are going inside. But of course, we will have to wait as far as the official statement that will be made. And as to the process of selecting this leader is also concerned, we will have to see when that will be taken as well, because today, as per the itinerary that has been shared from the alliance itself, is that today by evening is when Arvind Kejriwal is going to be reaching here. By evening is when Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee and all of these other leaders, the main leaders of this alliance, so to speak, are going to be reaching. And after which we can expect some kind of more hectic parleys late into the night. That might also transpire right here in this hotel. But as far as releasing a statement to the media is concerned, today they have stated that today they will only be making public the logos of the alliance. They will only be making public the anthem of the alliance, the philosophy of the alliance, and the logo will be incorporated with the India map as well, keeping in sync with the name of the INDIA bloc that has been given to the alliance as well. So now that being said, we can expect by tomorrow that there will be more meetings that will be transpiring between these leaders as well. And of course, we cannot ignore how the BJP has also taken several of these, they made several statements against the alliance, claiming that all of these leaders in fact have thousands of crores of scam that have been registered in their name and the corruption charges that have been leveled against them. So on one hand, we do see that the alliance meeting that is going to be carried out for today and tomorrow, hectic parleys that can be expected in these meetings as well. On the other hand, we see that the BJP is once again also coming out and hitting out against these leaders and stating that these are the leaders who have corruption charges against them and the philosophy that they are trying to peddle is merely an eyewash.
Yes, Priyanka, stay with us. On that note, a reaction that's also coming from Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam, who's echoed the sentiment of the party. Leaders want Rahul Gandhi to be the prime ministerial face, and that the agenda of this meet would be decided and the coordination committee will also be announced this evening. All right, we'll just play out that soundbite again, but that is Sanjay Nirupam of the Congress, who says that all the Congress workers want Rahul Gandhi to become the Prime Minister, and that after registering victory, all leaders will decide on the Prime Ministerial phase, but the intent is has been made very clear that they want Rahul Gandhi to be the Prime Ministerial face.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने। लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाएं, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात,
First, to the hearing in the top court on Article 370 abrogation. Remember, just a short while ago, SG Tushar Mehta presented arguments.
Without interrupting my learned friend, I just want to. There's some part which is missing in our. I try to upload it I can share with the lordships.
Yes. But I'm only to, as my note said, I'm only supplementing some of the submissions which have been made already. And I've just picked up the issue. One is the construction of the proviso to sub-article 3 of 370. The attorney has addressed your lordship at length. Only a few points to add to what he has said. The width of power under Article 370, because that has been the subject matter of some discussion. The nature of the power exercised by President under various sub-articles of Article 370, there was a suggestion made that this might be executive in nature. The absence of a challenge on administrative law principle of abuse of power. It's necessary to get a few concepts in their right perspective. The exclusion of judicial review beyond the question of competence, questions that are political in nature. And the use of power under 356 to make changes that may be irreversible. And finally, the violation of basic structure. A very short submission in each of these headings. The first point, my lord, relates to the construction of the proviso. Your lordship, I've heard detailed submissions by the solicitor and by the attorney. And my lord, I just want to put it in a frame. So normally, these are the three aspects which one would look at: the textual, the contextual, and the historical. We have, my lord, and the solicitor read it out to your lordship. The author of the provision and the list of dates given by the solicitor sets out in detail the confabulations, including differences of opinion on whether there should at all be a special treatment of Kashmir. Then, my lord, Gopal Swami Iyengar's draft, its brief discussion, and its adoption by the Constituent Assembly. And one thing was clear: this was an element accommodating certain compromises, political compromises within the constitutional framework. Your lordship has read all of that. I'm not going to repeat reading any of that. But that has been sufficiently put across. And it now stands as it does. And its words have to be given their plain meaning. So, my lord, the first thing your lordship would do in my respectful submission is the textual bit. Now, in the textual bit, what is of great significance in this point has been put. If the idea was that the president could act only to give effect to a recommendation of the Constituent Assembly, then that would have been made the precondition for exercise of power. Perhaps the article would have said, if a recommendation is received from the Constituent Assembly, then the president may. And your lordship, in fact, in the course of the hearing, my lord, the Chief Justice gave the example of certain other articles where it says, if a reference is made or if something is done, then But that's not the frame in which this was drawn up. One of the articles, Malad, of that kind is 249. Okay, so very well familiar with that. It starts by saying, if the Council of States has declared by resolution, then it shall be lawful to make laws. So that is a precondition for the exercise of power.
But Mr. Salve,
yes,
does the proviso to Article 370 bracket 3 does not bring about the same result?
Yes.
By the use of the expression shall be necessary.
Yes. So, my lord, shall be necessary here must then be subject to the principle that if there is a constituent assembly, then it's first of all, the word is recommendation, not concurrence. And secondly, that becomes necessary because if there is a constituent assembly, then you cannot act in vacuo. That was, in my respectful submission, the textually, because my lord, we must first of all discern legislative intent out of language. And from the language, when the Constitution knows, or the drafting of the Constitution, the authors of the Constitution knew that there were certain models in which it says, if something is done, then you may exercise a power. Is the president to act, my lord, only to give effect to the desire of the Constituent Assembly, or is he to receive a recommendation from the Constituent Assembly? And obviously, the compromise was he must receive a recommendation from the Constituent Assembly, which obviously means if there is one, he must. Secondly, my lord, this very article, and we have all this is textual. This very article uses two separate expressions. B2 uses the word concurrence. I mean, it's a point which has been already made. And the proviso uses recommendation. Now, if, my lord, one had put concurrence here, the argument would still remain, but it would have been a much stronger place for the Constituent Assembly. So while, my lord, distribution of the fields of legislation in subarticle B of, in clause B of subarticle 1, was put as concurrence of the government of the state. At the same time, subarticle 3 used the word recommendation. It's not an amendment, it's not this. So, my lord, one must assume, and this was a article which had internal dissensions and differences, and it was very carefully crafted between the within the committee and within the assembly. There were differing points of view. So, my lord, we must give meaning to every word of this article. So the difference between concurrence and recommendation and its framing as a proviso. At two places, again, subarticle 2 says, if the concurrence. So, my lord, this is a very conscious departure from the concurrence, recommendation, consultation, recommendation, concurrence. One would perhaps say the difference is, if you fail to consult, it is not fatal. If you fail to obtain a recommendation, if a recommendation is necessary, it is of more serious consequence. Would it be fatal? I don't know. Concurrence, obviously, because concurrence, then your power gets hedged in. And this is all textual.
Mr. Sarvi, there is one countervailing consideration
Yes.
possibly may have to bear in mind.
Yes.
That where a change in the distribution of legislative power was envisaged.
Yes.
The provisions spoke of concurrence.
Yes.
Except in the area which was covered by the instrument of accession.
Yes, madam.
The exercise of the power under the proviso to clause 3 brings about a complete abrogation of status.
Correct.
Abrogation of 370.
Yes.
In which case, all the limitations which are even introduced by the earlier provisions of clause of Article 370 are lifted.
Yes.
Including the concurrence on the distribution of legislative power.
Yes.
Consultation.
Yes.
Now, could it have been the intent that you require the concurrence for altering the distribution of legislative power or for altering any other provision of the Constitution, but for abrogating the article itself, nothing more than a mere recommendation is required?
Which, my lord, drops me, I'm deeply obliged, my lord, which brings me to the second, the contextual.
Power under the proviso is exercised.
Yes.
Then there is no limitation at all.
Absolutely. And that, my lord, brings me to B, the contextual. And in fact, that was the direct intent. And your lordship will see it from another point of view. There's another point of view. Till the arrangement is in place, unlike other states, where the Constitution sets out legislative powers in the 7th schedule in absolute terms. And you need a very elaborate mechanism to tinker with those 7th schedule. It has to be 50% states voting, etc. Your lordship knows the difference. Here, there was a political agreement, and the whole circumstances, including, as Mr. Anger spells out, the specter of the United Nations, which today is, of course, irrelevant, but at that time was very relevant. The problems in the state. So there was a agreement which is embodied in B, which has concurrence. But if this led to a situation which ultimately prevented the purpose of 370, the purpose of 370 was not to create a permanent divide in the Constitution. Lots of material has been shown to your lordship on this. It was a phased integration. I'm going to deal, Dr. Dhawan has raised a very interesting point of asymmetric federalism, whether that became part of the basic structure. I'm going to deal it separately. But the historical material available to a court, and we have, unlike certain other courts, we have always looked at historical material, especially for articles like this. There was a safety valve in sub-article 3 that if the political compromise in sub-article 1 fails to achieve the purpose, at any time it might become necessary to pull the plug. And sub-article 3 is that plug. Now, if one looks at it that way, the whole thing falls in place. We kept, the framers of the Constitution kept with the President the power to do away with this special arrangement.
Yes.
And history bears testimony to the foresight and wisdom of those, despite the criticism at that time and the political debate which must, in a democracy, you must always have the noise of a democracy, Mr. Bhutto used to say. The noise of the democracy is the most essential element of a democracy. So this has been the subject of debate. But your lordship has seen the entire history of how phase by phase This has been narrowed down. The divide has been narrowed. More and more subjects were added. More and more alignment was brought about. Because the historical perspective of 370 is very important. The troubled relations. While there's always was a hope that the relations with the neighboring country would be on good terms, the history of Kashmir did give rise to apprehensions. And the Lordship has seen all the material. So, border state, with all its sensitivities, is what compelled finally the Constituent Assembly to agree to the special arrangement. But with their wisdom, they said, while you phase it in, you have the power to pull the plug. And this is what I call the contextual interpretation. So the plain language, pure text, and the context.
What is the context, Mr. Salve? How is it distinct from the historical background or the plain?
The context is that this read by itself, forget the history, this read by itself shows that in subarticle 1, there is a divide in the legislative list base aligned to not the constitutional general 7 schedule, but to an instrument of accession. Broadly, the idea was aligned with the instrument of accession. That's how the powers will be shared. And a partial application of the Constitution of India, not in its entirety, but such other provisions. That's the D. That's the context. With a safety valve in 3. And my lord, the history of this provision also tells us it may be difficult to find a logic in each of these because these were a political compromise. Why was the Constituent Assembly put there? That was a compromise. A lot of things are done to assuage ruffled feathers. There were 2 approaches. One was the jackboot, saying doesn't matter, things will settle down, don't agree to anything special for Kashmir. The other was the other extreme, saying if the legitimacy of the accession is being questioned and there is a popular uprising, accommodate that. This was the compromise. So, one cannot search for too much logic. This was the compromise form. And we must therefore, the safest thing for a court, in my very respectful submission, as a matter of constitutional interpretation of such provisions, and such provisions are essentially political, and I don't mean political in its pejorative sense, I mean it political as in its constitutional sense. The court has always said you must give it the widest possible meaning. In fact, my lord, I'll give your lordship that passage. Justice Pandian, I think Justice Pandian, in his majority opinion, where he upheld the abolition of the Privy Purse, where your lordships upheld the abolition of the Privy Purse, he says that our constitution was meant to be flexible in these areas. I'll give your lordship the exact passage. The fact that the ground realities would change in Jammu and Kashmir and 370 would accommodate was not first recognized by your lordship in the Makbul Damno case, which has been cited. The challenge brought where Mr. Garg argued that without the Sadr Riyasat, you could not have the preventive detention law. And your lordship said state means state as exists from time to time. That is, my lord, already there. I'll give your lordship the passage 72-1 Supreme Court cases 536.
You have given us para 28.
It's there, my lord. It's volume 1 CLC
and
PDF.
Para 28 there.
Para 28. So, this was already one example of how this evolved. And that, my lord, backs in with a principle of construction. Your lord, the attorney just cited the presidential reference case, which says, well, if there is a requirement, then if there is a constituent assembly, you must get the recommendation. But if there is no constituent assembly, are you denuded of the power? And the presidential reference, my lord, the attorney just gave your lordships a moment ago, the judgment based on a passage on impossibility. And your lordship cited with approval Craze on Legislation, the 6th edition, in the presidential reference. The attorney just gave it now. Yes. I have, my lord, for your lordship's assistance, given the 9th edition of Craze. I believe it's attached to my submissions. There's some slight interesting change in the text. I believe it is at PDF page 37.
Mr. Salve, which is your compilation of it?
It's, I believe it has been given along with my note.
Is it along with the note itself?
Yes. This is not from the 9th edition of Craze. It's called Disregarding the Impossible. Para 8.2.9. It is appended to the note.
What page did you say, Mr. Zareen?
Page 37 PDF.
Yes. Disregarding the impossible.
Yes. Yes. There's a slight difference in text from what your lordships approved, and in fact, it's even more instructive. It says one of the ancient maxims of common law is lex non causa ad impossibilia. As Broom's legal maxim puts it, the maxim, or as it is expressed, impotentia excusat legem, must be understood in the qualified sense that impotentia excuses, where there is a necessary or invincible disability to perform the mandatory part of law of forbear. It is akin to the maxim of the Roman law, nemo tenetur ad impossibilia, which, derived from common sense and natural equity, has been adopted and applied by the law of England under various and dissimilar circumstances. The result of the application of the maxim, which remains potent, is that the draftsman need not expressly excuse that compliance, which is obviously impossible. So, for example, if requiring a particular communication to take the prescribed form, the draftsman need not generally state that the requirement can be lawfully ignored where no form has been prescribed for that purpose. There may be occasions, however, where the sense of the legislation makes it arguable that the primary provisions are not to operate at all until certain mechanisms have been put to place by subordinate legislation. If the draftsman thinks it is necessary to avoid a suggestion of that kind, he will generally qualify a reference to the prescription by, if any, of that kind. So, my lord, the principle is very interesting. In fact, we have used it in a different branch, Malad. In service law, for example, we've used it all the time. It says your promotion will be as per rules. Now, if no rules are framed, doesn't mean you won't get a promotion. Then you follow whatever is the general principle. But if there are rules, they must be strictly followed. Oh, Malad, this was the argument in this court. Of course, I went through the judgment. It didn't get to that point of deciding it. The old Malad section 80J, rule 19(1)J, and the argument was, for example, if it says deduction of capital employed, if there are rules, you follow them. If there are no rules, doesn't mean the exemption fails. But there are other provisions which says you will get such other deductions as rules may provide. And that you can't operate unless there are rules. So we have had, Malad, these two formats. And that is why we come back to why did the framers of the Constitution not say that if the president receives a recommendation from the Constituent Assembly, then he may. And instead say the president may abrogate this article, provided if he gets a recommendation from the Constituent Assembly. That is why you must get the recommendation, otherwise. Now, this was also made.
Just 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
All right, viewers, the Supreme Court is continuing hearing a batch of petitions challenging the abrogation of Article 370 of the Constitution that accorded special status to the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, and the petitions are challenging our presidential order revoking the special status.
Mr. Salve, I think perhaps we'll just wait for a second, Mr. Yes, Mr. Salve. Mr. Salve? Voice is perhaps, for a moment he was...
No, Malad.
Yes, Mr. Salve.
Yes. Can your Lordship hear me, Malad?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. Finally, Malad, look at one important nuance of this article.
Yes.
In subclause D of clause B, such of the other provisions of this constitution shall apply in relation to that state, subject to such exceptions and modifications as the present hereby order specifies. So, power to the president to apply or disapply provisions of the constitution or apply them with modifications. And this does not require unlike B1, that is the spread in the list, the concurrence is not called for.
Let's look at it now, Mr. Salve. Let's see that again. I don't.
Yes. If your lordship sees 372(1)(b), 1 is the spread, my lord, of the list. Small subclauses 1 and 2 is
corresponding to the IOA.
Yes.
That requires consultation.
That requires concurrence. That comes in through the first proviso.
B.
Proviso, no such order which relates to
requires concurrence.
Yeah, B1 requires concurrence, consultation.
No, consultation.
Correct, my lord? And no such order which relates to matter other than those referred to shall be in the concurrence of the cabinet. So this was built in. This dichotomy was built in there itself. Now, two things, my lord, your lordship will note. Applying or disapplying provisions of the constitution.
No, Mr. Salve, I could not get this argument.
Yeah, yes. May I just restate the point now? Clause D relates to not 370 but other provisions of the constitution.
Absolutely.
And they can be applied, disapplied, or with such modifications as the president considers appropriate. And that is with the concurrence of that government.
Yes.
Correct, my lord? And sub-article 2 says, is the concurrence referred to in paragraph 2 of B of clause 1, such other matters, or in the second proviso, that is, my lord, would be D, be given before the Constituent Assembly for framing of the Constitution, it will be placed before the Assembly for such decision as it may take thereon. So this was meant to operate much beyond the Constituent Assembly also, because that concurrence would continue forever. There would always be a state government. But state government, what that state government is another matter. There would always be a state government. But disapplying 370 was carved out and put in 3. Now that can't be a provision limited in time to the existence of the Constituent Assembly. And that is what explains perhaps why the recommendation rather than concurrence.
Mr. Salve, your voice was cracking just a little bit, when you were making this, the last part of your argument.
Yes.
Maybe.
I'll repeat it, my lord.
Yeah, if you could.
Disapplying 370 itself comes under sub-article 3.
Right.
And that is why perhaps the framers of the Constitution scaled it down to recommendation instead of concurrence. And that too put it in a proviso that when there is a Constituent Assembly, during the life of the Constituent Assembly, if you decide to modify 370 or disapply 370, because the whole purpose of the Constituent Assembly was to work, to try and find this area of accommodating both.
That's so if Mr. Salve, we got your point.
Yeah,
that's all. This is a proviso.
Yes.
It uses the word recommendation and it does not say if there is a recommendation. We got that point. We got that line of argument.
I was just closing it by saying.
You're making just a little while ago.
Yes.
Was that you began by saying that B1 requires consultation. Matters in the list other than those covered by the IOA requires concurrence. That is B2. Then we went to D.
Yes.
D says, subject to such exceptions and modifications as the President may order by order specify.
Yes.
There also there is a bifurcation.
Yes.
Those matters which refer to the instrument of accession require consultation. Other matters other than those governed by the instrument of accession require concurrence.
Correct. Now the point which I was making, perhaps that got lost.
We wanted you to just come back again. Yes.
So again, my lord, why this subtlety of instrument of accession being consultation and other than instrument of accession being concurrence, the significance should not be missed. Where it comes to instruments of accession and terms of accession, the last word is with the union.
No, where do you say that? How do you say that?
Because, my lord, instrument of accession requires consultation, not concurrence. The first proviso.
Subjects are so important. Convenience.
Why this dichotomy in the first and second proviso, my lord? Your lordship would have to reflect over. And that also, my lord, feeds into my point, therefore, that where it comes to disapplying the 370 completely, because the whole idea of 370 was accommodating the political compromise in the accession.
You know, Mr. Salve,
yes,
clause B of 371B,
yes,
does not relate to the power to make adaptations, modifications, or exceptions at all.
Yes.
What 371B says is that of all the items in the three lists, the President, the power of Parliament to make laws would be limited by specific matters.
Yes.
So you take the matters in the list as they are, and then you define what would be the domain of Parliament to make the law. There is no power to make exceptions or modifications in clause B at all.
No, not at all.
Bifurcate. You correctly said that there was a bifurcation. Matters which are referable to the instrument of accession are those on which you only require consultation, because these matters clearly specified in the IOA: defense, foreign affairs, communication. Therefore, when Parliament specified the matters on which it would make laws, if those matters were referred to in the IOA, only consultation of the state government was required.
Yes.
Because they were specified in black and white in the IOA.
Correct. But
matters which were not specified in the IOA but are governed by the three lists, concurrence is required.
And my lord,
now when it comes to D, D is not just specification of matters. D is making exceptions or modifications.
That's right.
There again they had a dichotomy. You can make exceptions or modifications, but if it relates to matters in the IOA,
Consultation.
Only consultation. So you are really right that insofar as D is concerned, in regard to matters which are specified in the IOA, only consultation is required.
And my lord, one cannot miss the significance, what I wanted to add, of the overlay of the principle of international law, which is engrafted in 363. That these are matters primarily for the sovereign. Instruments of accession and their interpretation has always been a matter for the sovereign. And here the accession being complete, irrevocable and irreversible. That is clear. 1 and 3, Article 1 and 3. Where it touched the instrument of accession, the President had the last word.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. We get you all the top stories making news, also some breaking news coming in, that and much more in this edition. First, a quick check on the headlines. Battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for the third round of INDIA meeting.
एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने।
Fight for prime ministerial face continues in team INDIA. Congress pitches Rahul Gandhi once again.
Election, the government is ready. It is for the Election Commission of India and Election Commission of the state to take the call.
Day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in the Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon. Adani Group denies fresh allegations by Hindenburg report, says bid by Soros-funded interests, unquote. Kaveri water wars intensify. Hundreds of farmers hit the streets against Siddaramaiah government. Reports suggest after Russian President Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping likely to skip the G20 summit. And first up, we got across to breaking news coming in the latest update that has been released by ISRO. Another instrument on board the rover has confirmed the presence of sulfur on the lunar region through another technique. The alpha particle X-ray spectroscope, that is APXS, has detected traces of sulfur as well as other minor elements. This finding by Chandrayaan-3 compels scientists to develop fresh explanations for the source of sulfur in that area. The video shows an automated hinge mechanism rotating the 18-centimeter tall APXS, that is the payload on the rover, aligning the detector head to be approximately 5 centimeters in proximity to the lunar surface. PRL Ahmedabad has developed APXS, that is the alpha particle X-ray spectroscope, with support from PRL Ahmedabad and URSC Bengaluru, that has developed the deployment mechanism. There on your screens, the picture of the rover that is performing experiments on the lunar surface. Remember, all in all, that it will continue to do so for 14 Earth days, that is one lunar day. And amid the various developments that have surfaced through these experiments, the latest being the presence of sulfur on the lunar surface that has been detected through the rover. Over to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, sulfur present on the lunar surface is the latest finding by the rover.
Yeah, first is the beautiful pictures that keep coming in, Suresha, and this is a tight strap on the way of along our western border, who said that, oh, these are graphics, this is animation being used. But now these pictures clearly show how beautifully Vikram and Pragyan are working as a team for all these experiments. Second time in the last 48 hours that traces of sulfur have been found, the important element there. And other minor elements. Remember, we saw yesterday how Pragyan had found traces of aluminum, iron and oxygen among others. Now this is another equipment called the alpha particle X-ray spectroscope, which has detected sulfur again. And this finding by our Vikram and Pragyan on the surface of Moon, they make the scientists believe that they can develop fresh explanations for or they will have to develop explanations for the source of sulfur in the area. Now, whether this is because of a meteorite impact, is it because of the volcanic eruptions, or is it because of the composition of regolith, as it is called, the lunar soil on Moon? So I think these are important developments day by day taking place, and ISRO, of course, is going to analyze them and share their findings with the rest of the world. The video also shows an automated hinge mechanism rotating the 18-centimeter tall APXs. Now, this is so beautiful. I mean, the citizens at large, particularly the students, those interested in science, they have to see how remote control is working at such a distance between the Earth and the Moon. Sitting here at the ISRO center at the ice track in Bengaluru, our scientists are controlling these experiments and using all the electronics that are there that have gone into the system, controlling whatever is happening in Pragyan and Vikram, and the experiments there started yielding results. Remember, this is the 4th day of experiments, and we have a lifespan of 10 more days left, one lunar day, which is 14 days on Earth, and beautiful results keep coming in every day, and the beautiful pictures that keep coming in would keep the scientific community and the students interested in science across the country enthused. This is a big fillip for the study of science, applied science, and application of science, which is essentially technology part, and keep all those interested in those aspects of science really hooked every day, and ISRO really teasing these pictures, keeping the interest alive.
Oh yes, absolutely. And needless to say, Abhishek, how the world is looking to go into the details of these findings that come out through Chandrayaan-3, important discoveries that are being made on the lunar surface, and of course at the South Pole, where India is the first to land. We'll leave it at that, Abhishek. I want to thank you for putting out all these details. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Organized crime and corruption reporting project by Hindenburg has said that hundreds of millions of dollars were invested in publicly traded Adani Group stocks through Mauritius-based opaque investment funds by partners of promoter family. In this very latest update, the Adani Group has denied the report allegations, saying that these news reports appear to be yet another conceited bid by Soros-funded interests, supported by a section of the foreign media to revive the meritless Hindenburg report. The Hindenburg report that is once again drawing attention over the allegations that have been made against the Adani Group. I want to cut across to Sharmila, who's joining us from the business desk. Sharmila, really to understand what these latest set of allegations are, how the Adani Group has responded, particularly claiming that Soros-funded interest groups are behind making these allegations, which they call absolutely baseless.
Yes, we must primarily understand that all these international reports which are coming out at the moment are based on OCCRP reports, which this organization is funded by George Soros. And we know George Soros' stance on India. That apart, the allegations themselves are recycled, as the Adani Group calls them, as recycled. And they have been already investigated by SEBI. SEBI is still investigating some of these allegations, and a 6-member committee has completely investigated the Hindenburg report, and the Supreme Court has primarily given a clean chit to the group based on that report. But there is a bit of that report which is still awaited, and SEBI is supposed to conclude their investigation by September end. Now, this report is extremely, it has come to us as a surprise to a lot of people, because G20 is in progress in the country at the moment. The timing is really suspicious, as the allegation, as the clarification by the Adani Group states. Moreover, all the cases which have been highlighted by these reports by Financial Times, etc., these have been logically concluded by the Supreme Court in its earlier findings, in its earlier order. So why are these allegations being recycled? The allegations about FPI's foreign involvement, foreign investment in the Adani Group, inflation of stock prices, these have already been given closure. So these are being raked up again. So the timing and the repeat allegations based on the same facts is a question that is going to be answered probably when SEBI finally brings out its report by mid-September.
Absolutely, Sharmila, and important to look into all these details. But once again, the Adani Group that is denying all these allegations that have been leveled, and especially after the kind of losses that they had to face the last time around, also taking the legal route. What is the latest in terms of their fight against Hindenburg?
See, there is no fight in the sense, because the market has once again given the group its trust back. The huge amounts of wealth erosion that we have seen after the Hindenburg report in January has somehow been recovered. The stocks were doing well until this morning, when the stocks across the Adani portfolio have dipped between 2 to 4%. So the impact of this report will be seen in the markets for the coming days. But I'm sure the market is sensible. Investors are much more canny, and when they go to the depth of it, the stock profile, the stock portfolio of the group is going to likely recover.
All right, thank you so much for getting us these details. We'll keep coming back to you as the story develops further. And well, as Brahmaputra water level remains above the danger mark, Assam flood situation that is worrisome in 21 districts. At least 105 villages of Moregaon district that are affected due to flood waters. They're now completely submerged in more than 3,059 hectares of crop area. Century Laminates getting you this report.
Over 3 lakh people have been hit so far by the deluge in 21 districts of Assam. The water level of Brahmaputra river remains above the danger mark.
अलग-अलग जगह में हम कम्युनिटी नर्सरी किया था, so that the farmers can go for alternative crops. डैमेज होने का बाद ही कर सकते हैं, तो इसलिए हम सोच रहे हैं क्या करेंगे, और हमारे गवर्नमेंट का तरफ से जितना मदद चाहिए फार्मर्स को हम जरूर करेंगे। आप देखिए, पहले जब फार्मर्स इफेक्ट हुआ था, गवर्नमेंट से कुछ नहीं मिला था, इससे कितना नुकसान हुआ है, ये कलेक्ट करके वो भेजते थे।
15 lives have been lost this year itself due to the flood situation in Assam. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Even as the face-off over Kaveri water release continues, hundreds of farmers who've taken out a march in Srirangpatna and are protesting against the state government. These are pictures coming in from Karnataka, where farmers are protesting against the Siddaramaiah government over the Kaveri water crisis. Prajwal, who sent us this report earlier on, let's take a look.
And farmers are coming out in for releasing that. And this is basically a half mission by the farmers in the Kaveri basin of Karnataka, where they are protesting this particular protest is organized in the Bhumitai Horata Committee, and right there you can see an idol of Lord Shiva as well, and over there you can see the marking stone of the river Kaveri as well, and you can see the farmers who are going ahead and protesting in a huge number as well, and they will also symbolically be getting inside the water, and this is very auspicious. There have been more and more number of people coming out in huge numbers too. So all said and done now, the farmers meaning me, who is one of the prominent farmer leaders in the Mandya region, is protesting, giving out a call, saying that this is something which should not be done by the government. They should consider before letting in 5,000 cusecs of water, before the all-important decision will be made by the Supreme Court of India on the 1st of September, that is tomorrow as well. So all said and done now, this protest will only intensify with the farmers reaching the Taluk office, going ahead and giving in their memorandum to the concerned authorities, requesting the government of Karnataka not to release the water. And you can see that the water has been released from the 16 crest gates of the Krishnarajasagar Dam, and this will be passing through the Biligondlu Reservoir before entering the state of Tamil Nadu. And the decision comes from the Kaveri Water Management Authority, where 5,000 cusecs of water starting from the 29th of August, which has already started, till the 12th of September, 5,000 cusecs of water will have to be released on a daily basis to Tamil Nadu. With video journalist Sadanand, Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic from Srirangpatna.
And more reports that continue to come in as far as the situation on the Kaveri water crisis is concerned. Farmers having taken to the streets as they are protesting against the Siddaramaiah government over the release of water and the situation that they've had to face.
We are here in Mandya city, where hundreds of farmers are protesting, and also the pro-Kannada organizations have come together to protest against the release of water from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. And you can clearly go ahead and look at these visuals out here, that we are having pro-Kannada organizations, activists from pro-Kannada organizations, along with the farmers and the farmer associations who have come in here to go ahead along with this particular protest as well, because it is clearly now being demanded that they will not be able to release 5,000 cusecs of water. We have also Mr. Atmananda, who is a former minister, and he's also been there leading the protest as well. So we have been looking at the sort of protest that is being carried out. You stated that there will be a protest as well. Now several pro-Kannada organizations have come to support you as well. What is your demand for the government of Karnataka? Because it is not only happening in Mandya, we're also looking at protest happening in Srirangpatna. Melkote MLA Darshan Puttanaya is also supporting you, and he's also sat on an overnight protest.
As I have already said to you that we are holding a protest. So now we are sitting Dharana Karikrama. Our demand, not only the demand of Hitarakshana Samiti, the entire demand of Kaveri Basin, and especially Mandya, that our share of water should be protected at any cost.
The protesters are chanting slogans against the government of Karnataka, and are clearly stating that Kaveri is our right, Kaveri is our water as well. So more and more of them going ahead protesting in huge numbers too. So all said and done now, we will have to go ahead and look as to what will be the sort of protest and how will they go ahead and intensify it is something that needs to be seen. Even as Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar is mulling all the legal options, as all eyes will be on that crucial decision and the crucial judgment which will be given out by the Supreme Court on the 1st of September. With video journalist Sadanand, Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic from Mandya. Farmers from the Bhumi Tayi Horata Samiti organizations are now marching on the streets of Srirangapatna towards the Taluk office, demanding the government not to release the water as well. And these visuals which you clearly go ahead and see on our screens are from the Kaveri Sthanagatta, which is the bathing place for pilgrims who come to visit the temple over here. And we are also seeing security as well who will prevent them from going into the Taluk office. They have a memorandum requesting the government of Karnataka not to be releasing water for the next remaining 13 days as well. But this has definitely created a lot of ripples as well, because the Kaveri Water Management Authority has clearly gone ahead and instructed that the government of Karnataka will have to be going ahead and releasing 5,000 cusecs of water for the next 15 days as well. So this is something which is massive as well. So moreover, going ahead and looking at this entire case now, when will it happen is something that needs to be seen. A memorandum will be submitted, high police security as well. But will the farmers get justice or not is something that needs to be seen. With video journalist Sadanand, Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic from Srirangapatna.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
As New Delhi gears up for the G20 summit to be held next week, street artists who have been enlisted by authorities to give Delhi's walls a creative makeover ahead of the summit. In a recent incident involving road rage, a scientist from ISRO was reportedly subject to an attack by an individual while he was driving to his workplace in Bengaluru. The scientist Ashish Lamba recounted the incident in a post that was shared on X, where he explained that he was en route to the ISRO office. An individual on a scooter not wearing a helmet abruptly cut in front of his car. Ashish had to suddenly pull the brakes to avoid a collision, which led the scooter to stop in front of his car and unleash a barrage of verbal abuses. Farmers in Mandya staged a protest late at night as the Kaveri Water Regulation Committee passed an interim order asking Karnataka to release 5,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu daily for the next 15 days till the 2nd of September. Former Chief Minister and veteran Congress leader Digvijay Singh has sparked a controversy after his post on X that claimed that Bajrang Dal workers were installing shivling on the premises of Sri Digambar Jain Siddha Kshetra Kundalpur in Damo district of Madhya Pradesh was said to be misleading, a case that has been registered against Digvijay Singh following a complaint lodged by a convener of Vishwa Hindu Parishad in the district. October has been declared as Hindu Heritage Month in Georgia. Georgia's Republican Party leader Neeraj Antani said, and I quote, designating October as Hindu Heritage Month in Ohio will give Hindu Americans great recognition for contributions to our state. Antani is the first Hindu and Indian American state senator in Ohio's history. Prime Minister Modi celebrated Raksha Bandhan with school students at his official residence 7 LKM on the 30th of August. In a series of posts on X, Prime Minister shared pictures of young friends who tied him Rakhi. The border population of the Himalayan frontiers of the country residing in vibrant villages along the Indian-China border celebrated Raksha Bandhan with the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force personnel. As per the border guarding force, thousands of border women and the young girls there who tied Rakhis to the personnel of ITBP, which is mandated to guard the entire 3,488 kilometers of Indo-China borders. Indian Army conducted maneuvers yesterday in the Jaisalmer district on the India-Pakistan international border. The exercise was conducted by the Indian Army at Pokhran Field Firing Range and was attended by Brazilian Army General Commander Tomas Miguel Mine Ribeiro Paiva. Ferry services from Guwahati to North Guwahati suspended following rise in water level of Brahmaputra River. Meanwhile, over 3 lakh people have been displaced so far in various parts of Assam due to contentious heavy rainfall. Time now for a short break. On the other side, battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for round 3 of INDIA meeting.
The election, the government is ready. It is for the Election Commission of India and Election Commission of the state to take the call.
Day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And we are getting you pictures from Lucknow, where lawyers are staging a protest against the police administration. Lawyers across the state who will continue with that strike on Friday as well in protest against the Hapur incident. Killing of a lawyer in Ghaziabad, where a criminal pointed a gun at the advocate in Farrukhabad court. Those are pictures of the protests against the police administration. Time now for a short break. On the other side, we get you details as reports suggest that after Putin, it is Chinese President Xi Jinping who is likely to skip the G20 summit. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for round 3 of INDIA meeting. Fight for Prime Ministerial face continues in team I.N.D.I.A. Congress now pitches Rahul Gandhi once again. Day 13 of the Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir sue. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in the report by the Soros-funded group. Kaveri water wars intensify. Hundreds of farmers hit the streets against the Ramaiya government. Viewers, let's go to our top story. And what we are seeing right now is this, that many representatives, 63 representatives from 28 political parties are set to attend the two-day conclave of the opposition bloc in Mumbai. Now, the alliance leaders are getting together for the third round of the brainstorming session. This is coming, remember, after Patna and Bengaluru, to chalk out their common campaign strategy to take on the NDA in the Lok Sabha elections. But the race for the Prime Ministerial face continues. In a latest, we are seeing the Congress has once again pitched for Rahul Gandhi. Many reactions coming in. Let's play the round.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने। लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाए, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं।
देखिए, ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है। और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद, जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूँ, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
I must make it clear, after Karnataka elections, the opposition parties, the secular democratic parties had a meeting in Patna. In the Patna meeting, all parties have expressed their strong commitment. All parties have declared their common resolve to defeat BJP in order to save the nation, save the constitution, save democracy. So the primary objective of the secular democratic parties, including left parties, is to collectively fight together and defeat BJP. After Patna, we had a meeting in Bangalore, and Bengaluru, the alliance has been formed formally, and a common statement was adopted, highlighting all the issues, starting from Manipur and to all issues concerning the issues of livelihood of the people. Now it is Mumbai meeting. It will be a step forward from those two meetings, and this will strengthen further the unity of the secular democratic parties. And one should take note why BJP is getting jittery, why BJP is getting desperate, why Mr. Modi stoops to such a low level to abuse opposition parties. That shows the desperation on the part of Mr. Modi and BJP.
नहीं, देखिए, इसमें एक जो ये बात है कि जो करंट इस समय वर्तमान सरकार की नीतियां हैं और जिस तरीके से वो सरकारें चला रही है उसको बदलना अब देश हित में एक बहुत ज़रूरी बात हो गई है। और इसलिए तमाम दल उनके कभी कभी आपस में भी कुछ मतभेद होते हैं, कभी राज्यों में हम एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े होते हैं। सबने तय किया है कि एक समझ लीजिए एक केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के अंदर जिसमें 3-4 लोग हैं उसके अंदर हम लोग सब इकट्ठा हों। अब स्वाभाविक है कि कांग्रेस उसमें सबसे प्रमुख दल है और ज़्यादातर राज्यों में कांग्रेस और दलों के बीच में संबंध भी बनेंगे। अब इसमें देखते हैं कि आगे किस तरीके से हम सीटों का बंटवारा करते हैं और किन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ते हैं। अगर इसका कुछ उल्लेख होगा तो ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से हम समझ पाएंगे कि आगे 8-9 महीने में हम लोग ज़मीन पर कैसे उतरेंगे।
Viewers, hitting out at the BJP now in fact has come out with a statement. BJP has launched an attack on the unrelenting attack on the opposition bloc and slamming what it calls the sham of a unity. So the BJP is saying that the opposition looks united, but it's very divisive inside.
है आज आप सभी जानते हैं कि जीएम की मीटिंग मुंबई में हो रही है। जीएम मतलब घमंडिया मीटिंग, ये आज मुंबई में है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आज टेलीविजन पे काफी चर्चे ये जो विपक्षी दल की मीटिंग है इसको लेकर हो रहा है। मित्रों, आप अगर सही मायने में देखेंगे तो वास्तविक रूप में ये जो म्यूजिकल चेयर विपक्षी दलों के बीच में चल रहा है इसके विषय में ज्यादा बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैंने बहुत सोच समझ कर म्यूजिकल चेयर के शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया है क्योंकि इस प्रकार के विपक्ष के मीटिंग का अनुभव आप लोगों के लिए, देश के लिए और हमारे लिए कोई नया नहीं है। 2014 से पहले कुछ दल थे, 2019 तक आते आते लगभग वही सारे लोग, नाम अलग था, लोग वही थे, वही सारे लोग बंगलुरु में, पटना में, आप याद करिए, हाथ पकड़ पकड़ कर खड़े होते थे एक दूसरे के, और चुनाव में किस प्रकार से इन सबके बीच लड़ाइयां होती थी, घमासान होता था, वह भी हम देखते थे। और आज फिर से एक बार घमंडिया नाम से यह अलायंस दोबारा बना है और फिर से एक लॉन्चिंग की कोशिश है। आज उसी की मीटिंग है कि किस प्रकार देश में जो स्थिर सरकार चल रही है, विगत 9 वर्षों से 10 वर्षों की तरफ बढ़ते हुए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो एनडीए की स्थिर सरकार चल रही है, विकास से युक्त सरकार चल रही है, किस प्रकार से इस स्थिरता पर, इस विकास युक्त कार्यों पर कुठाराघात किया जा सके, उसी की गणना, उसी के विषय में चिंतन आज इस बैठक में म्यूजिकल चेयर के रूप में होगा। बंधुगण, ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि दिस इज अ सेल्फिश अलायंस। यह एक स्वार्थों से भरा हुआ अलायंस है, स्वार्थ सिद्धि के लिए गठबंधन है। यह मजबूरी का गठबंधन है, मजबूती का गठबंधन कदाचित नहीं है।
तो विपक्ष के लोग एकजुट होने का प्रयास करते, कोई पहली बार प्रयास नहीं है। लेकिन मायावती ने तो इनकार कर दिया। मायावती ने कहा कि मैं आज की बैठक में न तो शामिल होंगी और न मैं किसी गठबंधन में शामिल होंगी। तो उत्तर प्रदेश जो सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश है, वहाँ की जो सबसे बड़ी नेत्री हैं मायावती जी और बीएसपी, वो इस गठबंधन में शामिल नहीं है। फिर एक पोस्टर कांग्रेस ने जारी किया है, जिस पोस्टर के अंदर 13 नेताओं का फोटो है, जिसमें सबसे आगे राहुल गांधी का फोटो है। लेकिन उस पोस्टर में अरविंद केजरीवाल का चित्र नहीं है।
Okay, let's go straight to Priyanka, who's joining us live right now. Priyanka, I'm coming across to you. Priyanka is joining us live from Mumbai. And Priyanka, it's very important to tell our viewers what really is happening today. And secondly, if you could tell our viewers, can we expect an announcement in a prime ministerial phase? Because we are hearing different things from different members of the same opposition bloc, Priyanka.
Very rightly put, Shivangi, because we are looking at a lot of skirting of these questions, because we have been asking all of these leaders the same very question about who is the leader, who is the one leading this alliance, who is the one who will be making this decision. So some way or the other there is a skirting of this question, like the RJD leaders in fact have stated, along with Sitaram Yechuri as well, who had stated that this is a democratic alliance and that there is no one such leader that they will be selecting with. And on the other hand, we have the Uddhav Thackeray faction, even leaders like Sanjay Raut, who have come out and stated and praised Rahul Gandhi, have stated and given us an inkling that Rahul Gandhi is the one who will be leading the alliance as well, not really addressing the questions about the friction between the parties in the alliance itself, but of course giving their own opinions about who could be the leader, but apart from that, not really giving an answer. However, we did see that Sitaram Yechury just a few minutes ago had been speaking to the media, and right before he went inside in this hotel for that meeting, he had stated that that's exactly what this meeting is all about, and that by the end of today, there will be some kind of a concrete decision that will be taken, at least a decision in that direction as to who will be the leader of this alliance will be talked about in these meetings as well. Now, before that, we are being told that, of course, the logo of the entire alliance, the name and the anthem, all of that will also be disclosed by the evening. But all of the leaders, in fact, have stated that there will be a lot of meetings by the end of tonight. And that's what the timeline really also tells us, Shivangi, that leaders like Arvind Kejriwal and Rahul Gandhi would be coming a little later. Arvind Kejriwal landing in Mumbai at about 6 p.m, post which he will be coming here. After which we are being told that there is an informal dinner with all of these leaders present there, and there will be an informal discussion about who will be the leader in this particular alliance as well. That can be that will be taking today itself, and tomorrow there can be some kind of a concrete statement that we can also expect from the alliance. But as of now, no answers as to who's the leader.
Absolutely, Priyanka. Thanks for getting us all these details coming in. So the agenda of the meeting is set, but like Priyanka has been telling us, and this is something we'll follow on Republic TV, the big question mark is, will there be a prime ministerial face, and who will be that prime ministerial face, and why is there so much of division in opinion on who will that face be for the opposition? We'll keep a track on the story. Let's move ahead. Now, just coming ahead of the meeting of the opposition I.N.D.I.A meeting, a poster war has erupted in Mumbai with the BJP Shiv Sena alliance targeting the Uddhav Thackeray faction using Bal Thackeray's quote regarding the Congress. Century Laminates gets you a report.
The I.N.D.I.A Opposition Alliance meeting is held in Mumbai's Grand Hyatt Hotel in Santa Cruz. We see several posters and banners have been put up in the support of Congress party. But on the other hand, we witnessed that another posters and in fact banners have been put up out there. I am standing right now at the Wakola Bridge, wherein posters with the quote of late Balasaheb Thackeray has been put up, which reads that I will not let my Shiv Sena to become Congress. So definitely on one end, when the opposition alliance meeting is held in Mumbai in the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and just few kilometers away from that very hotel, a posters war can be witnessed. And in fact, this poster of late Balasaheb Thackeray has been put up across Mumbai, and in fact this reads that I will not let my Shiv Sena to become Congress party. This happens when Uddhav Thackeray, the UBT Shiv Sena leader, is in fact hosting this opposition alliance meeting in Grand Hyatt Hotel, and in fact a matter of concern, and that will definitely pinch Uddhav Thackeray as such posters are being put up across Mumbai. And this happens when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are all set to visit this Grand Hyatt Hotel in Mumbai to attend the opposition alliance meeting. With video journalist Sunny Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
Viewers, what's coming up? Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by Soros-funded group. Plus, the Kaveri water wars are intensifying. Hundreds of farmers hit the streets against the Siddaramaiah government. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
Neeraj Chopra at the Olympic champion. qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, getting in news from Jammu and Kashmir, the state investigation agency has arrested 8 absconding terrorists. 8 absconding terrorists have been arrested and their associates from Doda. These absconding terrorists had managed to escape from the clutches of law for decades by going underground and remaining untraced for some time and then resurfacing to enjoy normal family life at their native or some distant places. Let's go straight to Gursimran. Gursimran, the Republic has access to exclusive visuals and these terrorists have been arrested. They have been arrested Who were these terrorists? What is their background?
8 terrorists have been arrested, 7 from the Doda and 1 from the Jammu, and they were actively involved in reviving the terror act. They were in the terror activities for the past 3 decades, but somehow they managed to get away from the clutches of the law, and they were actively involved in the terror act. So some of them even managed to get into the Jammu and Kashmir government. One was working in the Jammu and Kashmir Board of School Education, while other one was in the court premises of the local Doda district, and others were the government contractors, and others were also operating some of the businesses, after which NIA got the input, and with the help of Jammu and the Doda police, they carried out this operation.
All right, thank you so much for getting us all the details coming in, Gursimran. Taking a very short break on India's #1 news channel as we keep getting you top updates. Day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai are meeting for the third round of the INDIA block. This and other stories that are making news this afternoon. I am Suesha Samant. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take a quick check of the headlines first up.
26 opposition parties in Mumbai for round 3 of INDIA meeting as the battle intensifies.
कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने।
Fight for prime ministerial face continues in team INDIA. Congress pitches for Rahul Gandhi once again.
The election, the government is ready. It is for the Election Commission of India and Election Commission of the state to take the call.
Day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by Soros-funded group. Kaveri water wars intensify. Hundreds of farmers who hit the streets against Siddaramaiah government. Reports suggest after Russian President Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping likely to skip the G20 summit. And well, as many as 63 representatives from 28 political parties who are set to attend the two-day conclave of the opposition INDIA bloc in Mumbai. Alliance leaders were getting together for the third round of the brainstorming session after Patna and Bengaluru to chalk out their common campaign strategy to take on the NDA in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But the race for prime ministerial face that continues to be a fight. Congress is once again pitched for Rahul Gandhi. Meanwhile, several political reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने। लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाए, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते।
देखिए, ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है। और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूं मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद, जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूं, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
I must make it clear, after Karnataka elections, the opposition parties, the secular democratic parties had a meeting in Patna. In the Patna meeting, all parties have expressed their strong commitment. All parties have declared their common resolve to defeat BJP in order to save the nation, save the constitution, save democracy. So the primary objective of the secular democratic parties, including left parties, is to collectively fight together and defeat BJP. After Patna, we had a meeting in Bangalore. And Bengaluru, the alliance has been formed formally, and a common statement was adopted, highlighting all the issues starting from Manipur.
Priyanka, who's been tracking all the developments, joins us on the broadcast. Priyanka, clearly the INDIA bloc trying to make it look like they have their strategy in place
and they're very united as far as fighting the NDA in 2024 is concerned. But the Prime Ministerial phase that continues to be a point of difference between these parties. Congress once again pitching in for Rahul Gandhi. We heard what the Aam Aadmi Party's position was, where they were pushing for Kejriwal. Of course, some who are pushing for Nitish Kumar. Where do they stand as far as consensus on this is concerned?
Well, as of now, we can say that there's no consensus because we have been taking, we've been speaking to the leaders who've been going inside since morning. And then be it the Uddhav Thackeray faction or the Congress party or the Aam Aadmi Party for that matter, they're all speaking and pitching for their own respective leaders. Now that being said, we had seen how there were some inklings that had been given by Sanjay Raut and RJD as well. And we had seen Sitaram Yechury as well speaking about this. And while they're trying to say that they're keeping their cards close to their chest, but it seems as though there is a lot of issues that they do need to work out, because we had seen Sitaram Yechury's statement also coming in just a few minutes ago, where he had stated that that's why today's meeting is so very important, because those meetings will really smoothen out any friction that the parties also have internally. And they have stated that if this friction had not been there, why would they even want to meet in Mumbai, is something that he had also stated. So that also gives us a sense as to what's really happening inside, because as you can see, none of us are being allowed to go inside, but we are looking at leaders going in, carrying out those meetings, and we can expect that the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo as well, Arvind Kejriwal, will be arriving by 6 p.m. post which all of the leaders will be present in under one roof, and there will be a lot of discussions, a lot of hectic parleys, as we had been tracking, Suesha, from the very first meeting of the alliance that had gone on in Patna, then in Bengaluru, now once again in Mumbai. The same friction that we had been tracking there as well is something that's happening here as well, because even in the agenda, Suesha, they have stated that by evening they will just be able to release the logo of the INDIA alliance, and they will be able to release the anthem of the alliance as well, but no such clarification as to who will be the leader.
Right.
In fact, when they are asked this question point blank, they are skirting this question. I have stated that this is a democratic alliance and that there's no one such leader that they will be backing, but all of them are in fact leaders, and that is why this meeting is also being carried out in Mumbai, Suesha.
Absolutely, Priyanka. Many thanks for getting us the latest. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you as the meeting progresses through the day. Right now, we also cut across to the hearing that is resumed in the top court on the abrogation of Article 37. Live proceedings on our screens.
Now, this was the instrument of accession, but the Constitution finally, if the Lordship now matches this with 37, and I'm sorry, Malad, for completeness, the schedule your Lordship will find in volume 4, page 176.
So basically defense, external affairs and communications.
Correct. Now, my lord, what happened? But what the spread in 370 corresponds to is very important. 370 starts by saying the Part B provision will not apply. 238 will not.
Right.
Then it says the power of Parliament to make laws shall be limited to those matters in the Union and the concurrent list which in the consultation with the government of the state are declared by the President to correspond to matters specified in the instrument of accession. So this was on the issue of the legislative lists and that schedule. Matching them with our 7th schedule, and the President would decide how the 7th schedule is to be divided. And here it's only consultation consistent with the philosophy that accession and instruments of accession, these are what are in international law called political documents, not political in the political sense. Political
I think, Mr. Salve, it's very clear now. If the president wanted to make any exceptions or modifications,
yes,
in respect of defense, communication, or external affairs, then only consultation was required.
Correct. Now, my lord,
of the first proviso to clause D.
Correct. Now, my lord, applying other provisions of the Constitution, and my lord, I don't have to give your lordships a catalogue of which are the other provisions. I mean, there are so many important provisions of the Constitution. They would be phased in and applied under D.
Right.
And for that, they said concurrence.
They would require concurrence.
They would require concurrence.
They referred to either defense,
the legislative lists,
affairs or communications.
Broadly, let us say the legislative lists are put to one side because that is really power to make laws.
Yes.
But for institutions, your lordship's jurisdiction under 32, for example.
The Constitution also, yes.
Your lordship's jurisdiction under 32. Should it extend or should it not extend to Jammu and Kashmir? These are, and what about public service commissions? What about election commissions? So on and so forth. So not all those were provisions to be applied if necessary with adaptation. Now, what is important, and I come back therefore to my point. How does this align with a complete accession? Article 3 is the answer. That this is an arrangement for the phased introduction of the Constitution, keeping or reserving unto the President the power to disapply this article. Now, obviously, for that, there cannot be concurrence. So it makes sense. Recommendation if there is a Constituent Assembly, otherwise the action of the President. This was the arrangement, this was the compromise. And my lord, this compromise was not just with the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the solicitor has placed before your lordships the sharp differences of view even in the Congress Working Committee. They rejected this plan. First time when Shri Gopal Ayangar presented it. Sardar Patel's letter is cited in the solicitor's list of dates. When he said, sorry, I don't accept these. So this was a very matter with more than one point of view and competing points of view. So this was the compromise formula, which is incorporated here in the Constitution. This was the workable arrangement. This is all right. Ultimately, we will decide and we will keep to ourselves the power to disapply this article. But if this works phase by phase, introduction of the Constitution, why not? And it did work to a large extent. So my lord, that principle, which my lord the Chief Justice was pleased to put to me, about lesser power and larger power, would it not require greater safeguard? That would not occur. That's what I call the contextual argument. I'm not finished with this, and I have eye on the clock. If there's anything more, I can assist your lordship on this point. Otherwise, let me move to my next point.
I think we can move to your next point, Mr. Salve.
Yes. Second point is, my lord, there has been some arguments about even if 370 applies, no radical change. And Delhi laws was cited. Now, my lord, some cleaning up, because some principles need to be clearly stated. The Birla cotton mills in Delhi laws, the power to extend laws, you cannot make radical changes. But that can have no application here. That principle can have no application here. Because Your Lordship has seen those cases. Your Lordships read down the power to extend and apply laws under Article 14. The argument was excessive delegation. You have conferred upon the executive the power to change a law made by Parliament and its application. And that is why your Lordship said we read it down. That the philosophy, the basic policy of the law cannot be changed, radical changes cannot be made. But 370 is a part of the Constitution itself. There is no question of excessive delegation. This is a power conferred on the President. And that is why Malad Lakhanpal rejects this approach. But I was giving your Lordships an answer on first principles.
Yes.
The power, Malad, under 370 is plenary in nature. And this is a power conferred by the Constitution. A plenary power is not subject to the principle of, or is not amenable to a challenge of excessive delegation because the Constitution has made this delegation. Where Parliament makes a law which is subject to Article 13, or where the state legislature makes a law which is subject to Article 13, then Article 14 challenge can be brought saying this is excessive delegation. And all the Delhi laws, in re-Delhi laws downwards cases, all dealt with excessive delegation. In statutory provisions on the anvil of Article 14, it is completely irrelevant to 370. Your Lordship has already said this in Puranmal, but I wanted to just put it on first principles.
Yes.
The second Malad point is that the power exercise is legislative in character. I don't think I need to belabor that point very hard. Applying provisions and disapplying provisions, modifying provisions of a law is legislative in character. I don't think I need to cite authority for that matter. To suggest that this is an executive power is like saying ordinance making is executive power. And it is done by orders, Malad. I'll just give you a Lordship a citation. The Meghalaya case with Schedule 5, for example, of the Constitution. 1972, one Supreme Court case is 148, just for reference. Where your Lordships have said that, because there also the President can by order say this and by order say that. You're not saying this. So this is now what follows from a plenary power and a power which is legislative in character. It has a direct bearing on the next issue of the extent of judicial review, of the exercise of that power. Because that logically takes me to my next point, that the Ajit Mills principle, as Justice Krishna has explained in Ajit Mills, In the context of a law made by Parliament, if you say this is abuse of power or colorful legislation, it's an argument of competence, not of motive. That is one of the Ajit Mills principle. Your Lordship knows when the first law was made, saying if you've collected illegal sales tax, which is not chargeable, if you've collected, you pay. The argument was this is colorable legislation because you're taking away. And Justice Krishna's answer, Manoj, I'll just give the page and para numbers. 77-4 SCC, page 98. Manoj, this is attached to my note. Manoj, this is attached to my note starting from page 6. Page 4, sorry. And the relevant paras.
But Mr. Salve, even if it is a legislative power,
yes,
as you say it is, and probably it is, it's amenable to judicial review on the ground of Article 14. A legislative power cannot be challenged on the ground of malifides. So you cannot say that Parliament did something because of a malafide intent, because you don't attribute malifides to a collective body of individuals. That's the reason for
That's correct. More than that,
Nagaraj, when they reduced the age of retirement, our court said you can't challenge that reduction in the age of retirement on the ground.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Thank you for staying with Republic. And while the Indian diaspora in London raised their voices to advocate for the repatriation of baby Ariha, who is in the German foster care, the Indian community urged the intervention of Prime Minister in this matter. Century Laminates getting you this report.
The Indian community members in London assembled to demand the repatriation of baby Ariha to India. The Indian community was heard appealing to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to help reunite baby Ariha Shah, currently in German State Services custody, with her Indian parents. Ariha, a Jain Gujarati baby girl, was born in Berlin, while her father was posted in Germany on a work visa as a software engineer. The paternal grandmother accidentally injured the baby when the parents took her to hospital. They were later accused of sexual assault and the baby was removed from their custody. While a criminal investigation was closed without charge in February last year, baby Ariha is yet to be returned to her parents after Berlin Child Services filed a civil custody case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time now for a short break. On the other side, we get you details as reports suggest that after Russian President Putin, it is now Chinese President Xi Jinping who is likely to skip the G20 summit.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for round 3 of INDIA meeting. A fight for Prime Ministerial face continues in Team INDIA. The Congress pitches Rahul Gandhi once again. Day 13 of the Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by Soros-funded group. And Kaveri water wars intensify. Hundreds of farmers hit the streets against Siddaramaiah government. Viewers, let's go to a top story, and that takes us to Mumbai. As many as 63 representatives from 28 political parties are attending the two-day conclave of the opposition bloc in Mumbai. The alliance leaders are getting together for the third round of the brainstorming session after Patna and Bengaluru to chalk out their common campaign strategy to take on the NDA in the Lok Sabha elections. But the race for prime ministerial phase continues. In the latest, the Congress has once again pitched for Rahul Gandhi. Let's listen in.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है। हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाएं, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं।
And viewers, as the meeting will be taking place very soon, what we are seeing right now are more reactions coming in, because we are seeing that the BJP has hit out at the opposition, saying that there is less unity and more division.
देखिए, ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है, और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद, जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूँ, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
I must make it clear, after Karnataka elections, the opposition parties, the secular democratic parties had a meeting in Patna. In the Patna meeting, all parties have expressed their strong commitment. All parties have declared their common resolve to defeat BJP in order to save the nation, save the constitution, save democracy. So the primary objective of the secular democratic parties, including left parties, is to collectively fight together and defeat BJP. After Patna, we had a meeting in Bangalore, and Bangalore, the alliance has been formed formally, and a common statement was adopted, highlighting all the issues, starting from Manipur and to all issues concerning the issues of livelihood of the people. Now it is Mumbai meeting. It will be a step forward from those two meetings, and this will strengthen further the unity of the secular democratic parties. And one should take note why BJP is getting jittery, why BJP is getting desperate, why Mr. Modi stoops to such a low level to abuse opposition parties. That shows the desperation on the part of Mr. Modi and BJP.
नहीं, देखिए, इसमें एक जो ये बात है कि जो करंट इस समय वर्तमान सरकार की नीतियां हैं और जिस तरीके से वो सरकारें चला रही है, उसको बदलना अब देश हित में एक बहुत ज़रूरी बात हो गई है। और इसलिए तमाम दल, उनके कभी कभी आपस में भी कुछ मतभेद होते हैं, कभी राज्यों में हम एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े होते हैं, सबने तय किया है कि एक समझ लीजिए एक केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के अंदर, जिसमें 3-4 लोग हैं, उसके अंदर हम लोग सब इकट्ठा हों। स्वाभाविक है कि कांग्रेस उसमें सबसे प्रमुख दल है, और ज़्यादातर राज्यों में कांग्रेस और दलों के बीच में संबंध भी बनेंगे। अब इसमें देखते हैं कि आगे किस तरीके से हम सीटों का बंटवारा करते हैं और किन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ते हैं। अगर इसका कुछ उल्लेख होगा तो ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से हम समझ पाएंगे कि आगे 8-9 महीने में हम लोग ज़मीन पर कैसे उतरेंगे।
The BJP has launched an unrelenting attack, viewers. In fact, Sambit Patra, a short while back, spoke. He says it's a selfish alliance. I repeat, he has said it's a selfish alliance, and the agenda of the opposition is maximum profit from corruption.
आज आप सभी जानते हैं कि जीएम की मीटिंग मुंबई में हो रही है। जीएम मतलब घमंडिया मीटिंग, ये आज मुंबई में है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आज टेलीविजन पे काफी चर्चे ये जो विपक्षी दल की मीटिंग है इसको लेकर हो रहा है। मित्रों, आप अगर सही मायने में देखेंगे तो वास्तविक रूप में ये जो म्यूजिकल चेयर विपक्षी दलों के बीच में चल रहा है, इसके विषय में ज्यादा बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैंने बहुत सोच समझ कर म्यूजिकल चेयर के शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया है, क्योंकि इस प्रकार के विपक्ष के मीटिंग का अनुभव आप लोगों के लिए, देश के लिए और हमारे लिए कोई नया नहीं है। 2014 से पहले कुछ दल थे, 2019 तक आते आते लगभग वही सारे लोग, नाम अलग था, लोग वही थे, वही सारे लोग बंगलुरु में, पटना में, आप याद करिए, हाथ पकड़ पकड़ कर खड़े होते थे एक दूसरे के, और चुनाव में किस प्रकार से इन सबके बीच लड़ाइयां होती थी, घमासान होता था, वह भी हम देखते थे। और आज फिर से एक बार घमंडिया नाम से यह अलायंस दोबारा बना है और फिर से एक लॉन्चिंग की कोशिश है। आज उसी की मीटिंग है कि किस प्रकार देश में जो स्थिर सरकार चल रही है, विगत 9 वर्षों से 10 वर्षों की तरफ बढ़ते हुए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो एनडीए की स्थिर सरकार चल रही है, विकास से युक्त सरकार चल रही है, किस प्रकार से इस स्थिरता पर, इस विकास युक्त कार्यों पर कुठाराघात किया जा सके, उसी की गणना, उसी के विषय में चिंतन आज इस बैठक में म्यूजिकल चेयर के रूप में होगा। बंधुगण, ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि दिस इज अ सेल्फिश अलायंस। यह एक स्वार्थों से भरा हुआ अलायंस है, स्वार्थ सिद्धि के लिए गठबंधन है। यह मजबूरी का गठबंधन है, मजबूती का गठबंधन कदाचित नहीं है।
तो विपक्ष के लोग एकजुट होने का प्रयास करते, कोई पहली बार प्रयास नहीं है। लेकिन मायावती ने तो इनकार कर दिया। मायावती ने कहा कि मैं आज की बैठक में न तो शामिल होंगी और न मैं किसी गठबंधन में शामिल होंगी। तो उत्तर प्रदेश जो सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश है, वहाँ की जो सबसे बड़ी नेत्री हैं मायावती जी और बीएसपी, वो इस गठबंधन में शामिल नहीं है। फिर एक पोस्टर कांग्रेस ने जारी किया है, जिस पोस्टर के अंदर 13 नेताओं का फोटो है, जिसमें सबसे आगे राहुल गांधी का फोटो है। लेकिन उस पोस्टर में अरविंद केजरीवाल का चित्र नहीं है। ये क्या दर्शाता है? देखिए, प्रयास करते रहेंगे। प्रयास करने लोकतंत्र में हर एक पार्टी को, हर एक दलों को एकजुट होने का की संभावना रहती है, या उनको लगता है कि करना चाहिए, लेकिन इसका कोई परिणाम नहीं निकलने वाला है। आज ही देखिए, एक सर्वे आया है, PEW, ये एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सर्वे है जिसमें 12 देशों के लगभग 30,000 लोगों का जो सर्वे किया गया है, उसमें ये पाया गया कि नरेंद्र मोदी की जो लोकप्रियता है वो 76% से ज़्यादा है। और भारत में हर 10 में 9 व्यक्ति नरेंद्र मोदी को चाहता है कि वो तीसरी बार देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने।
जेडीयू वाले, ललन सिंह वाले, आप उनके साथ बैठ के सब बात कर रहे हैं। और आगे भी ये लालू जी नीतीश कुमार के बाद बेटे के मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। देश के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, प्रदेश के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। अपने बेटे को प्रतिष्ठापन करने के लिए, अपने सुपुत्र को प्रतिष्ठापन करने के लिए ये अनहोली अलायंस करके वो नीतीश बाबू के पीछे पड़े हुए हैं।
Sources have said that Chinese President Xi Jinping is likely to skip the summit of G20 leaders in New Delhi next week. Premier Li Qiang is expected to represent China at the G20 meeting in New Delhi. While speaking to students on G20 and its global impact, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that India is moving towards progressive direction and we as a country are inspiring the rest of the world.
The truth is also, the world is a very tough place. The world is a very tough place. You can see that we saw it during COVID. You can see it in terms of today, the impact of conflict. You can see it in terms of the security challenges. You can see it in terms of climate events. So, but what is necessary for all of us to understand is that the world matters to us. That era where the world was beyond our borders and we were safe inside our borders, that era is now over. Borders are actually, in terms of sovereignty, extremely important.
Ahead of the G20 summit, a fresh controversy has erupted between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP leaders have accused Delhi Minister Atishi of using shivling for decorative purposes, while party's media panelist Charu Pragya said that the Dhala Kuan is not Gyan Vapi. The BRS leader Y. Satish Reddy called it a mockery of Hinduism. As New Delhi gears up for G20 summit to be held next month, street artists have begun enlisting by the authorities, giving Delhi's walls a creative makeover ahead of G20 summit. In order to avert any hostages during G20 summit in Delhi, a total of 69 explosive detection dogs from the police K9 squad will be strategically placed at critical locations across the New Delhi district for the summit. The team includes 13 trained dogs that were acquired from the Indian Army's RVC unit. Viewers, the annual G20 summit is fast approaching and we are counting down for that mega event. Representatives from member countries will be in New Delhi in less than 2 weeks. The purpose of the yearly summit is for world leaders to discuss global concerns like the environment, trade, and the economy. Here's all you need to know.
With India about to host the mega G20 Leaders Summit, world leaders are set to make a beeline for New Delhi. And among those who will be visiting are Chinese President Xi Jinping, who has just returned from a BRICS summit where violations of his personal protocol and India's Chandrayaan success overshadowed other developments. In between being chased down corridors by his own staff and having to send his juniors to address important events at the very last moment. Xi held his second informal meeting with Prime Minister Modi since last year's G20 Leaders Summit in Bali. While they discussed unresolved issues at the LSE, China was back to its old tricks within days, releasing a so-called standard map wherein it laid claim to several Indian territories. This was immediately rebutted and rejected by the government as Arunachal Pradesh is an integral part of India. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar called China's claims absurd, and the MEA put out a statement lodging a strong protest with China. MEA spokesperson Arindam Bakshi said, "We reject these claims as they have no basis. Such steps by the Chinese side only complicate the resolution of the boundary question." India has, in recent times, not hesitated to call out China's expansionism. From the heights of eastern Ladakh to the central hall of the US Congress, Prime Minister Modi has spelled out India's vision for a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
Now, with China continuing its belligerence on all fronts, including claiming Taiwan and South China Sea on its standard map as well, there's every chance a few G20 nations may follow India's lead and have a thing or two to say about China's tactics. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up. Reports suggest after Russian President Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping is likely to skip the G20 summit. All right, viewers, getting some breaking updates coming in right now. Some big update coming in. What we're learning so far. Parliament special session from September 18th to 22nd. Amid Amritkal, looking forward to fruitful discussions. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has said this special session of the Parliament in September. This is a statement coming in from Union Minister Prahlad Joshi on a special session of the Parliament. And the dates are out. The dates are out for the special session. The dates are from September 18th to 22nd. The government has called for a special session of the Parliament, viewers, and that's a big breaking news coming in right now. The announcement has just come in on Republic TV as we keep getting you the top details coming in right now on Republic TV. The dates are out on that, and a special session of the Parliament has been announced, viewers. Getting these details coming for you right now. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has said that amid Amritkal, looking forward to fruitful discussions, viewers. Big update coming in on the Parliament session, and this is a very, very big news, because remember that the Congress had been asking for a special session of the Parliament to allow debates on issues raised by opposition. They wanted debates to be raised, to be happening in the Parliament on the issues which the opposition has been raising time and again. And in fact, after this, we are seeing that this announcement has come in where we have learned that the special session will indeed take place. And Prahlad Joshi, in fact, has tweeted this a short while back that amid Amritkal, fruitful discussions will be taking place when the special session of the Parliament begins. The Congress, remember, a short while back had said and asked PM Modi to call a special session of Parliament to allow debates on the issues of the opposition is agitated about, if he's really committed to a thriving democracy. And the answer has come in, viewers. Let's go straight to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor. Abhishek, this is a direct reply to the opposition, because they are saying we will have a special session and there will be a fruitful discussion on it.
Well, it seems that this special session is aimed at, charting out a roadmap for the Amritkal, as the Prime Minister calls, which is the time from now till 2047, the 100th year of India's independence. And the Prime Minister has set the objective that India should become a developed country, and the 5 resolutions that he had given from the Red Fort last year on the Independence Day speech, the Panch Pran that he calls, are going to be the guiding light so far as how to go about it. I think Prime Minister and the government really wanted that a comprehensive discussion should take place for 5 days on what the Amritkal should be for every Indian, and of course which better platform than Parliament of India to debate. Of course, it seems that this is going to happen in the new Parliament building, because remember, despite the inauguration, there were some issues because of which the last monsoon session happened in the old building itself. So this is about the new Parliament building and chalking out a new a roadmap for 2047 collectively. It would be interesting to see how the opposition really responds. Remember, the meeting is happening today of the INDIA alliance in Mumbai, and it is expected that with this government announcement, or the announcement by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister of a new Parliament, of a special session of Parliament, how the opposition sees this, because they could disrupt the monsoon session on one pretext or the other, and it was just not about Manipur. What they do for this special session, which is only aimed at discussing how India would look in 2047. So I think interesting debate going to pan out. First on what's the significance of this session, then of course the session itself.
All right, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all the details coming in. Special session amid Amrit Kal. That's a big update coming in at this point of time. And Abhishek, I'm just coming back to you once more on this because it's a very significant announcement which has been made. Now, you are telling our viewers about what will be discussed in this special session. If you could go into more details about that. All right, we'll get back to Abhishek Kapoor in just a moment. But viewers, like we are getting this top update coming in, a special session of the Parliament has been called. The dates are out. It's a 5-day session. With what we have, the dates are out. In fact, it's September 18th to 22nd of September. And this is coming in from the Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Prahlad Joshi, who has said that the Parliament's special session will be held from September 18th to 22nd amid Amrit Kal. And many fruitful discussions are going to be taking place. The very big update coming in on the special session amid Amrit Kal, and Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, was telling us more about this, about the kind of topics that will be discussed in this Parliament session, viewers, a special session of the Parliament, which has been announced. Very big update coming on from the Parliament itself, viewers, where we can tell you is that the Parliament special session will be held from September 18 to 22nd. This announcement coming in from Union Minister Prahlad Joshi, viewer. This is a breaking news development, and we are still waiting for more details on the updates regarding the story. But a very, very important, significant move coming in where the special session of the Parliament has been called. And very big update coming in right now. And like we were telling you that we have to wait and watch really how the opposition is going to react to this news coming in. Because in the past, in fact, earlier during the session of the Parliament, the Congress and other opposition members were asking for a special session to discuss issues. So we have to wait and watch how the opposition will react to the special session of the Parliament, which has been announced right now. New Minister of Parliamentary Affairs Prahlad Joshi saying that Parliament's special session will be held from September 18 to 22nd, and many fruitful discussions will be taking place in these 5 days. 5 days of a special session which will be taking place, viewers. Big news coming in on Republic TV on the special session of the Parliament, which will be taking place in late September. That is the timeline for this session, which will be taking place. Let's take a very short break. Much more coming up on India's #1 news channel as we continue to be live and breaking. Coming up on the other side, battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for round 3 of INDIA meeting.
When the government is ready, it is for the Election Commission of India and Election Commission of the state to take the call.
Day 13 of Article 370 of abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Very good afternoon. Let's take a look at all the top stories, top 50 stories of the day so far. As Battle for 2024 intensify, the third meeting of the opposition alliance INDIA takes place in Mumbai today. The bloc will discuss strategy to take on the BJP, the Lok Sabha elections due next year, and inclusion of new allies.
मुझे खुशी इस बात की कि लगातार इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठकें हो रही हैं। पहले पटना में हुई, बेंगलोर में, और आज से महाराष्ट्र के और मुंबई शहर में जो हमारी आर्थिक राजधानी है वहाँ पर कार्यक्रम होने जा रहा है। पूरे देश की जनता को भरोसा है कि ये गठबंधन तैयार होगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश से बाहर जाएगी।
As the leaders of the opposition INDIA bloc are set to meet a two-day conclave in Mumbai, during which they are likely to announce a coordination committee and a logo for the alliance. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi took a dig at Lalu Prasad Yadav, saying that he was not doing anything out of national interest but to make his son Chief Minister after Nitish Kumar.
जेडीयू वाले, ललन सिंह वाले, आप उनके साथ बैठ के सब बात कर रहे हैं और आगे भी ये लालू जी नीतीश कुमार के बाद बेटे के मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। देश के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, प्रदेश के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। अपने बेटे को प्रतिष्ठापन करने के लिए, अपने सुपुत्र को प्रतिष्ठापन करने के लिए ये अनहोली अलायंस करके वो नीतीश बाबू के पीछे पड़े हुए हैं।
As the fight for Prime Ministerial face continues in Team INDIA, Congress pitches Rahul Gandhi yet again. Maharashtra Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam says that like other parties, Congress members too wanted to see their leader Rahul Gandhi as the next Prime Minister.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है। हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाएं, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहता है।
BJP leader Sambit Patra took a dig at the opposition INDIA meeting, saying that the meeting of a Ghamandiya Gadbandhan, as he calls it, is going to take place in Mumbai today. And he also went on to say, and I quote, "These parties have done scams and corruption worth 20 lakh crore rupees, and that BJP's Chandrayaan and our third mission will be successful, but the opposition's missile has no fuel," unquote.
2019 तक आते आते लगभग वही सारे लोग, नाम अलग था, लोग वही थे, वही सारे लोग बंगलुरु में, पटना में, आप याद करिए, हाथ पकड़ पकड़ कर खड़े होते थे एक दूसरे के, और चुनाव में किस प्रकार से इन सबके बीच लड़ाइयां होती थी, घमासान होता था, वो भी हम देखते थे। और आज फिर से एक बार घमंडिया नाम से ये अलायंस दोबारा बना है और फिर से एक लॉन्चिंग की कोशिश है। आज उसी की मीटिंग है।
Ahead of the meeting of opposition INDI's meeting, a poster erupted in Mumbai with the BJP Shiv Sena alliance targeting the Uddhav Thackeray faction using Bal Thackeray's quote in regards with Congress. As day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court continues, the centre today said it told the Supreme Court that they are ready to conduct the elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Government says that polls could take place anytime now, but the decision lies with the Election Commission and the state poll panel.
Leh part elections are over. Kargil, for the Hill Development Council, election is at the end of this month. The process is on, and the election is, I think, 2012 this month. And the second election would be municipality elections, and the third would be legislative assembly elections. It's UT with legislature. The lordships were taken through that, except two subjects, law and order and police.
The Adani Group rejected the allegations of having hidden foreign investors as mentioned in a report by Organised Crime and Corruption Reporting Project and termed them a concerted bid by Soros-funded interests to revive the meritless Hindenburg report. The Delhi police have detained 2 people in connection with pro-Khalistan messages that were written on the walls of at least 5 Delhi metro stations. 2 suspects have been arrested after a 36-year-old man was killed in a firing incident reported in Bhajanpur area of Delhi. While motive behind the murder is still not been ascertained, hunt is on for the 3 more suspects in the case. In a latest update released by ISRO, another instrument on board the rover confirms the presence of sulfur in the region through another technique. The alpha particle X-ray spectroscope has detected sulfur as well as other minor elements. This finding by Chandrayaan-3 compels scientists to develop fresh explanations for the source of sulfur in the area. In a recent incident involving road rage, a scientist from the ISRO was reportedly subjected to an attack by an individual while he was driving to his workplace in Bengaluru. Now, the scientist Ashish Lamba recounted the incident in a post shared on social media site X, where he explained that as he was en route the ISRO office, an individual on a scooter not wearing a helmet abruptly cut in front of his car. Ashish had to suddenly apply brakes to avoid a collision, which led to the scooter rider to stop in front of his car and unleash a barrage of verbal abuse. Farmers in Mandya staged a protest late night as the Kaveri Water Regulation Committee passed an interim order asking Karnataka to release 5,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu daily for the next 15 days till the 2nd of September. Former Chief Minister and veteran Congress leader Digvijay Singh has sparked a controversy after his post on X that claimed that Bajrang Dal workers were installing shivling on the premises of Sri Digambar Jain Siddha Kshetra Kundalpur in Damoh district of Madhya Pradesh. And it was said to be misleading. A case has been registered against Digvijay Singh following a complaint lodged by a convener of Vishwa Hindu Parishad in the district. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi took to his social media handle to inform that a special session of the Parliament is being called from the 18th to the 22nd of September with 5 sittings to take place. Prime Minister Narendra Modi celebrated Raksha Bandhan with their school students at his official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. This was on 30th of August, that was yesterday. In a series of posts on X, PM Modi shared several pictures as his young friends tied Rakhi to him. The border population of the Himalayan frontiers of the country residing in vibrant villages along the India-China border celebrated Raksha Bandhan with the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force personnel. As per the border guarding force, thousands of border women and girls tied Rakhis to the personnel of the ITBP, which is mandated to guard the entire 3,488 kilometers of Indo-China borders. The Indian Army conducted maneuvers yesterday in Jaisalmer on the India-Pakistan international border. The exercise was conducted by the Indian Army at Pokhran Field Firing Range and was attended by Brazilian Army General Commander Thomas Miguel and Ribeiro Paiva. Ferry services from Guwahati to North Guwahati suspended following rise in water level of Brahmaputra. Meanwhile, over 3 lakh people have been displaced so far in various parts of Assam due to continuous heavy rainfall. President Draupadi Murmu arrived in Raipur on a 2-day visit to Chhattisgarh, during which she will visit 2 temples and also attend the convocation ceremony at Guru Ghasidas Central University in Bilaspur. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar recalled his experience at the BRICS summit in Johannesburg during the landing of Chandrayaan 3, saying that India has inspired the world. He further went on to say that it was one of the only topics of conversation, and that was the Chandrayaan landing. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge on Thursday appointed Arvinder Singh Lavli as the President of Delhi Pradesh Committee. He replaced the outgoing President Anil Chaudhary with immediate effect. Jammu and Kashmir State Investigation Agency arrested 8 terrorists and their associates from Doda district of Jammu who were allegedly involved in serious crimes of terrorism and disruptive activities in Tada cases around 3 decades ago in Doda. Marking a significant milestone in the development of the high-speed rail network, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav shared visuals of India's first reinforced concrete track bed casting for the bullet train project near Surat in Gujarat. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin launched his own podcast, saying he will release an audio series on the breakdown of the country under the BJP. According to an official release from the ruling DMK, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister will speak to save India and expose the Bharatiya Janata Party disorder on his podcast. Sources have suggested that Chinese President Xi Jinping is likely to skip the summit of G20 leaders in Delhi next week. Premier Li Qiang is expected to represent China at the G20 meeting in New Delhi. While speaking to students on G20 and its global impact, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says that India is moving towards progressive direction and as a country, we are inspiring the rest of the world. Ahead of the G20 summit, a fresh controversy has erupted between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP leaders have accused Delhi Minister Atishi of using shivling for decorative purpose, while party's media panelist Daru Pragya says that Dhaula Kuan is not Gyan Vapi, and Bharat Rashtra Samiti leader Satish Reddy called it a mockery of Hinduism. As New Delhi gears up for a G20 summit to be held next month, street artists have been enlisted by authorities to give Delhi's walls a creative makeover ahead of the G20 summit. In order to avert any hostages during the G20 summit in Delhi, a total of 69 explosive detection dogs from the police K9 squad will be strategically placed at critical locations across New Delhi for the summit. The team includes 13 trained dogs that were acquired from the Indian Army's RVC unit. US Congress has cleared a landmark India-US fighter engine deal. The United States Congress has approved the Joe Biden administration's decision to proceed with the jet engine deal with India. The Indian community members in London assembled to demand the repatriation of baby Ariha to India, who has been in foster care in Germany since the 23rd of September 2021. South Korean and US militaries held a wet gap crossing drill in Jeowon near the border with North Korea, which is the last today, that is today, the last day of the annual Ulchi Freedom Shield exercise. North Korean state media released photos of its latest ballistic missile launches today morning, together with images of leader Kim Jong-un visiting a military command. The missiles and the military exercise were aimed at South Korea and its allies. A fire killed 15 people in a small apparel factory in a Philippine residential area where firefighters were delayed by flooding, traffic and a wrong address. At least 58 people died when a fire ripped through the multi-story building in Johannesburg. 43 people were injured in the blaze that broke out in the pre-dawn hours, and there are chances that the death toll might increase. Elon Musk-headed social media platform X, that was formerly known as Twitter, will soon allow users to connect over calls with their contacts without sharing their phone numbers. The company announced in a recent blog post that video and audio calls will be coming to X for all users, including those on iOS, Android and desktop. The tropical storm Idalia made its way northeast towards North and South Carolina. Idalia spawned a tornado that briefly touched down in the Charleston, South Carolina suburb of Goose Creek. The winds sent a car flying and flipped it over. According to authorities and the eyewitnesses' video, 2 people received minor injuries. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida sampled seafood and talked to workers at Tokyo's Toyusu fish market to assess the impact of China's ban on Japanese seafood in reaction to the release of treated radioactive wastewater from the wrecked Fukushima Daiichi plant to the sea. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim urged Malaysians to unite and reject racial and religious bigotry as the country marked its 66th year of freedom from British rule with the fireworks and a street parade. Australian skipper Mitchell Marsh heaped praise on the young debutant Tanvi Sangha, who was one of the standout players in the Baggy Greens' victory against South Africa. After the game, Marsh lauded him for his exceptional performance, hailing the calmness of the spinner. Pakistan's batting all-rounder Iftikhar Ahmed said that skipper Babar Azam is the #1 player in the world after their victory in the Asia Cup campaign opener against Nepal at the Multan Cricket Stadium. Pakistan captain Babar Azam says that his team will be brimming with confidence for Saturday's Asia Cup blockbuster against arch rivals India after kicking off their campaign with a comprehensive victory against Nepal on Wednesday. Dominic Thiem, the 2020 US Open champion, retired soon after dropping a first-set tiebreaker to American Ben Shelton in the second round of the US Open. Back from retirement, former world #1 Caroline Wozniacki used a vintage performance to oust number 11 seed Petra Kvitova in straight sets under the lights in Arthur Ashe Stadium. With a 4-0 away result secured last week, Palmeiras final. Confident Zhang Zizhen of China held firm to eliminate number 5 seed Casper Ruud under the lights in the grandstand. Brian White scored 19 minutes into the match and Yohei Takaoka made it stand up as the Vancouver Whitecaps edged the Chicago Fire at Soldier Field. Inter Milan have signed France defender Benjamin Pavard on a permanent deal. Pavard began his professional career with Lille before joining Bayern after a 3-year spell with Stuttgart. The number 10 seeds affair with the Open's biggest squad continued as he rolled into round 3 after a win over Austria's Sebastian Ofner that was over and done with in a tidy 1 hour 32 minutes.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
All right, we're getting in some more details in connection with the special parliamentary session. The sources are suggesting that roadmap of Amrit Kal will be discussed in this parliament's special session. Now, this special session will be held from 18th of September to the 22nd of September, as informed by Minister of Parliamentary Affairs Prahlad Joshi on the social media website. He wrote, and I quote, "Special session of Parliament is being called from 18th to 22nd of September, having 5 sittings amid Amrit Kal, looking forward to have fruitful discussions and debate in the Parliament." So this is in connection with the Amrit Kal, he says, the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. This is a roadmap that will be discussed on India's Amrit Kal. So those are some more details that are pouring in as far as this announcement of from the centre is concerned. We just had the monsoon session that was concluded just days ago. Now we have another parliament session, a special parliament session that the centre has announced, that the government has announced, and it says that the government is expecting fruitful discussion as they look forward to Amrit Kal. This is a discussion that will be on Amrit Kal, roadmap on Amrit Kal that will be discussed. That is the latest we have right now. So this is a special session from 18th to the 22nd of September that will be having 5 sittings. Of course, we saw in the monsoon session there were a lot of disruptions. There were, of course, quite dramatic scenes that were witnessed in the previous session of the Parliament. But this is the special session that is going to take place, the 13th session of 17th Lok Sabha, and the 261st session of the Rajya Sabha is being called from 18th to 22nd of September. All right, in other news, ahead of the meeting of the opposition INDIA's meeting, a post erupted in Mumbai with the BJP Shiv Sena alliance targeting the Uddhav Thackeray faction using Bal Thackeray's quote regarding the Congress party. Century Laminates gets you this report.
The INDIA opposition alliance meeting is held in Mumbai's Grand Hyatt Hotel in Santa Cruz. We see several posters and banners have been put up in the support of Congress party. But on the other hand, we witnessed that another posters and in fact banners have been put up out there. I am standing right now at the Wakola Bridge, wherein posters with the quote of late Balasaheb Thackeray has been put up, which reads that I will not let my Shiv Sena to become Congress. So definitely on one end, when the opposition alliance meeting is held in Mumbai in the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and just few kilometers away from that very hotel, posters war can be witnessed. And in fact, this poster of late Balasaheb Thackeray has been put up across Mumbai, and in fact this reads that I will not let my Shiv Sena to become Congress party. This happens when Uddhav Thackeray, the UBT Shiv Sena leader, is in fact hosting this opposition alliance meeting in Grand Hyatt Hotel, and in fact a matter of concern, and that will definitely pinch Uddhav Thackeray, as such posters are being put up across Mumbai. And this happens when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are all set to visit this Grand Hyatt Hotel in Mumbai to attend the opposition alliance meeting. With video journalist Sunny Sandeep Singh for Republic TV.
So that was the latest on the poster was in Mumbai, but leaders have started gathering up in Mumbai. It's round 3 of the INDIA bloc's meeting, and those are the latest visuals we're getting in from Mumbai. Several leaders of all the parties, you can see Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi all gathering there at the Grand Hyatt in Mumbai. We'll get you all the latest on that from Mumbai. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra really liked that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Battle for 2024 intensifies. 26 opposition parties in Mumbai for round 3 of INDIA meeting.
कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने.
Fight for prime ministerial face continues in team INDIA. Congress pitches Rahul Gandhi once again.
The election, the government is ready. It is for the Election Commission of India and Election Commission of the state to take the call.
Day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court. Centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir soon. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in the report by Soros-funded group. A special session of Parliament to be held from September 18 to 22nd. Amrit Kal roadmap to be discussed. Reports suggest after Russian President Vladimir Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping is likely to skip the G20 summit. Now, as India counts down to the big G20 summit in the national capital on the 9th and 10th of September, Republic senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor spoke with Delhi LG, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, VK Saxena, on the mega preparations that are now underway in the capital. Let's take a listen in.
In a week's time, New Delhi is going to host what's going to be the Modi government's biggest diplomatic powwow yet, the G20 Leaders Summit on September 9 and 10. Like it happened across the country, New Delhi has also prepared itself both in terms of infrastructure and other things to make it look good for the visiting dignitaries, 30 in all, heads of government, heads of state. With us to understand what has happened and some controversy also, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. VK Saxena. Very good noon, sir. Let's begin with what has been done to make Delhi look good for all those people who will be coming and participating in the G20 summit.
From the last 2 months, we are working very hard to improve the condition of Delhi. Delhi was actually in a very bad shape. Broken roads, broken footpath, a lot of C&D waste lying outside the roads, in the middle of the roads. In fact, the condition was very, very bad. Our first task was to clean the city. And after that, to improve the condition of the city, aesthetic of the city. So after the cleaning of the city, more than 15,000 tons of C&D waste and kachra was removed in less than 2 months' time. Apart from that, we have identified the places where we should put up some artifacts, fountains, greenery.
This is one of the?
Yes, this is one of the fountains which we have installed at Delhi Gate. Delhi Gate is very, very important place of Delhi. In fact,
at one time it was the entrance of Delhi.
Absolutely, it was entrance of Delhi. The Jaho Jalali of Delhi was from this gate only.
So we have decided to improve the condition of this gate also. And this road is also very, very important for the D20 delegates also, because this road goes to Rajghat.
Right. So they would be taking this route?
This route. So that's why we have focused on this road also. So you have seen these fountains are there. We have installed one Konark View also. And the entire aesthetic has been changed. This was in a very bad shape. A lot of sandy waste was here. There was no greenery, nothing. So we have changed.
But where all you have done? This is, of course, you are saying because the leaders would be going to Rajghat through this road. Maybe the airport road. One question is that why only when some big event happens that you have to do this? Otherwise, people of Delhi also deserve good aesthetics.
Absolutely, they deserve that. And my dream is to make Delhi clean and green like this only. So I am working very, very hard. And this we have proved in 2 months' time. In just 2 months' time, we have changed the face of Delhi. Not entire Delhi, but a very large part of Delhi. For example, Dhola Kuan to Airport Road, NDMC area, ITPO area, this area. So there is a lot of change. Similarly, we are going to start this kind of campaign after 15th of September to change the face of Delhi.
So it's not going to stop with the summit?
This will go on, and these assets have been created permanently, not temporarily.
What kind of money has been spent?
Not much actually.
So it's just about application. Like you focused, you are delivering.
For example, a lot of artifacts have been gifted by us in CSR. A lot of Rajasthan artisans have come here and they have contributed for this cause.
So it's sort of people's effort.
Absolutely.
But then some people...
I always believe in people's participation. So I actually called upon CII, FICCI and other industries also to join us to change the face of Delhi. And I'm very, very thankful to several industrialists and some NGOs also who have helped us in changing the face of Delhi.
Then why this credit war then? It seems we have seen the Delhi government minister going and, trying to show we have done this, not the Delhi LG. I mean, after the law which has come up, I think things should have been settled.
Let me tell you very frankly, in this last 2 months, every department has worked very, very hard. NDMC, CPWD, NHAI, Air Force, CAND, PWD, MCD, DDA, everybody has worked like a team. And leadership was mine. And I have no hesitation in saying that this has proved if you want to do something positive, we can.
Right.
This is the same team from the last 9 years. Delhi was in muck. Now, in 2 months' time, we have shown, yes, we can do this. And the entire team is also very, very energetic, and they are so, happy that they can do this.
Are you suggesting that because of the change of law, there is better synergy in the team?
No, it has.
Because you're saying 2 months.
It has nothing to do with the change of law. The only thing is, if you want to do something, you can. The only willpower is required, which we have shown and we have done.
Because there is this tweet today morning also, about this thing about the finance secretary writing a letter and the government saying that this is proof that the law is now working in a manner that we thought it would, which is to the officers not listening to the minister.
I don't want to comment on such issues, but as far as the credit part is concerned, I'm happy that I have done something good. That's why the people have started taking credit of it.
Coming back to the G20 question again, last question. A lot of things have happened. This is one example, some aesthetics, beautification there. How do you intend to take this forward? It should not end with G20, right?
No, it's a very big event for the country. I'm thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister that now he took the leadership of G20 and now this entire event is happening in Delhi. It's a big opportunity for the people of Delhi also. And we have to showcase our best. We have to work in unison. This is what we are doing. And the Mehman who are coming to Delhi, they will taste the feel of Delhi. They will go back with sweet memories. Yes, Delhi has hosted them in a best possible manner.
Right.
So it is our duty and a duty of every citizen to work with us to clean Delhi, to green Delhi, to make Delhi a beautiful city.
Thank you so much.
Let's get you a quick check of other stories vis-a-vis the G20 and the latest happenings. Sources have indicated that the Chinese President Xi Jinping is likely to skip the summit of the G20 leaders in the national capital. The premier is instead expected to represent China at the G20 that takes place in the national capital. While speaking to students on G20 and its global impact, the External Affairs Minister said that India is moving towards a progressive direction, and he said we as a country are inspiring the rest of the world.
Why is our G20 presidency different? Because, there have been other countries who have done G20 for a variety of reasons. The first reason is actually the chair. The fact is, India has assumed the G20 presidency at a moment when India is mattering more and more to the world. It is mattering more to its world, partly because of our economic achievements. That from number 12 or number 10, we have now become the number 5 economy.
Ahead of the summit, it's a new controversy that has erupted between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP leaders have accused the Delhi minister Atishi of using shivling for decorative purposes, while the party's media panelist Charu Pragya says that Dhola Kua is not Gyanvapi. The BRS leader Y. Satish Reddy says that this is a mockery of Hinduism. As Delhi is gearing up for the G20 summit, street artists have been enlisted by authorities to give the walls of Delhi a creative makeover. In order to avert any hostage-like situation during the G20 summit, a number of steps have been taken. A total of 69 explosive detection dogs from the police K9 squad will be placed at critical locations across New Delhi district for the summit. This includes 13 trained dogs that were acquired from the Indian Army's RVC unit. We head into a quick break right now. On the other side, reports indicate that after the Russian President Vladimir Putin, the Chinese President Xi Jinping is also likely to skip the G20 summit.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic, and time for us to put our focus on a lot of political developments that are expected in the next few hours to the next few weeks. Remember, as many as 63 representatives from different political parties who call themselves the INDI Alliance are meeting in Mumbai. They'll be having meetings today and tomorrow. There is also a press conference expected a little later. Till now, this looks like a unity, strength that a lot of these opposition parties believe is going to be good enough to take on Narendra Modi come 2024. But then, like always, you have seen in the run-up to these meetings a lot of contradictions, a lot of fissures that have come to mind, a lot of political parties and their leaders wanting to pitch for their own representatives as the prime ministerial face. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is just not the only headache. Will they decide a convener? Will they announce people who will be a part of their core committee? Will they speak about an agenda? Will they talk of a common minimum program? Is this going to be easy? Definitely not. We have our team tracking that story live for you. But before we take you across to Priyanka, these are all the reactions from the opposition camp that we've heard so far on what really is expected in the next few hours.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है। हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने। लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाए, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते
हैं। देखिए, ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है। और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूं मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद, जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूं, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
So just a few of the many reactions we've heard so far. The opposition wants us to believe, Priyanka, that everything is well, and they essentially want to save the country, save democracy, and that's the reason why they all have gotten together. But the critical question will remain whether it's just anti-Modism that, unites most of these parties, Priyanka. Otherwise, what is it that we'll hear today? Because these are parties full of contradictions. And before you even tell us that, who are the leaders that we have seen so far? Who are the leaders we haven't seen, Priyanka?
Well, that's absolutely right, Deepthi, and they don't seem to have any qualms in hiding it in not hiding this, rather that this is an alliance and a unity which is based on trying to oppose the BJP, trying to oppose Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister in the 2024 elections. Now, that being said, of course, we have seen a series of leaders who have come in since morning. Of course, Congress leaders that have been coming in. We are in fact awaiting Rahul Gandhi to also arrive
here at this particular hotel in just a few minutes from now, because he had landed just about half an hour ago, and we can expect Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi both to arrive here as well. Apart from that, of course, we will expect Arvind Kejriwal to also arrive here at around 6 p.m. is when he will be landing, and then perhaps there is in fact going to be an informal dinner, is something that the party leaders in fact have also said. Now we have seen, of course, Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera, the Congress leaders, who are about to address the media as well about this. But so far as the alliance is concerned, so far as the leader is concerned, so far as the coordination committee is concerned, no such clarifications, no such statements that have also been issued by the leaders as of now. There seems to be a lack of clarity in that, Deepthi. Very essentially looking at how we are speaking to the leaders, the statements that they're giving, because we are seeing a lot of mixed statements that are coming to light. Then be it about the Congress leadership, we just heard that statement coming in from the Congress leadership as well, where they had in fact stated that the cadre wants Rahul Gandhi, that the meeting will of course take place, the meeting will be carried out just for this, to understand who will be the leader of this alliance, but the cadre wants Rahul Gandhi. So this kind of a surrogate advertising of Rahul Gandhi is also something that we have seen that these political leaders have been doing, and not just the Congress party. We are seeing how other parties have also started picking sides. Now, if we speak specifically about the Uddhav Thackeray faction, now let's take our viewers just a few hours ago, when Uddhav Thackeray had made those statements and claimed he had in fact stated that there is a complete difference of political ideologies in these parties altogether, but we will be allied, we will be working together for the 2024 elections. Apart from that, we had seen today Sanjay Raut also come out and state that Rahul Gandhi is a big leader, Rahul Gandhi is a tall leader, and give this kind of an inkling to everybody present there that they are edging towards the Congress party, they are edging towards Rahul Gandhi leading the alliance as well. Now that being said, we are of course looking at the Aam Aadmi party as well. We had seen Raghav Chadha yesterday make those statements and stated that the Aam Aadmi party is not in the race to become the Prime Minister, but we have looked at how the cadre, how the other leadership has also stated that Arvind Kejriwal needs to be the Prime Ministerial face. So as of now, no unity, no clarity about who is going to be leading it. In fact, all through today, we see that there is a lot of informal meets of these leaders that is being carried out. There is an informal dinner that all of these leaders are going to be attending, and over which they have said that they will be speaking about who can be leading this alliance. But they have very categorically stated that this is an alliance of all leaders. They have stated that this is an alliance that doesn't have just one leader. These are all of the parties that are involved have one leader at least, who can also be the face as well. So that is leading to the confusion. But of course, we will have to wait for a few hours to understand if there is an official statement coming in from the INDIA alliance. Deepthi.
Oh yes, obviously. And Priyanka, time is of the essence. A lot of opposition leaders have already indicated, including Nitish Kumar and many more, that time possibly could be running out. Leaders like Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, M.K. Stalin have in fact said that there could be the possibility of early elections. Now, we do not know whether that is happening or not, but yes, in a story that broke a little while earlier, we do know that a special session of the parliament has also been called from the 18th to the 22nd of September. But the BJP says this is all about Amrit Kal and how we'll carry forward the legacy of the Amrit Kal. But staying with what's been happening as far as the INDI bloc is concerned, the BJP says this is nothing but just a charade. This is the Ghamandi alliance, is what the BJP again has reiterated.
लंदन है। आज आप सभी जानते हैं कि जीएम की मीटिंग मुंबई में हो रही है। जीएम मतलब घमंडिया मीटिंग, ये आज मुंबई में है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आज टेलीविजन पे काफी चर्चे ये जो विपक्षी दल की मीटिंग है इसको लेकर हो रहा है। मित्रों, आप अगर सही मायने में देखेंगे तो वास्तविक रूप में ये जो म्यूजिकल चेयर विपक्षी दलों के बीच में चल रहा है, इसके विषय में ज्यादा बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैंने बहुत सोच समझ कर म्यूजिकल चेयर के शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया है, क्योंकि इस प्रकार के विपक्ष के मीटिंग का अनुभव आप लोगों के लिए, देश के लिए और हमारे लिए कोई नया नहीं है। 2014 से पहले कुछ दल थे, 2019 तक आते आते लगभग वही सारे लोग, नाम अलग था, लोग वही थे, वही सारे लोग बंगलुरु में, पटना में, आप याद करिए, हाथ पकड़ पकड़ कर खड़े होते थे एक दूसरे के। और चुनाव में किस प्रकार से इन सबके बीच लड़ाइयाँ होती थी, घमासान होता था, वह भी हम देखते थे। और आज फिर से एक बार घमंडिया नाम से यह अलायंस दोबारा बना है और फिर से एक लॉन्चिंग की कोशिश है। आज उसी की मीटिंग है कि किस प्रकार देश में जो स्थिर सरकार चल रही है, विगत 9 वर्षों से 10 वर्षों की तरफ बढ़ते हुए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो एनडीए की स्थिर सरकार चल रही है, विकास से युक्त सरकार चल रही है, किस प्रकार से इस स्थिरता पर, इस विकास युक्त कार्यों पर कुठाराघात किया जा सके, उसी की गणना, उसी के विषय में चिंतन आज इस बैठक में म्यूजिकल चेयर के रूप में होगा। बंधुगण, ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि दिस इज अ सेल्फिश अलायंस। यह एक स्वार्थों से भरा हुआ अलायंस है, स्वार्थ सिद्धि के लिए गठबंधन है। यह मजबूरी का गठबंधन है, मजबूती का गठबंधन कदाचित नहीं है।
जेडीयू वाले, ललन सिंह वाले, आप उनके साथ बैठ के सब बात कर रहे हैं। और आगे भी ये लालू जी नीतीश कुमार के बाद बेटे के मुख्यमंत्री बनाने के लिए सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। देश के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, प्रदेश के हित के लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं। अपने बेटे को प्रतिष्ठापन करने के लिए, अपने सुपुत्र को प्रतिष्ठापन करने के लिए ये अनहोली अलायंस करके वो नीतीश बाबू के पीछे पड़े हुए हैं।
All right, so we'll keep tracking what happens. There's also a press conference expected by the alliance shortly. But away from all the politics, if you were on Twitter, you are now on X. And if you are on X, you possibly could also start making calls to other users on X. This is true. Now, Elon Musk has just announced this. He said this service will get kick-started very, very soon. And this is going to be available across the platforms. And he also says that you can do this without even sharing your phone numbers. Century Laminates is getting you more details.
Elon Musk has announced that a new feature on the X will be added soon. Musk announced that Platform X will be adding an audio and video call feature very soon, and it will be compatible with Android, iOS, PC and Mac. Musk also claimed that the audio and video calls can be made without any phone number. Social media platform X will now collect your biometrics information along with your job and education history as well. His post on X said, "Video and audio calls coming to X, works on iOS, Android, Mac and PC. No phone number needed. X is the effective global address book. That set of factors is unique." With the latest announcement by Elon Musk, the question is, will the audio and video calls on Platform X prove to be a game changer? Agency report for Republic TV.
With this, it's time for us to head into a quick break. But on the other side, more details on the biggest story so far. The government has convened a special session of the parliament in the month of September. It's about 5 sittings. The opposition is already suspicious. The opposition says, why is this being done? The Uddhav Sena is also questioning its entire timing.
champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
evening. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And what we are seeing right now is a big countdown to the G20 summit, where the biggest world leaders and countries which represent 85% of the global GDP will descend upon the national capital. We are counting down to the G20. We'll get you the details on that. But first, the headlines we are tracking at this moment. Special session of Parliament to be held from September 18 to 22nd. Amrit Kaul, roadmap to be discussed. But opposition politics continues. Uddhav Sena now questions timing, says dates against Hindu sentiments. Round 3 of Team INDIA meeting in Mumbai. Representatives of 26 opposition parties in attendance.
वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने.
Race for prime ministerial phase continues. Congress pitches for Rahul Gandhi once again. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in reports by Soros-funded group. As India counts down to the mega G20 summit, reports suggest after Putin, she likely to skip. Viewers, let's go to the top story, and we are getting an update straight from the moon. ISRO has released a new update on Chandrayaan 3's in situ scientific experiments. And what we can tell you right now, breaking update coming in Republic TV on that. What we can tell you right now is that the radio anatomy of moon-bound hypersensitive ionosphere and atmosphere probe Ramba LP payload on board has made the first ever measurements of the near surface lunar plasma environment over the South Polar region. Let's go straight to Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, is joining us. And Abhishek, every day the Pragyan is finding new findings which are completely a revelation to the scientific community, not just in India, Abhishek, but all over the world.
Well, yes. So, we are getting almost hourly updates now, Shivangi, and these are fantastic because what it means is it underscores or marks success of the ISRO Chandrayaan 3 mission at many levels. Everything is working fine. From the basics, like you're seeing pictures of Vikram from Pragyan and vice versa, pictures of Pragyan from Vikram, and you are seeing that running commentary with a buddy pair sort of working on the surface of moon for India. And then these experiments and these results that are coming in from subsurface temperature, which was minus 10 degrees, which suggests that it's sub-zero and hence indicating towards possibility of water rise, given it's the polar region, to at least two different experiments suggesting the possibility of the presence of sulfur on the ground there. So I think that's also another significant aspect. Now, the latest update, of course, is the radio anatomy of moon-bound hypersensitive ionosphere and atmosphere. That's the Ramba Lagmu probe, which was a payload on board, and it has made first ever measurements of the near surface lunar plasma environment over the South Pole region. Now, this initial assessment indicates that plasma near the lunar surface is relatively sparse. So I think in the absence of atmosphere, it was thought that there might be more plasma given the kind of bombardment of all the elements of nature happens from the solar flares to the meteorites and whatnot. But it seems, at least in the spot where the Vikram lander is and the Pragyan rover is moving around, the plasma found is very limited. And this also, of course, helps in mitigating the noise that lunar plasma introduces. So every experiment that is taking place and every data that's coming is going to add to tremendous amount of information which goes into building the next experiment, next level of lunar exploration when, for example, the Artemis project of the United States lands man again on moon. They say it's a woman and woman of color, perhaps a man of color on the surface of moon, but whatever. This is tremendous amount of progress happening on a day-to-day, sometimes hour-to-hour basis. And the scientist fraternity in India, of course, and the rest of the world would also be excited. But more specifically, the youngsters in the country, those students of science who were starry-eyed about moon, can be over the moon now.
Right, absolutely, Abhishek. You're talking about sulfur. So we know that another instrument on board, Pragyan, confirmed the presence of sulfur, and that's also a big revelation coming in. But the big question, Abhishek, would be how would the community, especially the other space agencies, look at these findings? Because this is pure gold. All right, we'll go back to Abhishek Kapoor in just a moment. Let's take our viewers through exactly what has come in right now. What we are seeing is that Ramba payload on board has made its first ever measurements of the near surface lunar plasma environment over the South Polar region. And the initial assessment indicates that the plasma near the lunar surface is quite sparse. These quantitative measurements are going to potentially assist in mitigating the noise that lunar plasma introduces into radio wave communication. So it's a very important finding of the Pragyan. And remember that Pragyan is conducting multiple in situ experiments on the south pole of the moon. And let's not forget and make it very clear that India is the first country, the first nation to land on the south pole of the moon. So the experiments which are being conducted and the findings are extremely important. And viewers, the countdown has begun for the G20 summit. While speaking to students on G20 and its global impact, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that India is moving towards progressive direction and we as a country are inspiring the rest of the world.
The world is a very tough place. The world is a very tough place. You can see that we saw it during COVID. You can see it in terms of today, the impact of conflict. You can see it in terms of the security challenges. You can see it in terms of climate change. So, but what is necessary for all of us to understand is that the world matters to us. That era where the world was beyond our borders and we were safe inside our borders, that era is now over. Borders are actually, in terms of sovereignty, extremely important. But when we speak about globalization, everything that happens in the world outside will impact your life, and everything you are doing here, particularly if you are doing it on scale, in terms of a different level of achievement, that will also impact the world. And I say this to you because this is today the world in which we have assumed the G20 presidency. So why is our G20 presidency different? Because there have been other countries who have done G20 for a variety of reasons. The first reason is actually the chair. The fact is, India has assumed the G20 presidency at a moment when India is mattering more and more to the world. It is mattering more to its world, partly because of our economic achievements. That from number 12 or number 10, we have now become the number 5 economy. It is mattering because today, whether it's technology, it could be digital, it could be our talent. I gave you Chandrayaan as an example, but you can see it in other ways as well.
प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं राहुल गांधी मुंबई में है, ब्लैक कलर के बैनर्स दिखाएं, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
देखिए, राहुल गांधी, ये हमें जो बीजेपी ने पदवी दी है पप्पू की, ये उनके लिए परफेक्ट पदवी है पप्पू की। छत्रपति शिवाजी की महाराज की भूमि पे जो स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर एक आराध्य देवत है, महाराष्ट्र क्या पूरे इंडिया के लोगों उन्होंने लड़ाई लड़ी है, उसके एवज में आप उनके बारे में अपशब्द बोलते हैं। उसके एवज में आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी युवा मोर्चा तेजेंद्र सिंह तिवाना जी के नेतृत्व में हम उनका विरोध करने यहाँ पे आए हैं।
तो कहीं ना कहीं, as you see the visuals, the party workers are in fact out here and they have brought this Ghungru for Uddhav Thackeray and Rahul Gandhi Murdabad slogans are being in fact raised out here by the Bharatiya Janata Party Yuva Morcha party workers. And as I give you the live visuals now, Mumbai University is just 5 minutes walking distance from Grand Hyatt Hotel, and Rahul Gandhi has already landed in Mumbai, and in fact he is out there in Grand Hyatt Hotel. Now this mob will in fact moving towards the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and in fact my video journalist Neeraj is giving you live visuals from the Mumbai University wherein the protest is underway, and just 5 minutes away the Grand Hyatt Hotel is there. In fact Rahul Gandhi is has already reached the Grand Hyatt Hotel. They are willing to in fact go inside the hotel, and they are willing to in fact protest inside. But on the other hand, I will like to show you the other visuals. Heavy police security is in fact deployed out there to make sure that this crowd does not move from this very location. But yes, on the other hand, the Bharatiya Janata Party workers are in fact protesting out here. We are giving you the live visuals from here. As you see the posters and banners, as Rahul Gandhi's statement against Veer Savarkar has in fact something that has been a matter of concern for Bharatiya Janata Party workers.
Okay, Sandeep, getting us top updates coming in right now. He was reporting live as we are seeing that as the INDIA meeting is taking place in Mumbai, a fresh controversy is now brewing with the BJP workers taking to the streets protesting against Rahul Gandhi over the Savarkar insult.
You see the visuals. So you see the visuals out here. The protesters are seen protesting against Rahul Gandhi. आप बताएं, राहुल गांधी को विरोध करने के लिए आज यहाँ ग्रैंड हयात होटल जाएंगे।
आज हम लोग यहीं से वही जाने वाले हैं। राहुल गांधी ने जो हमेशा अपमान करते आए स्वतंत्र सावरकर का, उसका निषेध हम हमेशा करेंगे।
You just heard the statement out here, and in fact the slogans are being raised against Rahul Gandhi, and protest is underway against Rahul Gandhi, and all statements are being in fact made against police officials are out here. आप बताएं राहुल गांधी को लेकर के जिस प्रकार की भूमिका भारतीय जनता पार्टी की रही है, आज मुंबई में आए आप लोग भी भारी संख्या पे जो है वो विरोध कर रहे हैं।
राहुल गांधी जी को जो पप्पू का खिताब दिया गया है पूरे हिंदुस्तान की तरफ से, वो खिताब उनको सूट करता है। वो हमारे आराध्य देव श्री वीर सावरकर जी के बारे में हमेशा टिप्पणी करते हैं।
All right, thank you, Sandeep, for getting us all the details coming in from Mumbai. BJP staging protest against that meeting, especially the comments that were made over Savarkar. BJP workers taking to the streets, protesting against Rahul Gandhi.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Top updates, viewers, as New Delhi gears up for G20 summit to be held next month. Street artists have been enlisted by authorities to give Delhi's malls a creative makeover ahead of the G20 summit. Recent incident involving roads rage. A scientist from the Indian Space Research Organization was reportedly subjected to an attack by an individual while he was driving to his workplace in Bengaluru, Karnataka. The scientist, Ashish Lamba, recounted the incident in a post shared on X, where he explained that he was en route to the ISRO office. Farmers in Mandya staged a protest late at night as the Kaveri Water Regulation Committee, CWRC, passed an interim order asking Karnataka to release 5,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu daily for the next 15 days till September 2nd. Former Chief Minister and veteran Congress leader Digvijay Singh has sparked a controversy after his post on X that claimed that Bajrang Dal workers were installing shivlings on the premises of the Kundalpur area in the district of Damoh of Madhya Pradesh and was said to be misleading. A case has been registered against Digvijay Singh following a complaint lodged by a convener of the VHP in the district. October has been declared Hindu Heritage Month in Georgia. Georgia's Republican Party leader Neeraj Antani said in a quote here, designating October as Hindu Heritage Month in Ohio will give Hindu Americans great recognition for our contributions to our state. Antani is the first Hindu and Indian American state senator in Ohio's history. PM Modi celebrated Raksha Bandhan with the school students at his official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg on August 30th. In a series of posts on X, PM Modi shared several pictures as his young friends tied Rakhi to him. The border population of the Himalayan frontiers of the country residing in vibrant villages along the India-China border celebrated Raksha Bandhan with the Indo-Tibetan border police force personnel. As per the border guarding force, thousands of border women and girls tied Rakhis to the personnel of the ITBP, which is mandated to guard the entire 3,488 kilometers of India-China borders. The Indian Army conducted maneuvers yesterday in the Jaisalmer district on the India-Pakistan international border. The exercise was conducted by the Indian Army at the Pokhran field firing range and was attended by the Brazilian Army General Commander Thomas Miguel Paiva. Ferry services from Guwahati to North Guwahati suspended following rise in water level of Brahmaputra River. Meanwhile, over 3 lakh people have been displaced so far in various parts of Assam due to continuous heavy rainfall. Viewers, during the months running up to the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi, Prime Minister Modi articulated his economic goals more clearly than ever before. According to a report of the Center for Economics and Business Research, India will become a $10 trillion economy by 2035. Here's how.
India is currently a $3.75 trillion economy. It took the nation nearly 6 decades since independence to hit the $1 trillion economy milestone. The next trillion was added to the economy in just 7 years. And then the third trillion was added in just 5 years in 2019. But the Prime Minister's stated vision for the economy is even higher. His declarations being made in the months leading up to the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi.
आने वाले 5 साल में मोदी का गारंटी है देश पहले 3 वैश्विक इकोनॉमी में अपना जगह ले लेगा। ये पक्का जगह ले लेगा।
According to a report of the Center for Economics and Business Research, India will become a $10 trillion economy by 2035. And PM Modi has put this into context for the world in a different way. He is clear that when India grows, the world grows.
विश्व कोरोना के बाद अभी तक उभर नहीं पाया है। युद्ध ने फिर एक नई मुसीबत पैदा की। आज दुनिया महंगाई के संकट से जूझ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था को महंगाई ने दबोच के रखा है। हम भी दुनिया से जिन सामान की जरूरत होती है लाते हैं, तो हमें सामान तो इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हमारा दुर्भाग्य है कि हमें महंगाई भी इंपोर्ट करनी पड़ती है, क्योंकि पूरी दुनिया को महंगाई ने जकड़ के रखा है। लेकिन मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, भारत ने महंगाई को नियंत्रित रखने के लिए भरसक प्रयास किए। पिछले कालखंड की तुलना में हमें कुछ सफलता भी मिली है।
For years, the IMF has maintained that India is one of the bright spots in the global economy, the fastest growing major economy in the world. And the end goal for the storied Amritkal is also very clear.
आजादी के अमृतकाल में 2047 में जब देश आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, उस समय दुनिया में भारत का तिरंगा झंडा, विकसित भारत का तिरंगा झंडा होना चाहिए। रत्ती भर भी हमें रुकना नहीं है, पीछे नहीं हटना है।
With India continuing to deliver returns at a faster clip than average and also achieving great success with mega project implementation, the G20 Leaders Summit presents the perfect opportunity to position India as an engine for the world's economy. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up. A special session of Parliament to be held from September 18th to 22nd. Amritkal roadmap to be discussed. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by Soros-funded group. Stay tuned.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
viewers, welcome back. Let's go to the other story tracking on Republic TV. The government has convened a special session. In fact, the farmers and pro-Canada organization have staged a protest against Karnataka government in Mandya. This was after the Kaveri Water Regulation Committee passed an interim order asking Karnataka to release 5,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu daily for the next 15 days till September 2nd. Century Laminates gets you this report.
We are here in Mandya city where hundreds of farmers are protesting, and also the pro-Kannada organizations have come together to protest against the release of water from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. And you can clearly go ahead and look at these visuals out here that we are having pro-Kannada organizations, activists from pro-Kannada organizations along with the farmers and the farmer associations who have come in here to go ahead along with this particular protest as well, because it is clearly now being demanded that they will not be able to release 5,000 cusecs of water. We have also Mr. Atmananda, who is a former minister, and he's also been there leading the protest as well. So we have been looking at the sort of protest that is being carried out. You stated that there will be a protest as well. Now several pro-Kannada organizations have come to support you as well. What is your demand for the government of Karnataka? Because it is not only happening in Mandya, we're also looking at protest happening in Srirangpatna. Melkote MLA Darshan Puttanaya is also supporting you, and he's also sat on an overnight protest.
As I have already said to you that we are holding a protest. So now we are sitting Dharana Karikrama. Our demand, not only the demand of Hitarakshana Samiti, the entire demand of Kaveri Basin, and especially Mandya, that our share of water should be protected at any cost.
The protesters are chanting slogans against the government of Karnataka and are clearly stating that Kaveri is our right, Kaveri is our water as well. So more and more of them going ahead protesting in huge numbers too. So all said and done, now we will have to go ahead and look as to what will be the sort of protest and how will they go ahead and intensify it is something that needs to be seen. Even as Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar is mulling all the legal options, as all eyes will be on that crucial decision and the crucial judgment which will be given out by the Supreme Court on the 1st of September. With video journalist Sadanand Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic from Mandya.
Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Special session of Parliament to be held from September 18th to 22nd. Amrit Kal roadmap to be discussed. But opposition politics continues. Uddhav Sena now questions timing, says dates against Hindu sentiments. Round 3 of Team INDIA meeting in Mumbai. Representatives of 26 opposition parties in attendance. Race for prime ministerial phase continues. Congress pitches for Rahul Gandhi once again. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by Soros-funded group. Let's go ahead to the top story that we're tracking right now. And what we can tell you is that we are seeing a development coming in. The battle for 2024 has intensified. And what we are seeing is that many opposition parties are in Mumbai for round 3 of the meeting. But we also know that the special session of the parliament has been announced. And it looks like that the opposition has raised concerns about that. The government has convened a special session of the parliament for 5 days between September 18th and 22nd. Sources suggest the roadmap for Amrit Kal will be discussed during the session, but the opposition is once more questioning the move. The opposition is at it again, politicizing the special session of parliament, while Uddhav Sena has questioned the timing of the session, alleging a bid to hurt Hindu sentiments. Congress has now come out, and the Congress has also said that it will raise the Adani controversy. That is right, viewers. Getting details coming for you right on Republic TV, where we are learning that the opposition is questioning the parliament special session that has will be beginning in the latter part of September. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions.
पार्लियामेंट के इतिहास में कभी भी त्योहार के समय, वो नवरात्रि हो या गणपति हो, पार्लियामेंट का सेशन कभी हुआ नहीं। अब इन्होंने गणपति के त्योहार में सचमुच त्योहार से भी गणपति की आराधना करने का जो कार्यकाल होता है, उस 11 दिन में इन्होंने अपना अधिवेशन लगाया। ये इनका हिंदुत्व स्वार्थ के बिना, मुझे लगता है गडकरी साहब खुद कह रहे थे, सत्ताकरण के बिना इनको कुछ नहीं सूझता। इनका एक ही काम है, सत्ताकरण करना, समाजकारण नहीं। और हिंदुत्व कितने कैसा है इनका, ढोंग रचाने में ये इतने माहिर है कि कुछ मतलब कोई इनके साथ में नहीं लग सकती जितना ही ढोंग रचाते हैं।
Viewers, let's go ahead to Shehzad Poonawala, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Thank you so much for joining us here, Shehzad. And your first reaction coming in, because the big question mark that the opposition is raising is that why call the special session in the first place?
You see, in democracy, Parliament is considered to be temple of democracy. So any special visit to temple of democracy should be welcome. But this is the same opposition which says absolutely nothing when their own alliance partner Samajwadi Party, because they're talking about Hindu Astha, said that Hindu Dharm is a dhoka. Where was Mr. Arvind Sawant and Priyanka Chaturvedi? Rahul Gandhi has said Hindutva is like ISIS, Boko Haram, and Hindutva teaches violence against minorities. Where was Priyanka Chaturvedi and Uddhav Sena? Where was Priyanka Chaturvedi and Uddhav Sena when Mahua Moitra mocked the Shivling at Gyanvapi? Where was Uddhav Sena and Priyanka Chaturvedi when IUML has abused Hindus in Kasargod and said that we will hang the Hindus in opposite the temple? So where are these people when the Hindu culture, Hindu Astha was being mocked and attacked and Hindutva was being abused by the very same people they are sitting in Mumbai with? In fact, it is the same Sharad Pawar ji who had blamed one extra bomb blast in Mumbai on Hindus just so that there is no kind of approach that this terrorism was done in the name of Islamic Jihad. He was on record said this, and they are talking about this. The place where they concocted Hindu terror in Mumbai, where Digvijay Singh went and released the book of 2611 being a Hinduon ki sajish, is the same alliances today talking about Hindu Astha. So I think Uddhav Sena should at least look into the mirror before they make these kinds of accusations, and they should first tell us that what is their stand on Swami Prasad Maurya's statement? What is their stand on IUML's threat to Hindus? Do they consider IUML to be secular? What is their stand on Congress's abuse towards Prabhu Shri Ram and Ram Mandir and towards Hindutva? First they should explain that, then they should make all these allegations and all these excuses and absurd arguments.
Right, Shehzad. And right, Shehzad, a short while back in May, wasn't it the Congress which had said that the Prime Minister should convene a special session of Parliament to discuss issues raised by the entire opposition? And now that the special session of the Parliament has been announced, the question is that why is the opposition questioning it?
Because Congress party always does a U-turn on what it says. They wanted a new parliament to be built. Then they started saying new parliament is vanity. They are the ones who wanted GST to be brought. When the GST was brought, at that time they opposed it. They are the ones who wanted to have stands on many issues, and when the stand is taken, when the action is done, they take a U-turn on it. So this is the Congress's Chal Charita Chehra to do U-turn. Absolutely right. They had called for a special session, and today when the special session is happening, why is the Congress party and the ecosystem or the remodeled UPA now trying to oppose the special session as well? This shows that Congress party never wants Parliament to function. It never wants a discussion in Parliament. All it wants is disruption, dharna, and it wants a tamasha, not a consensus, but it wants confrontation.
Right. Shehzad, just hold on with us. I'm also being joined by Ratnakar Tripathi, senior Congress leader, joining us right now. And thank you, Shehzad, for joining us here. Let's go to Ratnakar Tripathi, senior Congress leader, joining us right now. I just want you to reply to what the BJP is also saying. Now, the opposition is raising some concerns about the timing of this special session. Can you please tell us what those concerns are?
Mr. Modi, PM Modi is fully shaken. The government is now in downslide. Everybody knows it. So they are throwing all the tantrums, nothing else. Madari tamasha dikhana cha raha hai, mela lagana cha. So the GST case, like, how many times they have amended GST? Now the economic advisor, Mr. Debroy, is saying there must be the GST must be neutral, the 17%. So इतना तमाशा करके इन्होंने GST को लॉन्च किया like it was a freedom, and the freedom was revised, still it is being revised. But it is nothing. Everybody knows what he is doing. 200 रुपया छूट मिल रही है. Everybody knows बिल करना. They are totally exposed. So was there a wish call? They are saying they will just draw the landscape of, Amrit Kal. So we always said that we are suffering, we are going through the wish call. Why don't they admit it? After 9 years of walking on the road of so-called Amrit Kal, again they will just make a roadmap for Amrit Kal. So admit it that you put the public in wish call. Public घर पी रही थी, घर पिएगी. Now the public is craving for the freedom. They want the freedom from BJP. They want the freedom from these tariffs. They want the freedom from this price hiker.
Right.
They want the freedom from the बहुत ही झूठी party, the BJP. So let him say whatever he
All right, right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratnakar Tripathi, Congress leader, for joining us here on Republic TV. So we got a reaction from the BJP and also from the Congress about what's really been happening right now. Sena has questioned the timing of the special session, alleging a bid to hurt Hindu sentiments. But sources suggest that the roadmap of Amrit Kal will be discussed during the special session being held between September 18th to 22nd.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
All right, viewers, getting a news from Karnataka's Kalburgi Municipal Corporation. Health inspector was allegedly attacked by Congress leader Avinash Bhaskar. Minister Priyank Kharge's supporters barged into the office and attacked him. And Republic has now accessed the CCTV footage. Those visuals for you. Let's go straight to Prajwal, who's joining us right now for more details coming in. Prajwal, take us through what really happened. We know the Municipal Corporation health inspector was attacked by a Congress leader.
Now it is being learnt that this particular Congress leader is a very close aide of the RDPR Minister Priyank Kharge, and he is also said to be the local leader there. And at the Kalburgi Municipal Corporation at around 5 between 5 to 5:15, it is being understood that Avinash Bhaskar, who is the accused in this particular case, has gone ahead and attacked the health inspector too. And the health inspector has also gone ahead and sustained injuries, and therefore a case has been registered at the Brahmapur police station in this regard. And later it is now being understood that a few of his aides have also been taken into custody. Allegations are that Avinash Bhaskar was drunk and he created ruckus asking the inspector to come out. And this was mainly in regards to a trade license which was not being given, despite repeated influences as well as some words by the top leaders in the Kalburgi district too. So therefore now it is being understood that Avinash Bhaskar has already been detained by the cops, and investigation is already underway. But this is not the first time that that such an incident has been reported, mainly concerning Avinash Bhaskar. It is also being understood that he was also involved in such incidents for the past around 2 to 3 times as well. And as he has been taken into custody, investigation is underway as well. But a politician raising his hand on a government servant in itself speaks about the deteriorating state of law and order in the state of Karnataka.
All right, thank you, Prajwal, for getting us all the details. Prajwal, getting us top details coming in where we are learning that a municipal corporation health inspector was allegedly attacked by a Congress leader, and the minister Priyank Kharge's supporters barged into the office and attacked him. Republic has got the CCTV footage, which you see on your screens. And viewers, the G20 meet is set to take place on 9th and 10th of September. Will boost high-level economic cooperation, making it the ideal venue for India to showcase its mega-scale digital solutions for the entire world. Here's more.
The Mega G20 Leaders Summit is set to mark the high point of India's year-long G20 presidency, with the heads of the state of member nations set to attend. With the G20 emerging as the premier global forum for high-level economic cooperation, it presents the perfect opportunity for India to present its India stack of mega-scale digital solutions to the world. The G20 summit has been preceded by 4 meetings of the G20 Digital Economy Working Group at Lucknow, Hyderabad, Pune and Bengaluru. The meetings have aimed at digital transformation to enhance public participation and realize inclusive social and economic growth as enunciated by the Prime Minister himself.
Technology has connected us like never before. It holds the promise for inclusive and sustainable development for all. We in G20 have a unique opportunity to lay the foundations of an inclusive, prosperous and secure global digital future.
India has prioritized digital public infrastructure, building safety, security, resilience and trust in the digital economy and digital skilling for building a global future-ready workforce. The initiatives have impressed visiting delegates.
India's selection of digital public infrastructure was a very interesting one because we've never dealt with that topic before, and it's something that is useful for governments to reflect on in terms of how they roll out their government systems in a way which can create more benefit for better public services, but also for SMEs to participate and innovate in terms of integrating those public services. So I think for citizens it offers benefits that go far beyond what the services are that the government gives to them.
And India's own trailblazing solutions have made an impression on numerous officials such as German ambassador who used the UPI to purchase vegetables. The G20 Leaders Summit also comes less than 3 months after Prime Minister had added France to the growing list of countries that would accept the UPI, starting with the Eiffel Tower.
फ्रांस में भारत के यूपीआई के उपयोग को लेकर भी समझौता हो गया है। आने वाले दिनों में इसकी शुरुआत आईफेल टावर से की जाएगी। यानी अब भारतीय टूरिस्ट मोबाइल ऐप के जरिए आईफेल टावर में रुपये में भुगतान कर पाएगा।
The India Stack has presented the world with a digital solution that is irrespective of developmental situations, applicable to developed and developing nations alike, with the Prime Minister leading the way with customary panache.
We can build an entire ecosystem for technology-based solutions to address the challenges faced by humanity. All it needs from us are the 4 C's: conviction, commitment, coordination and collaboration. And I have no doubt that your group will take us forward in that direction.
Leading by example with a 100 times increase in India's own digital transactions since 2014, the G20 Leaders Summit offers visiting heads of state the best possible test case to expand global digitization and inclusion. And the innovations are coming in thick and fast with the newly launched G20 India app, showcasing just how quick and agile India is at leveraging digital technologies. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Viewers, welcome back. You're watching Republic TV, and let's go across to what's happening in Mumbai. As many as 63 representatives from 28 political parties are to attend the two-day conclave of the opposition INDIA bloc in Mumbai. The alliance leaders are getting together for the third round of the brainstorming session after Patna and Bengaluru to chalk out their common campaign strategy to take on the NDA in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But the race for the prime ministerial phase continues. In the latest, Congress has once again pitched for Rahul Gandhi.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है। हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाएं, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं।
So viewers, we're getting many reactions coming in from the opposition itself. We are seeing that the opposition is saying that they are together, and that's what they are saying. But then again, we have been seeing in the past that how different members of the opposition is pitching a different prime ministerial phase. Many reactions coming in from the members of the opposition who are meeting. Let's play them out.
ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है, और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद, जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूँ, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
I must make it clear, after Karnataka elections, the opposition parties, the secular democratic parties, had a meeting in Patna. In the Patna meeting, all parties have expressed their strong commitment. All parties have declared their common resolve to defeat BJP in order to save the nation, save the constitution, save democracy. So the primary objective of the secular democratic parties, including left parties, used to collectively fight together and defeat BJP. After Patna, we had a meeting in Bangalore, and Bangalore, the alliance has been formed formally, and a common statement was adopted, highlighting all the issues starting from Manipur and to all issues concerning the issues of livelihood of the people. Now it is Mumbai meeting. It will be a step forward from those two meetings, and this will strengthen further the unity of the secular democratic parties. And one should take note why BJP is getting jittery, why BJP is getting desperate, why Mr. Modi stoops to such a low level to abuse opposition parties. That shows the desperation on the part of Mr. Modi and BJP.
नहीं, देखिए इसमें एक जो ये बात है कि जो करंट इस समय वर्तमान सरकार की नीतियां हैं और जिस तरीके से वो सरकारें चला रही है उसको बदलना अब देश हित में बहुत ज़रूरी बात हो गई है। और इसलिए तमाम दल उनके कभी कभी आपस में भी कुछ मतभेद होते हैं, कभी राज्यों में हम एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े होते हैं। सबने तय किया है कि एक समझ लीजिए एक केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के अंदर जिसमें 3-4 लोग हैं उसके अंदर हम लोग सब इकट्ठा हों। स्वाभाविक है कि कांग्रेस उसमें सबसे प्रमुख दल है और ज़्यादातर राज्यों में कांग्रेस और दलों के बीच में संबंध भी बनेंगे। अब इसमें देखते हैं कि आगे किस तरीके से हम सीटों का बंटवारा करते हैं और किन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ते हैं। अगर इसका कुछ उल्लेख होगा तो ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से हम समझ पाएंगे कि आगे 8-9 महीने में हम लोग ज़मीन पर कैसे उतरेंगे।
And viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Parliament session from September 18. Uddhav Sena now questions timing, says dates are against Hindu sentiments. Plus, Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by the Soros-funded group. Stay tuned.
Champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. This is a fascinating election season. A lot of politics that we'll talk about in this edition of the news. Remember, a special session of the parliament has been convened by the government. Why has that been done? What is the agenda? There is still no clarity about this, but the opposition sees red here. The opposition believes that this has been done with a purpose. What really is that purpose? Again, like I said, only innuendos is what we've heard from the opposition that is meeting in Mumbai as we speak. But what is the INDI alliance really going to do about the many headaches in their own camp? We'll also put our spotlight on that. Let's quickly get kick-started with the headlines. Special session of the parliament is going to be held from September the 18th to the 22nd. The government says Amrit Kal roadmap will be discussed.
पार्लियामेंट के इतिहास में त्योहार के समय पार्लियामेंट का सेशन कभी हुआ नहीं, ये इनका हिंदुत्व।
The opposition politics continues. The Uddhav Sena is questioning the timing. They say these dates are against the Hindu sentiments. This is round 3 of the Team INDI meeting in Mumbai. Representatives of 26 opposition parties are in attendance. Race for the prime ministerial phase in the INDI alliance continues. The Congress continues to bat for Rahul Gandhi. The Adani Group is denying allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in the report by the Soros-funded group. And as India counts down to the mega G20 summit, reports suggest after Putin, Xi Jinping is likely to skip the meeting. So first up, like they say, ladies and gentlemen, a week is a long time in politics. In just the last few hours, look at how politics is completely changing. It's one surprise after the other. Initially, it was thought that we will be talking about the INDI alliance meeting, what really is going to be on their agenda, what's going to be their focus, can they even stay united? But in the middle of all that conversation came this information that the government has convened a special session of the parliament for 5 days. This starts between September the 18th and the 22nd. Now, what possibly could be on the agenda? There is no clarity yet. Sources say the roadmap for Amrit Kal possibly could be discussed during this session. So what is the opposition saying? The opposition says nothing doing. This is politics. They also say that the timing of this entire session is suspicious. The Uddhav Sena has already questioned the timing. They allege this is a bit to hurt the Hindu sentiments. The Congress says that it will be raising the Adani controversy yet again.
पार्लियामेंट के इतिहास में कभी भी त्योहार के समय, नवरात्रि हो या गणपति हो, पार्लियामेंट का सेशन कभी हुआ नहीं। अब इन्होंने गणपति के त्योहार में सब कुछ त्योहार से भी गणपति की आराधना करने का जो कार्यकाल होता है, उस 11 दिन में इन्होंने अपना अधिवेशन लगाया। ये इनका हिंदुत्व। स्वार्थ के बिना, मुझे लगता है गडकरी साहब खुद कह रहे थे, सत्ताकरण के बिना इनको कुछ नहीं सूझता। इनका एक ही काम है, सत्ताकरण करना, समाजकारण नहीं। और हिंदुत्व कितने कैसा है इनका, ढोंग रचाने में ये इतने माहिर है कि कुछ मतलब कोई इनके साथ नहीं लग सकती जितना ही ढोंग रचाते हैं।
So like I said, we have heard number of reactions that have come in from the opposition. The Congress also sees red here. The Congress says this is a bid to divert attention. And also what they say is headline management. On the other side, you also have the Uddhav Sena that is questioning the timing. They say, why call such a special session of the parliament during Ganpati? Let's get answers to those questions with Charu Pragya, the BJP spokesperson who's joining us. Charu, good evening. Why
Hi, good
has
evening,
the special
Dipti.
session of the parliament been called, Charu?
So it's been made very clear that this session is going to be discussing the events this is going to be discussing Amritkal and everything that needs to be done to improve India in this very critical time. And, those who are criticizing this session of Parliament, they need to remember that they're the very same people who've not allowed Parliament to function all this while. So even in the last monsoon session, how much work did the Parliament manage to get in? And whatever work was done, it was done only because the government was determined to pass the bills by itself, even though the opposition was only creating a ruckus and not cooperating at all. So you need to understand that the Parliament is a place of work. A Parliament costs a lot of taxpayers' money to run. In every session, every minute of our Parliament is costing us 2.5 lakh rupees. It's a lot of money, and the opposition leaders have continually allowed it to go to waste. It was not just this session that they did their best to destroy. They did their best to derail things during the budget session and the session before that. So if you look at the way they've been operating recently, at every parliament session, they come predetermined to not let it function. I think whenever the government wants to do good work, whenever the government wants to come together, whether it is in the parliament or anywhere else, the opposition only brings in negativity, and they just want to ensure that they do their best, that work does not happen.
But Charu, I take your point, and we have seen absolutely no work that was allowed to be transacted in the parliament. Yes, there is this ping pong going on between the government and the opposition saying who's responsible. But to the pointed question that the Uddhav Sena is asking, Charu, why during Ganesh Chaturthi? I mean, was all discussion held with different parliamentarians about their availability? Or like the opposition and the Congress is alleging that this has been done for headline management? Because the BJP, the government wants to be news, you want to overshadow the conversation around the INDA alliance, and that is why you've announced this move today.
That's actually very funny. I don't even think it's a statement which makes any sense, because are you trying to say Ganpati matters less to us? Are you trying to say that we are not Ganpati Bappa's bhakt? I don't know what he means by that. But is he planning to take the whole 10 days off and not go to work? If he's planning that, he can afford to do it. But the government in power cannot. That's for sure. So I don't think that even deserves a reply.
And Charu, will this be in the new parliament building?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, Deepti. I wish I knew. But unfortunately, I don't want to comment on something I'm not updated with. Let me check up on that for myself as well.
All right, Charu, thank you for speaking to us and helping us, understand the real rationale why the government believes that it's important to call for a special session of the parliament. And remember, like I said, this hasn't been done for a long, long time. The opposition already sees red. The opposition sees that this is a plan to divert. There is no clear agenda. They only want to manage headlines. But the BJP says, why don't you come and take part in a fruitful debate? But away from all this, let's also put our focus on what's been happening down south. Now, down south is the state of Karnataka, the state of Tamil Nadu, which has been locked in a long, long battle over the Kaveri water dispute. Unhappy with the orders to release the water to Tamil Nadu, a group of farmers earlier protested throughout in the state of Karnataka. They also held a night-long candlelight vigil near Srirangapatna, Mandya. This protest started on Wednesday morning when the farmers raised objections to the recent recommendations to release 5,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu for the next 15 days. Now, do remember, these recommendations have been made by the Kaveri Water Regulation Committee, and the state has also started releasing this particular water in spite of the fact that it says that we have a drought-like situation and we cannot afford it. Let's get you more details on what this protest has been all about.
We are here on the banks of River Kaveri and farmers are coming out in huge numbers protesting against the state government, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Chief Minister for releasing the Kaveri water as well. And this is basically a half-naked protest by the farmers in the Kaveri basin of Karnataka, where they are protesting against the move which has been taken in by the government of Karnataka as well. This particular protest is being organized in the by the Bhumitai Horata Samiti, and right there you can see an idol of Lord Shiva as well, and over there you can see the marking stone of the River Kaveri as well, and you can see the farmers who are going ahead and protesting in a huge number as well. Farmers from the Bhumitai Horata Samiti organizations are now marching on the streets of Srirangapatna towards the Taluk office, demanding the government not to release the water as well. And these visuals which you clearly go ahead and see on our screens are from the Kaveri Sthanagatta, which is the bathing place for pilgrims who come to visit the temple over here. And we are also seeing security as well who will prevent them from going into the Taluk office. They have a memorandum requesting the government of Karnataka not to be releasing water for the next remaining 13 days as well. But this has definitely created a lot of ripples as well, because the Kaveri Water Management Authority has clearly gone ahead and instructed that the government of Karnataka will have to be going ahead and releasing 5,000 cusecs of water for the next 15 days as well. Here in Mandya city, where hundreds of farmers are protesting, and also the pro-Kannada organizations have come together to protest against the release of water from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. And you can clearly go ahead and look at these visuals out here, that we are having pro-Kannada organizations, activists from pro-Kannada organizations, along with the farmers and the farmer association. The protesters are chanting slogans against the government of Karnataka, and are clearly stating that Kaveri is our right, Kaveri is our water as well. So more and more of them going ahead protesting in huge numbers too. So all said and done, now we will have to go ahead and look as to what will be the sort of protest and how will they go ahead and intensify it is something that needs to be seen. Even as Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar is mulling all the legal options, as all eyes will be on that crucial decision and the crucial judgment which will be given out by the Supreme Court on the 1st of September.
And from the state of Karnataka, let's quickly take you across to Mumbai. What's been happening in Mumbai for the next few hours? A lot of focus is going to be on what the India Alliance is wanting to present. Remember, we've seen their meetings in Patna earlier. We've also seen them meeting in Karnataka. But why is this meeting so important? Because time is running out. They haven't told us who really is their face. They haven't told us what is their common agenda. They haven't even told us how they intend to win the 2024 battle. Number of challenges, number of aspirants to the prime ministerial chair there in case they win the election, plus the entire baggage of a Khichdi Sarkar. Let's quickly also get in our colleague Priyanka, who's joining us live right now. And the race for leadership, remember, Priyanka, does continue. I'm not sure whether at the end of this meeting that is happening in Mumbai today and tomorrow, whether there's going to be clarity on the names. But I think we are also picking up this first image right now on your screens. This is a live feed coming in of the India Alliance that's going to be holding a press briefing. You do see Jairam Ramesh, Rahul Gandhi and other Congress netas there. And let's quickly dip in live, Priyanka, then I'm going to come back to you.
ये प्लीज उसकी कीमत उनको भरपूर तरीके से चुकानी पड़ी, और आज जो खुलासे हुए हैं वो बिल्कुल साबित हो गया है कि जो सवाल राहुल जी कर रहे थे, जो सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 100 सवाल प्रधानमंत्री से पूछे, हम अडानी के हैं कौन श्रृंखला में, वो बिल्कुल साबित हो गए हैं। और आज के खुलासे के बारे में और जानकारी और अपनी टिप्पणियां राहुल जी अभी देंगे। राहुल जी।
Thank you, Jairam ji. I'd like to welcome all of you here. I believe there was some confusion about the timing, so I apologize for that. I'm sorry you had to wait. Of course, the current flavor is the G20, and the G20 is about India's position in the world. And what is very important for a country like India is that there is a level playing field and transparency in our economic environment and with regards to the businesses that operate in our country. This morning, two prominent global financial newspapers have raised a very important question. So that's the Financial Times, and you can see right on top, Adani Group, hidden investors and a secret paper trail. Get that? Here is another one, The Guardian, Modi linked Adani family secretly invested in own shares, documents suggest. And the third one, a wealthy Indian family with links to Modi invested in own shares. Now, these are not any random newspapers. These are newspapers that affect investment in India. They affect the perception of our country in the rest of the world. Now, there are a few questions that they are asking. These newspapers are asking. First of all, they are stating clearly that over $1 billion of money went from India, was circulated in different places, and then came back to India. This is, according to them, clearly proved with documentation that they have. Right? So the question, first question arises, whose money is this? ये किसका पैसा है? ये अदानी जी का पैसा है या ये किसी और का पैसा है? So that is the first question. Second question, the mastermind behind this is a gentleman called Vinod Adani. He is the brother of Mr. Gautam Adani, and there are two other people who are involved in this round tripping of money. One is a gentleman called Nasser Ali Shaban Ali, and another is a Chinese gentleman called Chang Chung Ling. So the second question arises, why are these two foreign nationals being allowed to play with the valuation of one of the companies that controls almost all of Indian infrastructure? Who are these people? And why are they being allowed to do this? And what is the role of the brother of Mr. Adani in all this? The final point, which is a very interesting point, is that there was an investigation, evidence was given to SEBI, and SEBI gave a clean chit to Mr. Adani. And it's very interesting to note that the gentleman, the same gentleman who gave a clean chit to Mr. Adani, is today a director in NDTV. So it is very clear that there is something very wrong here. Now, we are trying to show the world that we are a transparent economy. We are trying to show the world and our businesses that India has a level playing field. The question, of course, is why is this one gentleman who is close to the Prime Minister of India allowed to move $1 billion to pump up his share price, to use that money to capture Indian assets, airports, ports? Why is there no investigation taking place? It's very important that the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, clears his name and categorically explains what is going on.
So that is Rahul Gandhi targeting the Modi government yet again. We quickly head into a break. Back on the other side with lots more.
champion. Oh, Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Oh, Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic. Even as the entire country is building up to that big Aditya L1 that's going to be studying the solar system and much more, we are not forgetting that our Pragyan rover is still on the moon. It's once again confirmed the presence of sulfur on the south pole of the moon. Now, what could this mean? What could the impact be as far as a lot of future plans are concerned for the world, for ISRO? And do remember, it's a 14-day in situ experiment of Chandrayaan-3 mission that continues on the south polar region of the moon.
As Pragyan rover conducts 14-day space exploration, another instrument on board the rover has confirmed the presence of sulfur in the south polar region of moon. The alpha particle X-ray spectroscope has detected sulfur as well as other minor elements. ISRO posted on social media X that the rover was rotated in search of a safe route. The rotation was captured by a lander imager camera. On August 29th, the laser-induced instrument on board the rover had detected sulfur, oxygen and other elements on the lunar south pole. While question is whether the source is intrinsic, volcanic or meteoritic. Evidence of the presence of sulfur might give some hints about the formation and evolution of the moon. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's time for us to head into a quick break, but when we come back, we will put our spotlight back on the utter chaos and confusion in the India Alliance camp. Who really will be the prime ministerial face? Will we see any kind of declaration? Details when we come back.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
A very good evening. We're live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines first. Special session of the Parliament to be held from the 18th to the 22nd of September. Amrit Kal roadmap to be discussed.
पार्लियामेंट के इतिहास में त्योहार के समय पार्लियामेंट का सेशन कभी हुआ नहीं, ये इनका हिंदुत्व।
But opposition politics continues. Uddhav Sena now questions the timing, says dates against Hindu sentiments. Round 3 of Team INDIA meeting in Mumbai. Representatives of 26 opposition parties in attendance.
कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है, हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने।
Race for Prime Ministerial face continues. Congress pitches for Rahul Gandhi once again. Adani Group denies allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in report by a Soros-funded group. As India counts down to the mega G20 summit, reports suggest after Putin, Xi Jinping is likely to skip. Now, as many as 63 representatives from 28 political parties are all set to attend the two-day conclave of the opposition INDIA bloc in Mumbai. The alliance leaders are getting together for the third round of the brainstorming session after Patna and Bengaluru to chalk out their common campaign strategy to take on the NDA in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But the race for prime ministerial phase continues. In a latest, Congress has yet again pitched for Rahul Gandhi. Take a listen into the reactions.
नहीं, कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है। हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाए, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं।
So with as many as 63 representatives from 28 political parties set to be in attendance, listen into some more reactions that have been coming in ahead of this meeting.
देखिए, ये इसे कुनबा नहीं कारवां कहिए, कारवां बढ़ता, और ये जैसे हिंदुस्तान का कारवां बढ़ता गया, इंडिया का कारवां बढ़ता गया, भारत का कारवां बढ़ता गया, उसी प्रकार ये कारवां है और ये कारवां एक निश्चित उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ मुंबई की मीटिंग के बाद जो लगातार मैं कह रहा हूँ, कोई हमसे रोड मैप के बारे में पूछे, ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में पूछे, हमारे पास ठोस आधार होगा। हम यह कह पाएंगे कि इस देश को हम पुनः पटरी पर ला रहे हैं, ताकि रोजगार की बात हो, महंगाई की बात हो, सामाजिक सौहार्द की बात हो, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति के प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो। ये तमाम चीजें हमारे उद्देश्यों में होंगी, जिसके लिए हम चर्चा करेंगे।
नहीं, देखिए, इसमें एक जो ये बात है कि जो करंट इस समय वर्तमान सरकार की नीतियां हैं और जिस तरीके से वो सरकारें चला रही है, उसको बदलना अब देश हित में एक बहुत ज़रूरी बात हो गई है। और इसलिए तमाम दल, उनके कभी कभी आपस में भी कुछ मतभेद होते हैं, कभी राज्यों में हम एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े होते हैं। सबने तय किया है कि समझ लीजिए एक केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के अंदर, जिसमें 3-4 लोग हैं, उसके अंदर हम लोग सब इकट्ठा हों। स्वाभाविक है कि कांग्रेस उसमें सबसे प्रमुख दल है और ज़्यादातर राज्यों में कांग्रेस और दलों के बीच में संबंध भी बनेंगे। अब इसमें देखते हैं कि आगे किस तरीके से हम सीटों का बंटवारा करते हैं और किन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ते हैं। अगर इसका कुछ उल्लेख होगा तो ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से हम समझ पाएंगे कि आगे 8-9 महीने में हम लोग ज़मीन पर कैसे उतरेंगे।
All right, we have some breaking developments coming in. India's GDP has grown by 7.8% in the first quarter of the financial year 2023-2024. So the numbers are out. GDP numbers for the first quarter of the financial year is 7.8% is the GDP of India. That is the big breaking news that we have at this point in time. India's GDP has grown by 7.8% for the first quarter of the financial year, the current financial year. So that is the big breaking news we are getting in right now on your screens. Encouraging news, of course, on the economy front for the country. So that is the latest we have. The GDP growth forecast was expected today, and today we have the numbers out now. India's GDP has grown by 7.8% in the first quarter of the financial year 2023-2024. So that is the latest we have. India's GDP has grown from 7.8% in April to June quarter as far as the annual basis is concerned. That is the data released by National Statistical Office, NSO, that is. And Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us for more on this. Abhishek, India's GDP's growth rate is at 7.8%. This is India is the world's fastest growing economy.
Well, that has to be the case, and it was going to be so. If you look at the IIP numbers that have just come from the Ministry of Commerce, and they also underscore why our GDP is doing this well. And if you look at the 8 core industries and the IIP, or the index of 8 core industries, it's at 8% in the month of July vis-a-vis last year. And if these core industries are growing at that pace, which are essentially coal, steel, natural gas, cement, electricity, refinery, etc., which is the nuts and bolts of industrial manufacturing and hence growth, that gets obviously reflected in the GDP numbers. Also, this is the first time perhaps that India's exports of goods and services has surpassed in percentage of GDP China's. So I think in that sense gives you an idea of the shifting of supply chains that's happening and the buoyancy that's getting reflected in our numbers. It's a fact now universally accepted that India is in a long march to a high sustained GDP growth rate, and these numbers essentially reflect that.
Absolutely, of course. This is something that is very good news, of course. The growth trend was, of course, expected, and this is a one-year high. We talk about Abhishek there. This is something that is a very encouraging news. What all factors do you feel that would be a part of this growth?
Well, if you look at it, Rakshita, the manner in which the government has gone after in a focused manner on bringing in manufacturing, supporting it with the schemes like PLI, which is Production-Linked Incentives Scheme, the manner in which the government has designed policies in a manner that there is incentive for global manufacturers to shift their manufacturing from China to India. We have seen the most radical of those reforms happening, for example, in automobile and telecom sector and telephony. And similarly, others, for example, in the solar panel manufacturing industry, the semiconductor focus and the manner in which the whole industry is having a relook at shifting its supply chains. Of course, so there is going to be a gestation period, and that might take anything between 6 to 8 months, including, for example, in the IT hardware. We are already a superpower when it comes to IT software. But if you look at IT hardware, the manner in which the government has tweaked policy to incentivize production in India, and the latest episode being that ban on import of laptops, cheaper laptops from China. Obviously, that was put in abeyance because of the industry said that they need some time to shift those supply chains. But it's gradually happening, and wherever it has happened, it's getting reflected in the also remember, we are a huge economy in terms of its consumption market, and we are heading into a very sustained growth because remember, we are also heading into festival season. The monsoon has been a little deficient but reasonably okay, not like a drought situation, and that's going to percolate down in terms of the consumption story during the festival season. So I think all these things taken together, a policy tweaks, the government's focus, razor-sharp focus on shifting manufacturing, the overall global buoyancy, given the fact that China's growth is faltering. The Europe remains most of the times anemic, with at least 3 or 4 major countries in recession, officially declared recession, and only US sort of sustaining well in terms of growth rate. But then a lot of manufacturing has to shift from China, not back to United States. That might be the objective, but as of now, from the Southeast Asian countries and China to India, and that's the reason, as you asked, why this is happening. Sustained growth rate, essentially a reflection of the global shift happening in terms of manufacturing moving out of China, China's anemic growth. The fact that rest of the world is increasing rates while China is reducing rates, they have no option but to reduce rates because that's the only way they can sort of kickstart their economy again. These are the reasons which have contributed to these good numbers, Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. India is indeed the world's fastest growing economy. And if we go into the agriculture sector also, Abhishek, the growth in the previous quarter, if we compare this to a year ago, this has been high. In previous January-March quarter of fiscal 2022, 2023, we have witnessed a sharp uptick if we see from January to March as well. Gross value added growth is now 5.5% from 4.7% as well.
Well, 4 is a very good growth rate for agriculture, and nationally speaking, there are concerns about El Nino, for example, and the upcoming Rabi cycle of crops. But then the Kharif season has been reasonably okay, and the cropping that has happened is higher than what had happened last year. There are global supply shocks because of which, for example, the government has already taken preemptive measures. For example, the ban on export of non-basmati rice. The food stocks, though of course much above the buffer zone required for food security requirements of India, are still lowest in the last 6 years. So that's an area of concern. But in that backdrop, I think 4%, 4+% agriculture growth is also good. And that's obviously is a contributing factor to the overall GDP growth, because remember, the overall agricultural growth essentially means that the rural economy is doing fine. The rural market looks good. And as we head into the festival cycle, just as the urban markets, the rural sector, rural areas would also contribute in terms of the consumption pattern of our
Right. Stay with us. Stay with us, Abhishek. We have Akash Jindal, economist and market expert on broadcast. Mr. Jindal, this is close to 8% now. As far as this GDP number is concerned, 7.8% is the latest number we have. How do you really see this?
I think it's an excellent number. This clearly portrays how Modi government is navigating our economy very well. These are clearly distressed and troubled times for global economy. We know economies like Germany, which is the biggest economy of Europe, they had 2 successive quarters of negative GDP growth. Economies like England, France are suffering. Economies like US, they had to go through a debt ceiling bill because they had to resort to that last year. US, which is the biggest economy in the world, they had 2 quarters of successive negative GDP growth. So having such a decent and wonderful number in these times means India is performing much better than rest of the world. The economy like China is having deflation. Minus 0.3% is the inflation number. So economies are always compared relatively. So relatively, in comparison with the world, we are doing wonderfully well. So I think, and these are times of Russia-Ukraine war. During Russia-Ukraine war, a huge component of the world is under recession, huge component is under slowdown, and India is roaring. India is growing. India has shown its might, capability. I salute our current government, the way they have managed the economy, the way they have navigated through tough times. So I think the economy is going very well. And the dream, which we are seeing of third biggest economy, I think that dream, earlier I used to say would be reached by 2027. But now the feeling of my organization, AkashJindal.in, is that dream can be reached by 2026 itself. That's what I seriously and sincerely feel. Because with this pace, definitely, as they are saying that by 2031, global agencies are saying India would be a $8 trillion economy. I think now it's an achievable target. And by 2035, I think we would be a $10 trillion economy. So I think India is doing exceptionally well.
Very good news indeed. Of course, exceptionally well. India continues to be the world's fastest growing economy. Thank you so much, Mr. Akash Jindal. We also have Ajay Bagga, market expert, with us on the phone line. Mr. Bagga, how do you see this news? This, of course, is almost an 8% GDP growth rate right now, and India continues to be the fastest growing economy.
Yeah, we must see that what was the base last year. This quarter we had grown at 13.1. So on such a huge base where we had grown at 13.1, we have grown another 7.8. This is the fastest growing major economy in the world. And if you look around the world, the kind of numbers that we are seeing, there is a slowdown in China, there is a slowdown in Europe. Germany, the biggest European economy, is actually looking at a recession. UK is showing 0.1% growth. So major economies are finding it difficult. US is growing at about 2%. Just yesterday, their second quarter numbers were reduced from 2.2 to 2%. So US growing at 2%. In that scenario, for India to grow at 7.8 is commendable. If you look at it sector-wise, despite a slowdown in exports because of the global situation, that has been a drag this quarter. Otherwise, we would have reached 8.3 also if that hurt due to the exports had not happened. Despite that, what has worked? The huge infrastructure push by the central government. The 10 lakh crores that were allocated for this year, a big portion, nearly about 40% has got allocated already in the first 3 months. Leading indicators are looking very good for July as well. Auto numbers are catching up. We have seen agriculture has been resilient. It's grown at 3.5. Mining has grown at 5.8. Manufacturing has grown at 4.7 despite the exports slowdown. So overall, if you see, 3 out of 4 sectors have done quite well. Exports are a drag. We have seen those numbers, and that's a global situation. You can't do much more if there is no demand abroad. You can't really, manufacture more and export more. That's a global situation. But the internal part has been quite commendable. So good number, 7.8 is a very commendable number. And it's on a very high base of 13.1% over last year.
All right. Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bagga, for joining us with your thoughts and that perspective on that. Some great news that we are receiving right now on India's growth rate. India has closed in to almost 8% now as far as India's growth rate is concerned. And Mr. Akash Jindal, economist and market expert, is now joining live on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Mr. Jindal, once again for joining us. So as we were discussing with Mr. Bagga, and he was telling us how it's the fastest growing economy, and you were also pointing out this is, a greater and a faster growing economy than the likes of, big economies like Germany. Help us understand and simplify for our viewers, what does this really mean for the Indian economy? What are the factors behind that have driven this growth as far as India's GDP is concerned?
See, this is clearly the fastest growth amongst the world. So we are clearly the fastest growing economy. And now our path of reaching the third biggest economy would be much, much faster. I think now by 2026, the calculation of my organization, Akash.in, says we'll be the third biggest economy. So the dream which we have seen along with our Honorable Prime Minister, I think that's going to be true by 2026. And I think the way this government has navigated the economy is excellent. See, now we know how the world has been impacted, rather wrecked by the Russia-Ukraine war. Germany, which is the biggest economy in the Europe, now they had 2 quarters of negative successive GDP growth. England, France are in a bad shape. Economy like China, they're having deflation, means people don't have money or appetite to buy things. And see, economy like US, the biggest economy in the world, considered a role model economy. Last year, they had 2 quarters of successive negative GDP growth. See, on one hand, you have big economies like US, China, Germany, not doing well, rather doing badly. And on the other hand, you have small economies like our neighbors, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. We all know what is the state of economy there. Pakistan, in the month of May, they had an inflation of around 38%. Sri Lanka, we all saw stories last year. And India, so it clearly shows that this is India's time and our government is managing things very well. Now I can say with conviction that yes, by 2031, we can be an $8 trillion economy. That's what the global experts say. And by 2035, we can clearly, there's a clear-cut possibility of us being a $10 trillion economy. The way our economy is being navigated by our government is excellent. And now see, we are hosting G20, which means there would be lots and lots of FDI, which would be coming to the country. And again, FDI would be more interested in coming to the country because we are the ones who offer fastest growth. See, earlier FDI used to go to China because China at one point in time was offering around double-digit GDP growth. Now China is far behind us. Europe, US, I have already told you, So now G20 is also being held at a very opportune time, which would mean more and quite heavy FDI for us. Now, what does it mean for Indian public? For Indian public, it means much more jobs, lesser inflation, much more increments, and overall prosperity for common Indian men. This would mean is the per capita income of every Indian would increase. There would be much more higher jobs for all Indians, and there would be much more increments. Plus, buying would be there. This Diwali, I think, it's going to be boom time. Already, we have seen the great Indian demand slowly resuming. People are already back in the markets, going for shopping, going for movies, going for tours, travels. So this clearly shows that demand, the great Indian demand story is back with the bang. So this shows the strength of Indian economy. This shows the resilience of Indian economy. And the best thing is this shows how Indian economy has been navigated. See, we shouldn't forget, we had the toughest of times. We have seen Corona. We have seen Russia-Ukraine war. Initially, it was Corona. And we have not even recovered from Corona that it was Russia-Ukraine war. So it's only our government's management ability, the way they have managed our economy, that in spite of initially Corona and Corona being quickly followed by Russia-Ukraine war, still we are performing at such a fast pace. We already know economies like France, England, US, how they have not been able to tolerate the impact of Russia-Ukraine war. But Indian economy, we have been so resilient. Not only have we seen the impact of Russia-Ukraine war, but we have emerged as a stronger economy, much more tougher economy, much more stronger economy. See, during Corona also, this government had a huge feat. They managed to vaccinate the entire country, which is being praised throughout the world. Then, of course, this government managed to do this thing that we have been able to give food grains to our poor brothers and sisters. That again is something which we managed in Corona. And initially in Corona, people thought India with such a big population may not be able to sustain, but we weathered Corona, we have weathered Russia-Ukraine war, and we are going much more stronger. So now I can tell you, FDI in the coming 12 months is going to boom like anything. And more FDI means much more manufacturing. So the themes which we are chasing, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, all these themes are going to work. And what does all these themes mean? Much more jobs, much more increments, much more exports. Now India is primarily a services economy. From a services economy, I think we'll be a manufacturing superpower because China is weak. China has so many problems. They have debt issue, they have real estate issue, plus their expansionist move, their Taiwan issue. They're not being liked by major part of the world. Whereas India, we are having good relations with everybody. See the sort of reception, see the sort of respect our Honorable Prime Minister Modi Saab got in US and France. That was not only respect to Modi Saab, it was the respect which was for each and every Indian. So having this sort of thing, I think we'll get a lot of FDI, a lot of manufacturing would start, which would make India a much, much bigger manufacturing superpower. And that is something which we need because our population is increasing.
Absolutely.
You give jobs to people.
Of course, it's going to be Diwali bonanza, what we expect and what we understand. Right, sir. Absolutely, of course, we expect further more growth, and this is, of course, the highest in the 4 quarters. But thank you so much, Mr. Jindal, for joining us with your thoughts and that perspective on that big development. Thank you so much for coming to Republic TV. And right now, viewers, that is the biggest news we are breaking right now. India is recording a close to 8% GDP growth. That is 7.8% highest in 4 quarters. But we will continue our coverage on the other side and also tell you about the special session of the Parliament, which will be held from September 18th to 22nd. Amrit Kal roadmap would be discussed. To get you all that and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Getting in visuals from Uttarakhand's Champawat, where Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami participated in the Bhagwat Mela organized at Ma Varahi Temple. Those are the visuals, quite colorful scenes from Uttarakhand Mela, and Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, the chief guest at the celebrations there in Uttarakhand's Champawat.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Hello and a very good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We quickly get kick-started with our focus on what's been happening in Mumbai right now. That is the India Alliance, and there is also a special session of the Parliament, remember, that has been called by the government. What is on the agenda? What possibly could happen? We deep dive into that subject and lots more. Let's quickly get kick-started this edition of the news with a quick up-breaking coming right now. Now, even as we told you more of the upcoming special session of the Parliament, remember, this is a story that Republic is breaking right now. What possibly could happen in that special session? It's a big scoop right now on what the government is planning to entail. The Modi government may bring the One Nation, One Poll bill. This, remember, has been in the offing for some time now. You've heard the Prime Minister speaking about One Nation, One Election. Could that now be introduced in the Parliament once you will see a special session that happens in September? Now, this is still initial information, remember, coming in right now, that we could see elections simultaneously to the Lok Sabha and to the different assemblies. And many would say that this is something that has been in the conversation for some time now. One nation, one election, how this benefits everyone, and there could be development work that continues in the rest of the period. And this is a scoop that Republic is getting to you right now. I'm told Abhishek is with us. He has more details of this. Abhishek, there has been a lot of conversation on this, enough and many hints, also by the Prime Minister himself. What are sources telling you, Abhishek?
Deepti, this is still source-based information coming in. Remember, just about a couple of hours back, there was a tweet by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi, and in which he said that there is a special session of Parliament that has been called, and it's going to be 5-day session beginning September 18th. And I'm getting this information that this is actually about One Nation, One Poll bill that the government wants to bring in. Now, whether this is brought in the form of a resolution first, or whether this is actually a bill that's coming, that's something which we have to still ascertain. But then what is important is that it is not without specifics that a session is called, and that's the reason why a session is being called. One Nation, One Poll is something about which Prime Minister has spoken from very early days as the Prime Minister, in fact, even before he became Prime Minister. And that is one possibility which is being talked about in the context of this special session of Parliament that has been called.
But Abhishek, why don't you run our viewers through everything that we've heard on this big idea in the last few years? Because I do remember the Prime Minister, Abhishek, speaking about this on multiple occasions. And he said that how, a lot of development work stops because of the Model Code of Conduct. He stressed on the idea that how we as a country need to move towards the format of One Nation, One Election.
Sorry, DT, I missed your question. My attention was somewhere else. Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, Abhishek, I just wanted you to run our viewers through the many, significant points of this One Nation, One Election format that you have seen the Prime Minister himself speaking on, and saying that how a lot of inconvenience possibly could be moved out because of the Model Code of Conduct that sets in before every election.
Well, I must emphasize, Deepti, that this is still some information coming in that this is a possibility that the special session has been called because the government wants to bring in a One Nation, One Poll bill. It's going to be very controversial. It's not going to be easy to pass. It's something which is going to take a lot of energy of the government to even mobilize its own allies, for example. So this is a qualifier coming in, because remember that the tweet of the Parliamentary Affairs Minister on the special session says that this is about Amrit Kal discussion. So the initial thought was that the special session has been called because the government wants a very comprehensive dialogue discussion on how India is going to look at 2047 and the roadmap, possible roadmap, in consultation with the opposition parties, and that seems most likely still to be the intent. But this One Nation, One Poll, because you asked about the format, the face of or the contours of this thought. Essentially, what happens is that we have just completed the Karnataka elections in May, and we are already looking ahead to 3 state elections in the month of November, December, and then 4 state elections, and then we have general elections, and then by the time general elections are over, then you're looking at elections in Haryana, Maharashtra, for example. So I think that is the reason why And until 1970s, there was this thought in practice already existing that the general elections and the state assembly elections will happen together. So it's not that this has not happened earlier. The thought with the Prime Minister was, insofar as one nation, one poll is concerned, that you do it in one go, and then you are not looking at an election cycle and the consequent model code of conduct and the paralysis of governance that happens, because for those many days you can't take new decisions, you can't be executing new projects. And so I think that is the thought. But as I said, the big qualifier is whether the government wants this session only on a roadmap to 2047 or bring in this bill also. Because as I said, it's going to be taking tremendous amount of political capital on the part of the government to even convince its all allies. And so that's the reason why I think that maybe still it is about 2047, but this is also being talked about, and that's the reason why I thought we should bring it to the notice of our viewers.
Oh yes, Abhishek, what I'll do is I'll quickly just let you go so that you can track more information for us. And in the meantime, let's quickly recap what we know on the story. We'll also get more political reactions on possibly what could just be the biggest ever election reform. Could this see the light of the day? Now, remember, this right now is only and only according to sources. This is a scoop that Republic is learning more about, that the government could table this one nation, one election bill in the upcoming special session of the parliament. Now, I quickly want to jog your memory through what Abhishek was also underscoring, that it's not that this was not the pattern in the country. This used to happen in the 60s and the 70s. In fact, until 1967, the cycle of the state and the central elections was largely synchronized. Now, what this means? This means that largely we used to have state and the central elections at the same point until about the 1967s. Then later you have seen a lot of fracture years, you have seen a lot of assemblies that were dissolved before tenure. So this changed the cycle of the elections to the assemblies of the state and to the parliament. Now, because of this, there is election that happens almost every few months, is like what the Prime Minister has also indicated. Now, I was just wondering what could be the cost of election, because this is what, again, a rationale that the government has put forward, that the cost of elections is getting pretty high every time. Now, research tells us that in the year 1952, the cost of elections was about 10.45 crore. In 2014, it jumps to about 3,870 crores. So that is the kind of gap that we have seen. That is the kind of expense that is really spent on holding an election. And this, remember, is only the cost of the Election Commission, excluding transportation, security management, advertisement by parties, and many more. And over the years, you have seen an increase in the expenditure as far as these elections are also concerned. Not just that, you have the Model Code of Conduct that kicks in, and that's what the Prime Minister said, that it's important that we also focus on development, on Vikas, and not just think about elections all the time. So could this be a reality? No one knows, but there could be better utilization of resources, is what people say. Not just of security, but also of development-related activities that could be synchronized. I'm told we'll also have a panel of guests joining us in just a moment. I have Gyanendra Mishra ji, who's a political analyst with us. Also Amitabh Sinha, he's a political analyst, will just join us in a bit. Gyanendra Mishra ji, good evening. I'm not sure whether you're aware of this or not, but this is a story just breaking on Republic right now. We are learning that possibly in the upcoming special session of the parliament, we could see the government moving closer to one nation, one election. Would you hail that move?
Good evening, and thank you for having me on your channel. Obviously, this is one of the most important and heated topic right now in the country, when the Parliamentary Affairs Minister has announced for this special session of Parliament, which will convened on 18th to 20th September, and with the 5th session. And the speculation is very high on the purpose and intent behind this special session, particularly for the reason that the minister has not disclosed any reasons for announcing this or convening this special session of Parliament. particularly when the major important festivals in Maharashtra like Ganesh Chaturthi will also be happening. So there are discussions around and the intention behind the dates of the session as well. But as you are saying, everyone is speculating. There are wild speculations in the political, the arena, that what is the reason behind this? What would be the intent and reason behind this special session? And many of the people are speculating that this could be for the two reasons. One, that you are indicating that the very important and hotly debated and discussed bill of one nation, one poll can be introduced in this session of parliament. Or the speculation is also there that there may be, lot of, praise and advertisement for ruling dispensation in the backdrop of successful Chandrayaan-3 mission.
But Gyanendra ji, because you're also a political analyst, do you believe that this is an election reform that is needed in the country? Not just when you talk of perhaps having more governance, less of disruption, saving money for the exchequer, and trying to ensure that, politicians and we as a country just not focus on elections, but a lot more that can be done for the people. Are you for the idea, sir?
Yes, in principle, I support this idea. This idea is a very positive idea in terms of cost management, resource mobilization for the election. And as you were indicating and explaining earlier, that in the initial year after the independence, in the 2 or 3 elections, it was the trend to have election at the national and state level simultaneously. And this is the topic of discussion as a part of the political reforms for quite long. And I, in my personal capacity, do support this idea, because this is a idea which is going to save a lot of efforts on the part of the national exchequer in terms of the cost management, I says, resource mobilization, as I said. And so it is a very important and positive step. But of course, the timing and the way of bringing it in the special session of parliament would certainly be questioned, particularly when the election in the 5 states is going to happen.
But why? If the idea is good, Gyanendra ji, that's the question I would ask, because I think this is the problem of most of the political parties. I want to get in Amitabh Sinha ji, who's also a political analyst, who's with us now, that, you will say the idea is good. Idea to acha hai, Amitabh ji, they will say, a lot of opposition parties, but they will question the timing. So you have a problem because it is Narendra Modi taking forward this great election idea. Is, that Modi hatred, Amitabh ji, do you believe that that is good enough for us to dwarf the idea? Because the idea is huge. Could we have one nation, one election? Are we ready for it, Amitabh ji?
Let me express my immediate reaction that all what you are talking about or you are debating about is speculation only. And see, one nation, one election is genuinely a very important and very good idea. And Prime Minister Modi had already, initiated this debate long back. But I don't know exactly this bill is going to be considered in this special session or some other thing in the agenda. I don't know exactly, and particularly I am really not sure that this type of very big issue can be immediately brought into the consideration for this parliament. This is my personal view, certainly. This is no doubt one of the best electoral reforms what India can foresee or plan as far as present day scenario is concerned. But it is a really big leap, very big step, and a lot of preparations are to be done, and these things are not a child's game. So my point is, it can be tabled max to max, but it should be debated properly, and the preparation, which is the key word for this major electoral reform, is to be considered by Modi government, because I know that this step will change the entire electoral scenario of this democracy. So I think the preparation.
Though you do say, and I would also qualify that this is according to sources. There is no confirmation to this effect. But we've heard the Prime Minister speaking about this idea multiple times. We'll also get in our colleague Shravan, who's joining us in the conversation in just a moment. Yes. But Amitabh ji, I was quickly, trying to find out what are the reactions we've heard from different political parties. Now look at what the AAP said. The AAP said, we vehemently oppose the proposal of one nation, one election. They said this is unconstitutional and against the basic principles of democracy. They said one nation, one election proposal is a front to legitimize what they call the Operation Lotus and legalize the sale and purchase of MLAs. This is what the AAP said. So Amitabh ji, in the light of all the politics that you have seen behind this idea, what would you want to say to these political parties who see red in any move that the Narendra Modi government makes?
I would say that this is nothing but a fear psychosis, clear fear psychosis of all opposition parties, because, I was just going through one, very recent survey done by some agency that Modi is 80% ahead as popular leader of the country, and not in India, but throughout the world. So this basically is the fact that Modi is unchallenged. And because of that, any move of Modi or, the government of Modi is, creating shivers in opposition camp. Our party is not certainly, like exception. And they have, they have question of existence for them. Because if one election, one nation policy is being implemented, then obviously Modi will become the face of one nation, one election, scenario, and so the entire opposition will almost face extinction at this moment, at least. So obviously, their reaction is, they are going berserk.
But Amitabh ji, the case in point is also what's happening in Odisha, because Odisha had elections to the state assembly and to the parliament simultaneously. But there the voter is able to distinguish that he's, voting for his chief minister or he's voting for his prime minister. So I think what you said is very important. Fear psychosis by a lot of these opposition parties. But gentlemen, please stay with me. We'll carry forward this conversation. But before we do that, why is the opposition seeing red in everything that's happening? I'm told Rashid Alvi of the Congress is also joining us right now on the phone line. Rashid Alvi ji, good evening. And thank you, sir, for speaking to us on Republic. We are learning that one nation, one election possibly could be that big idea that the Modi government could moot in the special session of the parliament. Is the Congress supporting that idea, sir?
How can Congress or any party support it, whether there is any dictatorship in the country, without consulting, without sending any bill to the standing committee? Is there any dictatorship in the country that whatever you want, you will introduce this? Then you will ask political parties to support you. Nobody knows what is this, what kind of bill this is. How can you run this country like this? Is there any dictatorship?
You said this is dictatorship. Now, Rashid Alvi ji, just before you joined us, we were speaking about what happened in Odisha, sir. The state of Odisha voted for the state and the parliament simultaneously. You're saying that is dictatorship? Our country used to have this until 1967, simultaneous elections.
I think you are unable to understand. There are several political parties in the country. Of course, you are ruling over the country because you have majority. But you will not consult other parties without consulting anything.
Okay. Okay, that's a fair point. Consultation with everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, that is a fair point, Rashid Alvi ji. I'm requesting you to hold that phone line. Let's get the first response also from the BRS. Mr. Revela Reddy is with us. Mr. Reddy, good evening, sir. How would you respond to what sources are telling Republic? One nation, one election. Does the BRS support that idea?
Well, just now the information is coming in. We have to see what exactly will be the agenda of the government, how they are going to propose this, because we don't have any details. let the details come in. But, practically it doesn't seem to be possible because there are many states, voted in a different periods and all that. How can they be bringing in? So I don't think it's practically possible, but let the government come out with the modalities, how they are going to do it. But as my congressman was also saying that, it's need a wider, consultations before they table the bill in the parliament. It is better in such a, if they wanted to bring in such a, huge reform, it's better the central government take the other political parties also into consideration and go for a wider consultation and debate on that. Not only political parties, there are many organizations which are working in the state, in the country for the betterment of democracy. So in such a big country, we have to have, a full-length discussion on this, wider debate on this. Then only they should be going to this, number one. Number two, practically, because even in such a big states, even while conducting the elections, supposing if they're conducting in 3-4 states at once, they are going in, phases, 5 phase, 4 phase, 3 phase like that. How come one poll, one nation will be possible to conduct such a huge election in the entire country at once? So this will have a lot of, consequences on the entire process, a lot of impact on the entire process. They have to come out with a plan. So, it needs huge money, it needs huge deployment of resources, it needs a huge... so it's such a big country, I don't think it is...
But it saves money, Mr. Reddy. That is what the logic has been. But I think both you and Rashid Alviji make fair points that everyone should be consulted and all political parties should be on board. So in principle, I'm assuming that both of you gentlemen are with the idea. I'm just going to come back to you. I'm told also Mr. Kumar of the JDU is with us. Neeraj ji, good evening, sir, and thank you for your patience as you were holding the phone line. Neeraj ji, मुझे ये बताइए कि अगर one nation, one election होता है, क्या JDU उसका समर्थन करेगी? क्या आप इस आइडिया के साथ है, सर?
2019 के बीजेपी के घोषणा पत्र में तो नहीं लिखा हुआ है। ये निश्चित रूप से नए दौर में अभी तो मणिपुर में 48 मिनट असेंबली चला, 48 मिनट, यहाँ डबल इंजन की सरकार है। तो ये ऐसे सवाल है जिस पर तमाम राजनीतिक दलों को विमर्श करने की जरूरत है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी अगर एजेंडा इसको बना करके चुनावी अभियान में जाना चाहते हैं, इसका मतलब है बुनियादी मुद्दों से वो भटक रहे हैं। अरे ये चुनाव आयोग का मामला है, विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों से संवाद करके कैसे इसको बेहतर किया जाए, इलेक्शन रिफॉर्म को के दिशा में कैसे आगे बढ़ा जाए, ये वन पार्टी की जिम्मेवारी नहीं है, ये सारी पार्टियों की जिम्मेवारी है और इसमें सबके साथ विमर्श होना चाहिए। हमारी पार्टी का क्या नजरिया होगा, हम तो पहले भी स्पष्ट कर चुके हैं कि हम लोग चुनाव सुधार के पक्षधर हैं, लेकिन अब पार्लियामेंट में जब ये बिल आएगा तो हम पार्टी अपना पक्ष रखेगी। लेकिन ये घोषणा पत्र में नहीं लिखा था इन्होंने कि हम इलेक्शन रिफॉर्म करेंगे, ये कहीं इनके घोषणा पत्र में नहीं है। तो जो कहा तो
चलिए, घोषणा पत्र में नहीं होगा। नीरज कुमार जी, आप सही है जब आप कहते हैं कि घोषणा पत्र में नहीं है, लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि एज अ कंट्री हम हर कुछ महीने में एक इलेक्शन होता है, उस पर समय भी व्यर्थ होता है, इतने फोर्सेस लगते हैं, उन सब का वेस्टेज होता है, पैसे की अलग वेस्टेज होती है, फिर मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लग जाता है। तो बहुत समय से सरकार को भी इस बात को लेकर चर्चा है कि इसको कैसे कम किया जाए। नीरज जी,
नहीं, बिल्कुल आपकी बात से हम सहमत है। अभी तो राहुल गांधी जी ने जो आरोप लगाया उस पर ना जवाब दें, अडानी वाले रिलेशन पर जवाब देना, करप्शन पर जवाब दे। ठीक है, आप भटका रहे हैं सर, बात को भटका रहे हैं। आप वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन पे बात नहीं करना चाहते, आप इसको मुद्दा नहीं बना रहे हैं। ठीक है, हमारी उम्मीद मैं किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का हिस्सा नहीं हूँ सर। मैं सवाल तो आपसे भी पूछूंगी, सवाल भाजपा से भी पूछे जाएंगे। नहीं मान रहे हैं, बिल्कुल हम उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि राहुल गांधी वाले को महत्वपूर्ण जगह दीजिएगा। दुनिया के अंदर भारत की प्रतिष्ठा जा रही है, इतने बड़े विदेशी अखबार के द्वारा प्रमाण के साथ, सारे साक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने दिखाया। हमारी उम्मीद थी कि आज उसको प्रमुखता मिलनी चाहिए थी। नीरज जी आप रिपब्लिक थोड़ा ज्यादा देखा करिए सर, क्योंकि आज दिन भर वो खबर चलाई गई है। राहुल गांधी ने जब सवाल उठाए हैं नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार पर, उनका प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी लाइव था सर। लेकिन देखिए, हर खबर की अपनी इंपॉर्टेंस होती है सर नीरज जी, और इसीलिए हमारा ये ड्यूटी है कि हर क्वेश्चन को लेकर आप लोगों से सवाल किए जाए, लोगों से सवाल किया जाए कि कैसी प्रतिक्रिया है। But thank you, नीरज जी, कि आपने हमसे बात की. I'm told Riju Datta also of the TMC has been patiently holding the phone line. Riju, okay, I think we've just lost that phone line, but it'll be important to see how you will have the other political parties respond to this huge idea
that possibly has been in the offing for some time now. And like I said, right from the Prime Minister to a lot of other leaders, that includes the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, they have been the votary of one nation, one election, and they say that it's time to go in for this big ticket election reform. Riju Datta of the TMC is back with us. Riju, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. Good evening to you. How would you respond? Would you be supporting the idea of one nation, one election, Riju?
See, I cannot say that we will support the idea of this because the senior leadership needs to take a call on this. But one thing is very certain, that when the last monsoon session was washed away because the Pradhan Mantri could not find time to address the Manipur issue, now all of a sudden, when there is a Mumbai summit of the India Alliance, there is a 5-day special session in the parliament, which clearly indicates one thing, rather than going into the technicality of this one nation, one election debate, is that in November, December, we all know there are Vidhan Sabha elections in 5 very important states of India. And then post that, in the next 3 months, in the month of April, May, there is the general elections in the country. So one thing is very clear, that BJP, as per their internal survey, as per the RSS survey, they are not coming back to power. As a result, they want to mash it all up, bring it all together so that by hook, by crook, or by any means possible, if they can somehow save their skin in this election, because they know that their expiry date.
But Riju, is there merit in that argument that you made, or you're betraying your nervousness? Because see, Riju, if you say this government is so unpopular, the Prime Minister has done nothing, people are really anguished, people will not vote for them, whether it's a state election or whether it's the election to the parliament. I mean, the government loses by both sides, no? So isn't that argument of a defeatist?
I respect, can I speak? I respect the argument you made, but if I look at it from a different perspective, and my perspective is this, that in barely 3 months, there is major elections in 5 states, right? The Pradhan Mantri himself on the floor of the parliament and on many government programs, he has said himself that I am coming back, right? He has said that. So if he is so confident that he is coming back, let the general elections be over, and in the first parliamentary session, after the general elections are over, you can place this bill. Why a special session to place this bill before 5 important elections and the general elections of the country? When you are so confident that you are coming back, why don't you see it from this perspective, from the opposition's perspective? Right?
Okay.
So
Riju,
yes,
the point is, there are so many loopholes, Riju, in that argument, because you have a problem right now if the government brings in this bill, but you're saying the government should wait, win the next election, the parliamentary election, and only then bring up this bill. And you say in principle there is no decision yet whether the TMC goes with the idea or not. I appreciate that you're speaking to us, Riju. Look forward to speaking to you again. I want to go back to both the gentlemen who've been very patient as we were speaking to different political parties. Also our colleague Shavan, who stays with us. And Amitabh ji, Gyanendra ji, before I come to you, I quickly want to take it across also to Shavan. Shavan, in the political circles, this has been the narrative for some time now, that the Modi government really wants one nation, one election. But this scares the opposition because they say, listen, the same, states where you are holding these elections simultaneously, possibly on the name of Modi, the face of Modi, the opposition believes that they possibly could end up losing their elections. Then there are examples of what happened in Telangana earlier, what happened in Odisha. So Shavan, does this political analogy even correlate to the fear of the opposition? Shavan, before you answer that question, and apologies, I'm told Varis Pathan of the AIMIM is also with us. Shavan, apologies, I'm going to come back to you. Varis, good evening and thank you for speaking to us. Are you with the Modi government on the idea of one nation, one poll?
Well, madam, I don't know anything about it. Just now I just read, I was just traveling. I just came to know through the media that a special session is called from 18 to 22nd of September. And I don't know whether they are introducing bills or whatever they are getting it. Let us see wait and watch. Why to be in a hurry? Let us read what is there, why they have called for the special session. Just now I was traveling, a lot of traffic in Mumbai because of the
But
India
in
is also
principle,
going on here.
Varis, you are very informed. You are a very seasoned politician, Varis. Tell me, do you support the idea of one nation, one election? Do you think India should move forward towards having one nation, one election?
Well, let us see. Let us see. Whatever. Just merely saying one nation, one election does not take us anywhere. Why do they want? Because earlier what we were listening to them was that to save the money, to save time, to save the energy, everything, they wanted a one nation, one election. But if everybody is there, I'm not the only person, so let me just get through. Let me just get back. Let me just read properly what are the things they want to bring in about, whether one nation, one theory. How do you know that they're getting the bill right now? Do you have any sources? Or people are saying the sources are saying.
That is another thing. I'm saying whenever the bill comes in, will the AIMIM support this or not, Varis? And there isn't much to read about it. You know, all the state elections and the central election will be synchronized to have it in the same cycle, Varis.
Well, that will be decided by a party, whether we are with it or we are against it. And if we are with it, why? And if we are against it, why? That will be decided by the party. Have some patience. All the very best. Thank you so much, madam.
All right. So Varis Pathan wants us to be patient. He is being very, very cautious. That's very unlike Varis Pathan. But thank you, Varis, for speaking to us. And before we again go back to our guest and our team of reporters getting you more details on what possibly is the Modi government planning to do, I quickly want you to listen to what we've heard from the Prime Minister on a number of occasions. The Prime Minister, remember, has been the votary of one nation, one poll. He has said that we need to come out of the cycle of having multiple elections, model code of conduct sets in, development work gets affected, plus there is a loss to the exchequer. So could we be seeing a huge movement? Listen in to the many times the Prime Minister has spoken about the idea.
आज लाल किले से जब मैं देश को संबोधित कर रहा हूं, तब मैं ये गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि आज हर हिंदुस्तानी कह सकता है, वन नेशन, वन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। और हम सरदार साहब का एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, इसी सपने को चरितार्थ करने में लगे हुए हैं। तब ये साफ साफ बनता है कि हम ऐसी व्यवस्थाओं को विकसित करें जो देश की एकता को बल दे, देश को जोड़ने के लिए सीमेंटिंग फोर्स के रूप में उभर करके आए। और ये प्रक्रिया निरंतर चलनी चाहिए, वो एक समय के लिए नहीं होती है, अविरत होनी चाहिए। जीएसटी के माध्यम से हमने वन नेशन, वन टैक्स, उस सपने को साकार किया। उसी प्रकार से पिछले दिनों ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में वन नेशन, वन ग्रिड, इस काम को भी हमने सफलतापूर्वक पार किया। उसी प्रकार से वन नेशन, वन मोबिलिटी कार्ड, इस व्यवस्था को भी हमने विकसित किया। और आज देश में व्यापक रूप से चर्चा चल रही है, एक देश एक साथ चुनाव। ये चर्चा होनी चाहिए, लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से होनी चाहिए। और कभी न कभी एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए और भी ऐसी नई चीजों को हमने जोड़ना होगा।
So that is one of the occasions where the Prime Minister spoke about one nation, one election. We are hearing the bill possibly could see the light of the day in the upcoming special session of the Parliament. Like I said, all this is very source-based information right now. But we are also trying to find out where do different political parties stand on this. I'm told Shakti Singh ji of the RJD is also with us. Shakti ji, namaste. हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। आप क्या वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के आइडिया के साथ है? क्या आपकी पार्टी इसका समर्थन करेगी सर?
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले एक बात है कि इस खबर को मैं पुष्ट इसलिए नहीं मान रहा, ये सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर है। ये खबर कोई सरकारी अफसर से या सरकार ने इस तरह की कोई अधिसूचना या इस तरह की कोई बात नहीं कही आधिकारिक तौर पे। रहा सवाल, कई सवाल हैं जिन राज्यों में 1 साल पहले, 6 महीने पहले चुनाव हो गए हैं, क्या उसमें संविधान में संशोधन की आवश्यकता आन पड़ेगी? तो कई सवाल हैं जिनके 1 साल पूरा हुए हैं, 1.5 साल पूरा हुए, जिनके 24 से पूरे हो रहे हैं। मान लिया स्टार्ट करा सकते, लेकिन बहुत राज्य ऐसे हैं जिनके चुनाव 1 साल पहले हुए, 6 माह पहले हुए। उन राज्यों के लिए संविधान क्या कहेगा, कानून क्या कहेगा? एक सवाल है। वन नेशन एक साथ आप चाहते हैं कि वन इलेक्शन हो, तो उसके लिए एक व्यापक चर्चा और कई तरह की चीजें आनी चाहिए। आनंद में ये तो डरी हुई भाजपा का ये कहीं ना कहीं एक शगुफा मैं मानता हूं, जो इंडिया जो गठबंधन की बैठक मुंबई में हो रही है, उससे घबराई भाजपा तरह तरह के शगुफे छोड़ रही है। ऐसा तो आधिकारिक है भी नहीं, चूंकि एक चैनल ने इसको निकाला, उसके बाद कई चैनलों ने पकड़ा है सूत्रों के हवाले से, तो मैं इसको पुष्ट खबर भी नहीं मानता। इसलिए कोई अनमैच्योर्ड कमेंट होगा इस पर किसी प्रकार की कोई प्रतिक्रिया देना।
लेकिन शक्ति सिंह जी, आई थिंक यही दिक्कत है ना, जब आर्टिकल 370 के एब्रोगेशन की बात भी थी, तभी बहुत लोग ये नहीं मानते थे कि सरकार ऐसा कदम उठा सकती है। लेकिन जब सरकार ने वो कदम उठाया तो ऑपोजिशन वाज इन अ स्टेट ऑफ शॉक। इसीलिए मैं आपको ये कह रही हूँ शक्ति सिंह जी कि अगर ये आइडिया आता है, अगर ये बिल आता है, तो क्या आरजेडी इसका समर्थन करेगी? आप कहते हैं कि भाजपा डरी हुई है। अगर भाजपा डरी हुई है सर, और स्टेट और सेंटर में एक साथ इलेक्शन कराएगी, तो वो तो हार जाएगी, तो उनका नुकसान होगा।
देखिए 370 डिफरेंट मैटर, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की डिफरेंस। एक्चुअली सबको लेकर के लोकतंत्र के राज्यसभा में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कुछ पूर्व बोला था, उन्होंने इन चीजों पर चर्चा की थी। उसको लेकर के लोग उस पुराने वीडियो को लेकर करके दिखा भी रहे हैं कि उनकी इच्छा थी कि लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से इस पर बात होनी चाहिए। कि जब हर क्षेत्रों में वन की बात हम कर रहे हैं, तो वन नेशन वन टैरिफ क्यों नहीं हो रहा है इस देश के अंदर में? टैरिफ क्यों नहीं हो रहा है देश के अंदर में? कई चीजें हैं देश के अंदर में। आप जानते हैं कि कई ऐसे राज्य हैं जहां पर महंगी बिजली मिलती है, वन टैरिफ नहीं है देश के अंदर में। यह भी सवाल आप लाते हैं किसी चीजों पर, तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां तो अपनी प्रतिक्रिया और अपनी राय सदन और सदन के बाहर दोनों तरफ देगी। लेकिन चूंकि अब ये सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर है और ये घबरा करके खबर निकाली गई है कि इंडिया जो गठबंधन की बैठक हो गई है, इससे ध्यान भटकाने की एक इनकी अपना जो है पूरी तरह से शगुफा मैं मानता।
ठीक है शक्ति सिंह जी, आप आरजेडी को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं और आपका अपना व्यू पॉइंट रखने का पूरा अधिकार है। आप ये मानते हैं कि हेडलाइन मैनेजमेंट है, देयर इज नो ट्रूथ बिहाइंड दिस स्टोरी, बट आई थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस. So as viewers, you must have noticed, much of the opposition right now is being very cautious. They either are questioning the timing behind this entire move, if and all it comes in by the Modi government in the upcoming special session of the parliament, or they say that you have to have a larger consensus. So we spoke to Congress, we spoke to the RJD, we've spoken to the JDU, we've spoken to leaders of the BRS, to the AIMIM. They all say wait and watch. We want to discuss, we want to have a larger consensus, but we as a country, are we ready for one nation, one election? Could that be the big idea that the Modi government could be moving forward towards? On the other side of this quick break, we carry forward and get you a lot more breaking updates that you need to know.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Neeraj Chopra at the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
And as India comes down to the big G20 summit in the national capital on the 9th and 10th of September, Republic Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor spoke to Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena on the mega preparations that are underway in the national capital. Take a listen in.
In a week's time, New Delhi is going to host what's going to be the Modi government's biggest diplomatic powwow yet, the G20 Leaders Summit on September 9 and 10. Like it happened across the country, New Delhi has also prepared itself both in terms of infrastructure and other things to make it look good for the visiting dignitaries, 13 all heads of government, heads of state. With us to understand what has happened and some controversy also, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. V.K. Saxena. Very good noon, sir. Let's begin with what has been done to make Delhi look good for all those people who will be coming and participating in the G20 summit.
From the last 2 months, we are working very hard to improve the condition of Delhi. Delhi was actually in a very bad shape. Broken roads, broken footpath, lot of C&D waste lying outside the roads, in the middle of the road. In fact, the condition was very, very bad. Our first task was to clean the city. And after that, to improve the condition of the city, aesthetic of the city. So after the cleaning of the city, more than 15,000 tons of C&D waste and kachra was removed in less than 2 months' time. Apart from that, we have identified the places where we should put up some artifacts, fountains, greenery.
This is one of the?
Yes, this is one of the fountains which we have installed at Delhi Gate. Delhi Gate is very, very important place of Delhi. In fact,
at one time it was the entrance of Delhi.
Absolutely, it was entrance of Delhi. The Jaho Jalali of Delhi was from this gate only. So we have decided to improve the condition of this gate also, and this road is also very, very important for the G20 delegates also, because this road goes to Rajghat.
Right. So they would be taking this route?
This route. So that's why we have focused on this road also. So you have seen these fountains are there. We have installed one Konark view also, and the entire aesthetic has been changed. This was in a very bad shape. A lot of C&D waste was here. There was no greenery, nothing. So we have changed.
But where all you have done? This is, of course, you are saying because the leaders would be going to Rajghat through this road, maybe the airport road. One question is that why only when some big event happens that you have to do this? Otherwise, people of Delhi also deserve good aesthetics.
Absolutely, they deserve that. And my dream is to make Delhi clean and green like this only. So I am working very, very hard. And this we have proved in 2 months' time. In just 2 months' time, we have changed the face of Delhi. Not entire Delhi, but a very large part of Delhi. For example, Dhola Kuan to Airport Road, NDMC area, ITPO area, this area. So there is a lot of change. Similarly, we are going to start this kind of campaign after 15th of September to change the face of Delhi.
So it's not going to stop with the summit?
This will go on, and these assets have been created permanently, not temporarily.
What kind of money has been spent?
Not much, actually.
So it's just about application. Like you're focused, you are delivering.
For example, a lot of artifacts have been gifted by us in CSR. A lot of Rajasthan artisans have come here and they have contributed for this cause.
It's sort of people's effort.
Absolutely.
But then some people...
I always believe in people's participation, so I actually called upon CII, FICCI and other industries also to join us to change the face of Delhi, and I'm very, very thankful to several industrialists and some NGOs also who have helped us in changing the face of Delhi.
Round 3 of Team INDIA meeting in Mumbai. Representatives of 26 opposition parties in attendance.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, speaking at an event, weighed in on what makes India's G20 presidency different Jaishankar said that the first reason is actually the chair. The fact is, India has assumed the G20 presidency at a time when India is starting to matter more and more to the world. External Affairs Minister said that India's G20 presidency matters because it has demonstrated a capability of helping other countries.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra at the Olympic.
Chef Surendra Negi, who is curating the menu for the upcoming G20 summit, says that they are presenting both Indian and foreign components for the guests. He went on to say that under the instructions of Prime Minister Modi, they are focusing on millets as well and including them as an ingredient in several of their cuisines.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Does the Modi government, remember, has a big ticket idea? And could this then just be the game changer? Could we see the 2024 polls as the biggest polls the country has seen? Could we be on the road to one nation, one election? No one knows, but there are enough and many indications. And don't forget that the government has also called for a special parliament session in September. What is on the agenda? What's on the cards? And knowing Narendra Modi and the present dispensation, we should be ready for a big ticket idea. We deep dive into that subject. We'll have a panel of guests joining us. Also more inside track of what possibly could be on the agenda in just a moment. But first up, as always, the headlines on the show. The government has called for a special parliament session from September the 18th to the 22nd. Everyone is asking, what is the agenda? Huge suspense over what the government intends to do. Sources say the government could bring one nation, one election bill in the special parliament session. This is round 3 of the Team INDI meeting in Mumbai. Representatives of 26 opposition parties are in attendance. The meeting currently is underway. India storms with mega GDP numbers, recording growth at a 7.8% for the first quarter of the financial year 2024. The Adani Group is denying allegations of opaque investment in stocks mentioned in the report by the Soros-funded group. On day 13 of the Article 370 abrogation hearing in the Supreme Court, the centre says polls in Jammu and Kashmir possibly could happen very soon. And as India is counting down to the big mega G20 summit, reports are indicating after Putin, Xi Jinping is likely to skip that summit. So a lot of interesting developments are happening even as we are putting out this broadcast. Remember, today is a day where you have the INDI Alliance Bloc meeting in Mumbai. There are questions that the Alliance Bloc is facing. There are questions that they need to answer. Because there are netas from their very own bloc who have predicted that we could be looking at early Lok Sabha elections. If the elections happen in the month of December, like Mamata Banerjee, like Nitish Kumar have predicted, are they battle ready? That's a question they need to answer. But on the other side, the government has decided to call for a special session of the parliament at the end of the G20 summit. The government has informed that this is essentially going to be where they'll be discussing the roadmap for Amrit Kal for the next many years. But then insiders tell us that the government could be looking at the big ticket idea of one nation, one election. Could that happen? Could that be the game changer? Let's not forget the Prime Minister on multiple occasions has spoken in favor of this idea. He says we waste money, we are not able to focus on governance as much as we should because the focus remains on having elections, and India being such a vast country with different states, does it make sense to have one nation, one election? That bill, possibly insiders tell us, could be introduced in the special session of the parliament. Now, the opposition, being the opposition, will not welcome this move. They will protest, they will see red. A lot of them are questioning the timing also of this special parliament session. Now, on your screen, you're also looking at images that have come in earlier from the INDA Alliance meeting that continues in Mumbai. But on your screen are also more details of a lot of other countries where this model is being followed. And not that India, remember, did not have this model. Till about 1967, India actually had one nation, one election. But then a lot changed, and a lot could possibly change even now. So what could happen in the next few weeks building up to the big elections of 2024? Republic is tracking that story very closely. Before we take it to our panel of guests that's going to join us in just a moment, also listen in to what Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav faction, has to say. And why does she see red in this announcement by the government?
प्रहलाद जोशी जी ने ये निर्णय लेकर ट्वीट किया है कि सितंबर 18 से लेकर 22 तक एक स्पेशल सेशन होगा जिसमें राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के सारे एमपीज़ को बुलाया गया है। मेरा सवाल ये है कि देश का एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट फेस्टिवल गणेश चतुर्थी खास करके महाराष्ट्र के लिए वो एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हिंदू फेस्टिवल है। तो ये जो हिंदू विरोधी काम हो रहा है, हिंदू सेंटिमेंट्स को दरकिनार करके ये काम हो रहा है, हम जानना चाहते हैं ये क्यों हो रहा है, किस आधार पे ये निर्णय लिया गया, यही खास करके डेट्स क्यों चुनी गई, ये केंद्र सरकार को और पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर को बताना पड़ेगा। क्या यही इनकी हिंदुत्ववादी सोच है कि जो एक इतना बड़ा त्यौहार जो दिवाली की तरह बनाया जाता है देश के कोने कोने में, क्या विदेशों में भी बनाया जाता है, और आप उस समय पे सेशन बुलवा रहे हैं, तो ये किस आधार पे बुलवाया जा रहा है? ये हमारा सवाल है। क्योंकि मैंने इस पर ट्वीट किया था तो मुझसे सारे सवाल किए गए थे। मैंने सोचा कि आप लोग के समक्ष आकर मैं ये बात पूछूं, हम अपने केंद्र सरकार से पूछें कि अब जब विंटर सेशन होने वाला है तो उस बीच में ये स्पेशल सेशन करने की क्या ज़रूरत है, और ख़ास करके
So a lot of suspense, but then a lot of fear-mongering also. And is that what Priyanka is largely doing? We do not know, but we'll find out with a panel of guests that joins us, because these are very interesting times, so ladies and gentlemen, that we are living in. And you know, every moment, Siddharth, can just change. And like they say, a week is a long time in politics, Rakhi. But here, trust the BJP to float new ideas almost every day. The opposition gets taken by surprise. So we'll say good evening to Rakhi Rathore, who represents the BJP. Siddharth Sharma ji is spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Gyanendra Mishra ji is also a political analyst. He leans towards the Congress. We also have Sanjay Gupta ji with us here in our studios. He represents the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav faction. And let's get kick-started with Sanjay ji only. Sanjay ji, Priyanka Chaturvedi इतना पैनिक क्यों फैला रही है? वो कहती है कि सरकार ये संसद का स्पेशल सेशन क्यों ला रही है? वो कहती है कि गणेश चतुर्थी के बीच में ये क्यों हो रहा है? अब बीजेपी ये कहती है कि क्या गणेश चतुर्थी है तो आप काम धंधा सब बंद कर देंगे, क्या कामकाज बंद हो जाएगा?
देखिए, आज अगर बीजेपी की सरकार केंद्र में है और शिवसेना ने उसको हमेशा सपोर्ट किया, तो हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर ही आज बीजेपी की सरकार है। और जिस तरह से आज हिंदुत्व विरोधी काम हो रहे हैं इस सरकार में, हमने तो हमेशा इंडिया और पाकिस्तान का मैच हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ना हो इसका विरोध किया। और जब भी
हिंदुत्व से जोड़ रहे हैं, आप इसको हिंदुत्व से जोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, मैं हमारी जो सरकार है, आज बीजेपी की जो सरकार है या महाराष्ट्र में हमारी पार्टी है, तो हम तो हिंदुत्व पे ही हमेशा लड़े हैं। हिंदुत्व पे ही हमारा एजेंडा रहा है और हिंदुत्व पे ही हम इनके साथ 25 साल हमने इनके साथ सत्ता के साथ समझौता किया और बीजेपी को आगे किया। आज अगर हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान का मैच गुजरात के अंदर, अहमदाबाद के अंदर होगा और वहां पर पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाए जाएंगे, तो क्या हिंदुत्व रह गया? क्या पुलवामा भूल गए हम? पुलवामा में किस तरह से, क्या ये इतनी जल्दी, क्या अब कोई नया जब सरकार बनने का टाइम आएगा फिर इसी तरह की कोई दुर्घटना की जाएगी?
नहीं, आप देखिए ऐसे बड़े बड़े आरोप लगा देते हैं। देखिए, आप पॉलिटिक्स में, सही बात है, आप सरकार का मतलब विरोध करेंगे, वो भी ठीक बात है, लेकिन बिना प्रूफ के इस तरह की बातें रखना, एक नेशनल टेलीविजन पे सवाल उठेंगे। लेकिन संजय जी, बिफोर आई गो टू द अदर पैनलिस्ट, मुझे ये बताइए, अगर वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन हो जाता है तो आप इसके फेवर में हैं? आप सपोर्ट करेंगे इस आइडिया को?
हमारी पार्टी तो इसके फेवर में ही थी।
आप फेवर में हैं?
हाँ, फेवर में है इसके। वन नेशन वन ये करते हैं तो इसके फेवर में।
चलिए, तो यू नो राखी, ओल्ड फ्रेंड्स ऑलवेज रिमेन फ्रेंड्स एंड ही इज योर लॉयल फ्रेंड।
मुद्दों के आधार पर ही शिवसेना ने हमेशा समर्थन किया है। बाला साहब ठाकरे थे तो मुद्दों के आधार पर ही वो उन्होंने कांग्रेस को बहुत बार समर्थन किया,
अनलाइक द आप एंड अ लॉट ऑफ अदर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज। बट राखी, हाउ वुड यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस लिंकिंग ऑफ द गणेश चतुर्थी विद द स्पेशल पार्लियामेंट सेशन? वर ऑल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ऑन बोर्ड? Did the government consult them before announcing this special parliament session, Rakhi?
Deepti, first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone because India has emerged as the fastest growing economy. In fact, in this financial year 23, the first quarter GDP growth is 7.8%, and that's a proud moment for us. And that also, supports the statement which was given by Prime Minister Modi ji that within 3 years we would be the third biggest economy in the whole world. Secondly, as far as Sanjay ji has said, I don't agree with it. We are here with the point of sabka saath, sabka vikas kind of concept, and there should be a debate on the work which we have done and what has been done in the earlier government. So this should be the debate, in fact, not these kind of issues, because it is not Sanjay ji's fault, because on pillars this Ghamandiya alliance is
but Rakhi, why have you called this special parliament session? The opposition wants to know, why have you called this special parliament session? The other allegation is, on the day the IND alliance meeting is happening in Mumbai, to manage headlines, you have, announced this new move. Rakhi.
Because we work with the policy of Rashtra Pratham, nation first policy we work on, and for this we will do whatever. These kind of meetings, they are not going to disturb us. But the point is that for this session, the cabinet will decide the points and the agenda for the coming parliamentary session. So I think it would be very early to discuss about these things, and these are the speculations which are going in the media. So I will, request that we should stop for some time. We should wait for some time so that more things would be cleared, and the first thing which I can assure, whatever be the agenda, that would be for the beneficiary of the country only, and that is the only agenda for the Pradhan Mantri.
But Rakhi, one nation, one election, is that happening? Just yes or no? One nation, one election, is that happening?
I don't. In fact, as an individual, I do support that, because how much time how time and money we spend on these kind of elections every time, they play in our country.
But is the government getting that bill in the upcoming special session, Rakhi?
I again repeat the same thing. That would be decided by the cabinet. That they will decide. They will discuss in the parliamentary session. I think we should, stay for some time. In fact, and we should wait for some time so that we can come to the conclusion that yes.
So Rakhi says wait, but the Aam Aadmi Party, Siddharth, for the longest time has been against this idea. Now, are you having a change of heart? Because, just your friend Sanjay ji here in the studio says it's a good idea. You will save money with this, we'll save resources, we'll focus more on governance, Siddharth. So what is the problem? Why are you opposing it?
No, absolutely. I don't have any problem, Deepti. The problem is that the BJP spokesperson just dismissed totally out of hand as speculative whatever your channel is saying about the one nation, one election theory. So since they are not coming up with opening up the cards, so it's pointless for other parties to open up their cards. It's as simple as that. Now, as far as BJP and calling this session during the Ganesh Chaturthi is concerned, please understand that the entire peninsular India from Maharashtra to Karnataka to Kerala Kerala to Andhra Pradesh to Tamil Nadu celebrates Ganesh Chaturthi. Ganesh Chaturthi is the premier festival. And this is not the first time BJP is doing it. Hindi mein agar kahe, BJP waxes eloquent about Hindu Sanskriti. And when you see the word Sanskriti in Hindi, there are three words that define Sanskriti. एक होती है प्रकृति, एक होती है विकृति, एक होती है संस्कृति. भाजपा क्या करती है? विकृति को संस्कृति बनाती है. For example, what it has done today in Delhi is that it has, for the G20 summit, the LG has put up certain shivlings in Delhi, and when the people are asking them why that shivling is put up, he is calling those shivlings as artifacts, stone artifacts. So shivling is a matter of faith for Indians, and the BJP's LG in Delhi is installing shivlings as artifacts and announcing them. So basically BJP is corrupting the culture of India, and this is the prime example that during Ganesh Chaturthi, where half of India would be celebrating it, if you are calling for a Lok Sabha,
I will have to burst your bubble. You know, you try to be much like the BJP, and I think that is why आपके ऊपर बार-बार allegation लगता है that you possibly are the B team of the BJP. You know, right from Lakshmi ji, note ki controversy in the state of Gujarat to what you're saying today, when there is already a party, you know, that has championed the cause of the majority, that is the BJP, are you competing with the BJP right now? And, you know, just for your knowledge, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, now Minister Atishi, had said that one nation, one election plan is an attack on the basic structure of the constitution. She has said this in the past, Siddharth. And you want to sidestep that question, but what if the government brings this bill? No. Will you support it?
I'll tell you two things. One is that the questions you asked about Aam Aadmi Party's Hindutva line, I think it should have been the BJP which should be questioning me, not the anchor as a neutral person. The second question is very valid from your point of view. What is our stand?
No, I will question everyone. No.
Yeah, for that, unless the BJP itself says, the BJP spokesperson on national television right now in Republic TV, where millions of people are seeing, the BJP spokesperson itself is dismissing the anchor's theory as speculation. Where is the point of Aam Aadmi Party jumping the gun here? The gun has not been shot for the race to start. Let them shoot the gun for the race to start. Then
so when Mamata Banerjee says elections will be held in December, when Nitish Kumar says early Lok Sabha polls honge, no one has said that, but that is speculation because it suits you. You will, you know, have a controversy about it. You will say Modi Sarkar ye karna chahti hai, Modi Sarkar ye karna chahti hai. So Siddharth, you know, this politics of convenience does not work. But okay, you've made your point. Let me get in Gyanendra ji also. He hasn't spoken yet. I'll come back to you. Gyanendra Mishra ji, you know, we were earlier speaking and look at the kind of reactions from different political parties. We spoke to the JDU, we spoke to the RJD, the Congress, the BRS, everyone being very, very cautious. They say we do not know abhi kya charcha hi nahi hui hai, there is no discussion. We can't speak about one nation, one election. But could that be that biggest game changer that will change the 2024 polls? And if that happens, are the opposition parties, the INDA alliance, prepared for it? Gyanendra ji.
No, so yes, you are correct that most of the political parties' response are very cautious, and they ought to be. And there are reasons for that. The first reason is that the government has not clarified or indicated at all that what are the issues on which this special parliament session is called for. So obviously, unless it is made public that this is the issue which will be discussed in parliament, and for this purpose, this new parliament session is being called for, the different political parties do not want to disclose their strategy around it. But as I earlier said, in principle, the one nation, one poll is one of the most important aspect of electoral reforms. But obviously, for such a wide-ranging political reforms to come into place, a very wider consultative process will have to be adopted by the government. And that consultation should not confine only to political parties, but there are other critical players in the game, like Election Commission, the central forces which is deployed to conduct the elections, different state governments, etc., etc.
Okay.
And therefore, if we talk about that this, sudden parliament session has been called for to discuss or table this very important bill, then obviously there would be consternation in the political circle that why the government is trying to bring it in such a hurry without having no consultative process around it. And therefore, I think the problem, or if
but
the
once Gyanendra ji, this idea has been in discussion, Siddharth. As far as I know, Rakhi ji and Sanjay ji would agree for some time now. काफी समय से प्रधानमंत्री इस आइडिया को लेकर बात करते रहे और ऑपोजिशन पार्टी इस बार ये बताती रही है कि वो इसको अपोज करती है. Now, Siddharth, before I get Sanjay ji to respond, I want to ask you this. If there are simultaneous elections in Delhi, okay, for the Lok Sabha and for the Assembly, are you scared that you would lose out? And is that the reason why political parties, regional satraps are scared of having one nation, one election, Siddharth?
Yeah, can I ask a rhetorical question? Aam Aadmi Party clearly supported BJP on the Uniform Civil Code. Very clearly, categorically. Has BJP brought in the Uniform Civil Code bill in the parliament? So let us not get into that hypothetical scenarios.
But you have said, now you have clarified your stand. You have clarified your stand.
Clarifying. Now,
likewise, you should clarify your stand. See, the INDI alliance will have to take a position on this. Siddharth.
Will
you not have to take a position on this in Mumbai also?
I will clarify to your specific question regarding Delhi. The simple fact is that since 2014, BJP has not won in Delhi, be it Vidhan Sabha or the recently held MCD elections for 4 consecutive terms. In Delhi, BJP has not been in power for last 25 years. So BJP has essentially lost Delhi. BJP in Delhi is depending upon Mr. Gautam Gambhir, who is commentating in the West Indies or for the IPL. So BJP is totally irrelevant and non-existent in Delhi.
What about the Lok Sabha? Siddharth, all 7 seats go to the BJP. The AAP gets 0.
This time it will not happen because BJP is a house of cards led by a paper tiger. All shrill propaganda and total shallow performance. And the people of India
calling Narendra Modi a paper tiger, Siddharth? Did you just call Narendra Modi a paper tiger?
The people of India have unraveled it.
Are you saying the Prime Minister is a paper tiger?
Yeah, I said BJP is a paper tiger. BJP is a house of cards led by a paper tiger. And why I'm saying that? Because for the simple reason that today, as of today, you can see the newspaper called The Hindu. I'm not speaking about the Dawn from Pakistan. I'm saying about The Hindu from India. It says that 74% of Indians today are unable to afford one healthy meal, which costs them less than 250 rupees per day. In the last 5 years, the per meal cost of an Indian household has gone up by 65%.
But then Siddharth, Siddharth, I have limited time. I have limited time for a lot of more questions. I just want to give the last 30 seconds to Sanjay ji. He's here in our studios. संजय जी, अगर सिद्धार्थ का ये तर्क माने कि लोगों के पास खाने के लिए पैसा नहीं है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हो, बहुत सारी दिक्कतें हैं, तो फिर तो बीजेपी इस तरह का मूव नहीं चलेगी ना, फिर तो वो लूज कर देगी इलेक्शन. तो अगर बीजेपी ये लाती है बिल, तो आप लोग इसका सपोर्ट करेंगे? आप कहते हैं कि INDI अलायंस भी इसका सपोर्ट करेगा, क्या आप सब मिलकर करेंगे इसका सपोर्ट?
बिल के प्रारूप को देखा जाएगा, सपोर्ट करना और ना करना दोनों बात रहेंगी, लेकिन बिलों को सिर्फ पास करना ही तो सब कुछ नहीं है ना. सीए इन्होंने पास किया था, क्या हुआ उसको? वो बिल अभी तक किस बिल में है? कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात भी इन्होंने किया, वो कहाँ गया? अब एक नए बिल की बात कर रहे हैं. तो सिर्फ बिलों को पास करके रखना ही पार्टर नहीं होना चाहिए, या नए बिलों की बात करना नहीं होना चाहिए. जिन बिलों को पास किया हो उनको इम्प्लीमेंट भी किया जाए, सीए को इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए. ये सिर्फ देश को दिखाने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए. क्यों नहीं करते आप सीए को इम्प्लीमेंट? मुझे बता दीजिए आप इस बात का जवाब.
अच्छा, आप ये सब स्टेप्स की बात करते हैं, लेकिन राखी, what about then the abrogation of Article 370? A lot of interesting things I think we have, but because I've completely run out of time, and Rakhi, I promise I will give you the chance to rebut on our next debate because we'll have a lot more conversations. So Rakhi and all gentlemen, I need to thank all of you for joining us right now, but a huge suspense, ladies and gentlemen, on what the government could be wanting to do in this upcoming special session of the parliament. One nation, one election, could that be a reality? We do not know, but on the other side, our focus continues on this big story. Don't go anywhere.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. champion. Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete.
Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs Prahlad Joshi announced a special session of Parliament is being called from the 18th to the 22nd of September, having 5 sittings. He said, and I quote, Amrit Kal, looking forward to have fruitful discussions and debate in Parliament, unquote. Sources suggest that One Nation, One Poll bill is likely to be introduced in the special parliament session in September. The much-awaited election reform is likely on the cards as BJP leaders, including Prime Minister Modi, had pitched for it. Prime Minister Modi had stated that elections taking place every few months hinders development. But opposition politics continue as the call for the special session has been criticized by several of the opposition leaders, with those from Maharashtra pointing out the dates clash with India's most important festival of Ganesh Chaturthi.
प्रहलाद जोशी जी ने ये निर्णय लेकर ट्वीट किया है कि सितंबर 18 से लेकर 22 तक एक स्पेशल सेशन होगा। मेरा सवाल ये है कि देश का एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट फेस्टिवल गणेश चतुर्थी खास करके महाराष्ट्र के लिए वो एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हिंदू फेस्टिवल है। तो ये जो हिंदू विरोधी काम हो रहा है, हिंदू सेंटिमेंट्स को दरकिनार करके ये काम हो रहा है, हम जानना चाहते हैं ये क्यों हो रहा है।
As Battle for 2024 intensifies, the third meeting of the opposition alliance India INDIA takes place in Mumbai today. The bloc discusses a strategy to take on the BJP in Lok Sabha elections due next year and inclusion of new allies.
मुझे खुशी इस बात की कि लगातार इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठकें हो रही हैं। पहले पटना में हुई, बेंगलोर में, और आज से महाराष्ट्र के और मुंबई शहर में जो हमारी आर्थिक राजधानी है वहाँ पर कार्यक्रम होने जा रहा है। पूरे देश की जनता को भरोसा है कि ये गठबंधन तैयार होगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश से बाहर जाएगी।
As leaders of the opposition INDI bloc are set to meet at a two-day conclave, meeting at the two-day conclave in Mumbai, of course, they are likely to announce a coordination committee and a logo for the alliance. As the fight for the prime ministerial phase continues in Team INDIA, Congress pitches Rahul Gandhi. Maharashtra Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam says that like other parties, Congress members do want to see their leader Rahul Gandhi as the next PM.
कांग्रेस के वर्कर कहने से कहीं सकुचा नहीं रहा है। कांग्रेस के एक एक वर्कर का ख्वाब है, सपना है। हम सब चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, लेकिन आज इस इंडिया की मीट हो रही है, गठबंधन हो रही है, उसका प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार ये हो, ये हम नहीं कहना चाहते। हम चाहते हैं कि एक बार इंडिया के गठबंधन से जुड़े सभी लोग जीत जाएं, सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में आ जाए, उसके बाद सभी नेता लोग मिलकर तय करेंगे। लेकिन जहां तक कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोदशा की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की मनोकामना की बात है, कार्यकर्ताओं की अपनी जो भावनाओं की बात है, तो निश्चित तौर पर राहुल गांधी को हर कांग्रेसी अपना प्रधानमंत्री देखना चाहते हैं।
The Adani Group rejected the allegations of having hidden foreign investors as mentioned in a report by the Organised Crime and Corruption Reporting Project and termed them a concerted bid by Soros-funded interests to revive the meritless Hindenburg report. Rahul Gandhi questioned why Prime Minister Modi is not ordering an investigation and demanded a JPC probe into the fresh allegations of stock manipulation on the Adani Group.
Adani Group, hidden investors and a secret paper trail. Here is another one. Modi-linked Adani family secretly invested in own shares, documents suggest.
The BJP's Mumbai unit chief Ashish Shelar says that his party would protest against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for his remarks against Hindutva ideologue late V.D. Savarkar. Thus, the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha took to the streets against the statements made by Gandhi against the ideologue Savarkar. Later, police detained the BJP workers. On day 13 of Article 370 abrogation hearing in Supreme Court, the Union government informed the Supreme Court that it is ready for elections at any time in Jammu and Kashmir. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the government, says that he said that the process of updating the voter list is substantially over.
The government is ready. It is for the Election Commission of India and Election Commission of the state to take the call. Out of three, which election to take place first and how. The updating of the voters list is complete. Some part is missing, but it is yet to be over. It's in the process. It would be over, my lord, in a month or so, my lord. That's what I'm told.
India's GDP growth has been recorded at 7.8% in the first quarter of the current financial year. India's economic growth was lower than the Reserve Bank of India's GDP growth estimate of 8% for the first quarter of the current financial year. In a latest update by the ISRO, another instrument on board the rover confirms the presence of sulfur in the region through another technique. The alpha particle X-ray spectroscope has detected sulfur as well as other minor elements. In a recent incident involving road rage, a scientist from the Indian Space Research Organization was reportedly subject to an attack by an individual while he was driving to his workplace in Bengaluru. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, speaking at an event, weighed in on what makes India's G20 presidency different.
Is our G20 presidency different? Because, there have been other countries who have done G20 for a variety of reasons. The first reason is actually the chair. The fact is, India has assumed the G20 presidency at a moment when India is mattering more and more to the world. It is mattering more to its world, partly because of our economic achievements. That from number 12 or number 10, we have now become the number 5 economy.
Chef Surendra Negi, who is curating the menu for the upcoming G20 summit, says that they're presenting both Indian and foreign components for the guests. And he further said that under the instruction of Prime Minister Modi, they are focusing on millets as well and including them as an ingredient in many of their dishes. As part of the preparations, multiple hotels in Delhi NCR have been earmarked for attendees. Now, rooms have been booked in leading hotels including ITC Maurya, Taj Palace, Shangri-La, the Imperial, Le Méridien, JW Marriott and among the others. Over 50 ambulances with adequate medical staff will be stationed at the G20 summit main venue, hotels and the airport to deal with any medical emergency. According to sources, adequate arrangements have been made at Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital and AIIMS in case of any exigency. As part of a security deal ahead of the G20 summit, security has been significantly intensified across the city to ensure the safety of participants and residents during the summit period. While a chopper landed earlier today at Le Méridien in Delhi, massive cutouts of monkeys have been put up to keep the real ones away from the G20 venues. Delhi police carried out an extensive security drill ahead of the summit and declared the National Capital Territory a no-flying zone for unmanned aerial vehicles and remote aircraft ahead of the G20 summit. Meanwhile, the dog squad of Delhi police conducted security drills to detect dummy explosives planted in luggage and vehicles. Karnataka has started releasing water from its reservoirs to Tamil Nadu in compliance with the directives issued by the Kaveri Water Management Authority. It had directed the Karnataka government to ensure that 5,000 cusecs of water reaches Tamil Nadu. Now, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar said that it is a big pain to Karnataka because there is no water.
Supreme Court issue, because Supreme Court is coming, the only solution is the Mekedatu, but ultimately on appealing, we will request the authorities to visit the sites and let them know the problems of the Karnataka.
Do you think it will resolve, sir?
Various farmers' organizations staged protests against the release of water from KRS Dam and Kabini Reservoir. Overnight protests took place in Mandya and Srirangapatna in the Kaveri belt. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena along with Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will flag off 400 electric buses for the city on the 5th of September. The office of LG announced that DTC will induct 1,500 new buses, of which 921 buses are covered under the FAME 2 scheme of the Government of India. One more arrest was made in connection with the incident of pro-Khalistan graffiti and slogans painted on 5 Delhi metro stations. So far, 2 people have been arrested. Goa Aam Aadmi Party chief Amit Palekar has been arrested by Goa crime branch in connection with a road rage case. Palekar says, and I quote, "This is absolutely dirty politics and I have got nothing to do with this crime," unquote. Manipur's top tribal body has called for an emergency shutdown in Churachandpur district. The Indigenous Tribal Leaders Forum has called for a shutdown in Lonpai, Khosabung, Kangwai and Sugnu. The Indian Army conducted maneuvers in the Jaisalmer district of the India-Pakistan international border. The exercise was conducted by the Indian Army at Pokhran Field Firing Range and was attended by the Brazilian Army General Commander Thomas Miguel Ribeiro Paiva. In response to the Ghaziabad lawyer's murder, lawyers in Lucknow staged protests and Gherav Parivartan Chowk. Outraged advocates held demonstrations and blocked the roads amid the sloganeering. As Brahmaputra water level remains above the danger mark, Assam flood situation is worrisome in 21 districts. At least 105 villages of Morrigaon district are affected as the flood waters have submerged more than 3,059 hectares of crop area in Morrigaon district. Bujar Osmani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of North Macedonia, met External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in Delhi and discussed the warm relations between the two countries. The Indian community members in London assembled to demand the repatriation of baby Ariha to India, who has been in foster care in Germany since September 2021. At least 73 people were killed and 52 others injured after a massive fire broke out in a multi-story building occupied by migrants in the central business district in South Africa's biggest city. Clashes erupted between Palestinians and Israelis in the city of Nablus when Palestinian militants detonated a bomb near a convoy of Israeli troops escorting Jewish worshippers to a holy site in the occupied West Bank, wounding 4 Israeli troops. 5 railway workers were killed in northern Italy after being hit by a high-speed train while carrying out overnight maintenance work. The victims were replacing parts of the track near Brandizzo station shortly before midnight when the train passed at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. Grant Shapps, one of British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's staunchest cabinet allies, was named UK Defence Secretary as Sunak began a ministerial reshuffle ahead of a general election that is expected to take place next year. South Korea's army held a large-scale field training exercise in Shawon as part of the ongoing annual Ulki Freedom Shield and Tiger exercises. The 11-day drills are a computer-simulated command post training. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida sampled seafood at Tokyo's Toyusu fish market to assess the impact of China's ban on Japanese seafood. Kishida toured a fish market in Tokyo to show support and was also seen enjoying a bite of fresh seafood to show that it was safe to eat. Japan's Prime Minister condemned North Korea's missile launches, saying that they do not only threaten peace and stability in the region but also the international community. Tropical storm Idalia made its way northeast towards North and South Carolina. It was forecasted to move near or along the coast of South Carolina and then just off the coast of North Carolina before heading out into the Atlantic Ocean. Elon Musk headed social media platform X will soon allow users to connect over calls with their contacts without sharing their phone numbers. The company announced in a recent blog post that video and audio calls will be coming to X for all users, including those on iOS, Android and desktop. The Pakistan men's cricket team arrived in Kandy ahead of the much-awaited clash against India on the 2nd of September in the Asia Cup 2023. Ambati Rayudu, who announced his retirement from the IPL earlier this year, ended his stint with the Caribbean Premier League's outfit St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots due to personal reasons. Former champions FC Goa face home side Mohan Bagan supergiant in what promises to be a thrilling second semi-final here at the Vivekananda Yuva Bharati Krirangan. Har Hockey Academy, Round Glass Punjab Hockey Club Academy, Madhya Pradesh Hockey Academy and Preetham Siwach Hockey Academy won their respective pool games on the 5th and final day of the 3rd Khelo India Junior Women's Hockey League. In an exciting news for Indian cricket fans, Legends League Cricket announced its next season on Thursday, which will be played in India from the 18th of November to the 9th of December. The cricket fever in India is going to be on a high this festival season indeed. Surrey signed young Indian left-handed batter Sai Sudarshan for the remaining 3 matches in the ongoing county championship. The Southpaw is scheduled to play the matches against Warwickshire to be played from Sunday at the Kia Oval in London. Novak Djokovic sailed into the US Open 3rd round Wednesday in his quest for a 24th Grand Slam triumph as Iga Swiatek and Coco Gauff stayed on a quarterfinal collision course in New York. Taylor Fritz, the number 9 seed, overwhelmed Pablo Varillas inside Louis Armstrong Stadium to reach the 3rd round at the US Open. The president of European Soccer's governing body, Alexander Keferein, called Luis Rubiales' behavior inappropriate, but said he did not want to interfere with FIFA's disciplinary investigation into the Spanish Football Federation chief. Inter Milan has signed France defender Benjamin Pavard from Bayern Munich. No financial details disclosed, but sources have reported that 27-year-old has joined Simone Inzaghi's side for a fee of around 32 million euros for a 5-year contract.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
And that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. The Olympic champion. Oh, Neeraj Chopra really like that. He looked brilliant in qualifying.
All right, we have breaking news coming in. This latest visual, in fact, a post that has been made on Twitter by Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting Praggnanandhaa, who was India's World Championship finalist. He clinched the silver for India just days ago, just almost a week back, and now he is meeting Prime Minister Modi in the national capital. You can see those visuals on your screens along with his family. He's meeting the Prime Minister, hugging him, embracing him, and you can see his parents, proud parents of our Praggnanandhaa, meeting Prime Minister Modi at his residence in 7 Lok Kalyan Marg in New Delhi. And you can see those visuals. Prime Minister Modi, remember, had also tweeted in support of this young prodigy, of the country. And yesterday he arrived in Chennai, where he received a rousing welcome. It was a grand welcome at the airport for Praggnanandhaa, with several of the students, his friends, and people from the federation welcoming him. And now we have the chess prodigy meeting the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and those are the visuals. You can see his mother, who's also been quite an interesting figure, who has always been a shadow to her son and always been supportive of her son. She is also accompanying Praggnanandhaa along with his father at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and those are the latest visuals. You can see that chessboard over there, Prime Minister Modi, and talking to Praggnanandhaa across that chess board, and also of course his parents there. So those are the visuals. Prime Minister Modi, in that tweet, he writes that delighted to meet Praggnanandhaa with his family. That is the latest post. He writes, and I quote him here and through his handle: "Had very special visitors at 7 LKM today. Delighted to meet you, Praggnanandhaa, along with your family. You personify passion and perseverance. Your example shows how India's youth can conquer any domain. Proud of you."
champion. Neeraj Chopra really liked that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw from the Indian athlete. Neeraj Chopra, the Olympic champion. Neeraj Chopra really liked that. He looked brilliant in qualification, and that is another great throw